If you ever feel like it's all so Jover, just come over, hop into the stream at twitch.tv/HasanAbi. Live almost every day from sunny West LA. I'll cover daily news, so tune in now, see what I have to say. Blast off, blast off. If you're unhinged, prepare to take a week off. Hasan, Hasan. I swear to God, Allah, please end this long pause. Boss makes $1 and I only make a dime. That's why I watch the stream when I'm on company time. Boss makes $1 and I only make a dime. That's why I watch the stream when I'm on company time, like now. Hasan, Hasan. I'm probably in the chat right now. Hasan, Hasan. Get it, Hasan is streaming. I'm just a gamer frog, of course I hate myself. If there's just one stun lock more, my hopes will go up on the show. You're just a debate perv, of course you hate yourself. Every thought to justify your own self-worth to someone else. Again, what do I always say? Lost in the sauce, you can't escape. How unhinged can one chatter get? Don't ban him, mods, they're our new pet. Show me the light and set me free from this black-pilled reality. Can I find hope? Can I debate for this top of the hour break? Boss makes $1 and I only make a dime. That's why I watch the stream when I'm on company time. Boss makes $1 and I only make a dime. That's why I watch the stream when I'm on company time, like now. Hasan, Hasan. I'm probably in the chat right
What's going on, everybody?
now.
I hope everyone's having a fantastic evening, fantastic afternoon, fantastic pre-noon, no matter where you are in the world. I'm Hasan Piker, and this is the HasanAbi broadcast coming to you live from yet another beautiful and sunny day here in California, Los Angeles, folks. I'm live and alive, and I hope all the boys, I hope all the girls, and I hope all the MBs are having a fantastic one, because today's a beautiful day. Today's a wonderful day. Today is Monday. Today's Monday News Day, ladies and gentlemen. It is Monday, April 29, 2024. And I am right on time on this beautiful, fantastic morning. It says it's a 62 degrees and clear, sunny day here in Los Angeles. But honestly, 73 degrees inside of my studio. And it's probably a lot higher in general in Los Angeles because it's very sunny. Slut Boy Summer has officially started. You just come back from riding your dirt bike. Hell yeah. Hell yeah. Slut Boy Summer has officially started. That's why you see the delts peeking in. You're like, what is happening, Hasan? Why do you got them twin towers out? Put them twin towers away. Oh, hell no, is what you might be thinking. But that's why I got the pits out. That's why I got the tits out. And that's why I got the delts out. Whoo. This is part of the broadcast where I tell you a little bit about my personal news about what's going on in the world of HasanAbi Piker between the time period where I pressed the stop streaming button and pressed the start streaming button. And a lot has occurred in the world of HasanAbi Piker. That's right. Last night, after a short stream, what was it, like 8 hours almost? 7 hours and 30 minutes, like a half day, literally. What the hell is this guy doing? I ended the broadcast and I went with some friends to go see a movie. That's right. I went, shouts out to Foosley for purchasing tickets for the Challengers. That's right. It's a new movie, Challengers. I watched it last night. I'm going to be talking about that in a second. It's Zendaya. It's the horny Zendaya threesome movie is how the Zoomers know it. And apparently that's the reason why everyone's watching it. And it's the type of show that I would never watch. It's the type of movie that I would never watch on my own. I would never be like motivated to go watch it. But let me tell you, Zendaya's tendencies are so bad. Who the fuck taught her? It is the most bisexual panic. The Zendaya movie Challengers is the most bisexual panic movie of all time. There's just literally no other way to describe it. It is the gayest movie of all time. It's just straight up. It's so goddamn gay. And it's really funny because the guy who wrote the movie is this dude.
Hello, potion seller. I am going into battle, and I want your strongest potions.
It's not even a joke. It literally is this dude. That dude wrote the fucking script. I'm not even joking. That dude is a script writer, and that dude wrote the script for Challengers. Yes. It's not even a joke. It's so gay. There's so much gay shit going on, and it's not even like the relationship between the two main male characters. I just mean like everything else. Challengers is just another episode of Fear and. Yeah, if you like Fear and, you'll probably love Challengers. There's so much like straight dudes just like being hyper gay with one another. Anyway, we'll talk about all that. It's about sex and tennis. It's not hard to write. Okay, dude. Yeah, you write it then. Do you know he's married to Celine, who made Past Lives? Yes. Yes, I do know that. It could have been a lot gayer, let's be honest. Bro, if the only thing that would have been gayer is if they showed the gay porn rather than just basically make a movie about the intro to the gay porn that never ends up, showing you the completion. Like, it just doesn't have the cum shot and the penetration shots, but it is literally everything else. Surprise, surprise, Hassan being homophobic. You can't say I'm being homophobic when I watch Challengers, okay? It's like telling a dude who read the Quran and said the Shahada that they're not Muslim. You know what I mean? It's like watching the movie Challengers is basically like saying the Shahada for homosexuality. Anyway, but we'll talk about all of that. What else? Oh, I watched it. I liked it. I'll get to it in a second. I went to bed. I woke up in a sweaty panic. I dreamed that, and this is really sad, I was like crying in my dream because I thought Australian Alex, not Alexa, but Australian Alex had died, which is such a weird thing to dream about. I don't even know why. Maybe it's because I watched their video earlier with Alexa and Alex, and I was so sad and I was like crying in my dream. Anyway, but luckily he's not. Dreams don't mean anything. They're mostly what you based on what you ate that day. Well, let me tell you, I ate the worst popcorn I've ever eaten. But yeah, yesterday I did something bad. Obviously, when I went to the movie theater, I got a bucket of popcorn because I felt grateful that I was included in a friendship activity. So I was like, yeah, I'll get you guys whatever you want. So I got everyone's food, concession stand food, and I got the worst bucket of popcorn of all time. Now, popcorn is healthy, says M. Hud. It kind of is. It is. You can have like pretty healthy popcorn, but healthy popcorn is pretty mid. The bucket of popcorn from AMC is supposed to be peak. It's like you're literally at the fucking movie theater. Nowadays, they also have like more than just like popcorn. They have ranch popcorn, which I didn't fuck with, obviously. They literally have chicken, which I, of course, got. I got chicken tendies. They even do sliders now, which is crazy. Like, what the hell's going on at these goddamn movie theaters, man? They're making sliders out there. They got like a whole ass fucking kitchen and shit. They sell alcohol. Anyway, that's not the point. I'll cover the movie theater experience in a second when I talk about my experience with Challengers, the movie. But beyond that, like I said, woke up early and and I was feeling like I'm 32, about to be 33 in a couple months. What do I mean by this? My trainers have not been around this week, as you guys know, as I've talked about, which means that I have been, instead of going to the gym, I've just been doing cardio, which means that I've been playing basketball. But here's the problem. I'm an old man. I'm 32 years old. I got some, busted ass knees. I literally had the same shit that happened as Zendaya in Challengers. And The problem is when you're a big boy and you got some busted ass knees and you want to do cardio by playing basketball on pavement, right? When you play basketball on the fucking pavement, like that shit is really bad for your knees. And I've been doing that for the past 5 days in a row now, 6. Thursday, Friday, Saturday, Sunday, or sorry, not now 6. 5 days in a row. This is my 5th day of playing basketball. Problem is, when you got a busted ass knee and you're on the pavement, other issues also arise. Like my lower back. Woke up with a lower back issue, and what did I do? Ladies and gentlemen, what did I do? I spent literally 30 minutes to an hour fixing up my goddamn lower back, rolling it out, sitting on a goddamn lacrosse ball. It's just annoying. I had to do all of that shit. It sucks. It sucks that like this is what it's come to, being an old man and all. Then I took Kai to the park, played a little bit of basketball regardless after I fixed the knees, after I fixed the lower back, light cardio day to day for me, recovery day for me. Had to do it to him like that. Bro, those patellas deserve more attention than those shoulders now. Yeah. Get a surgery for disc issue would help. No, I don't want to get a knee surgery. I already got a knee surgery. I see someone comment, install a pool. I already have a pool. I just never go in the pool. Stretching is very responsible for you. Yeah. The problem is, you buy a massage sofa, a good one. My cousin has back problems and his massage sofa helps him a lot. Anyway, whatever. That's it though. That's the personal news part of the broadcast. Yeah. We can blast off already. We can already get into it. We can already get into it. Okay. I know I keep talking about it. What the hell? Okay. All right. Let's blast off. Today we are going to be talking about student protests again. Obviously, student protesters keep getting met with agitators and the media both siding it. ICC arrest warrants for BBN war cabinet. Will it happen? Pressure mounts in Israel for ceasefire and what else? U.S. threatening ceasefire talks if ICC sends warrants. Yeah, the United States is insane, of course, as always, in the most predictable ways possible. The United States is behaving in the worst way possible because we are the worst. Not if U.S. won't allow it. Pressure mounts in Israel for ceasefire and more. Get in now. Twitch.tv/HasanAbi. I'd like to join a student campus protest. They're a good way to find where they're being held. I tried searching up nearby campuses, but it's just the admin social media. Just look up. I saw a clip of you talking about mainstreaming students with disabilities in the general settings. Wait, what? Oh, hold on. I'll look at that in a second. Police gathering at University of Texas again today. Nice. Watched challengers. Okay. Here it is. Okay, we're blasting off. Let the people know. But hey, chatters who are wondering if there are student encampments in your neighborhood, in your vicinity, in the school, in your local school, here's a quick little tip. Google SJP, okay, SJP, and then put in whatever your school's name is, and you will very easily find out. You can also you plug and repeat JVP, Jewish Voice Peace, Students for Justice for Palestine, SJP, or DSA, insert school name, and you will find what they're doing. Okay? Most schools are doing something. What's up with the speaker, Jackson Hinkle, getting banned from Emory? I mean, it's valid. Come on, dude. He's a fucking opportunist grifter. Get the hell out of here. Oh, the only thing he cares about is boosting his public profile. I rarely ever say this about people who are like in support of Palestine because honestly, there is not really much support. It's not good for it is definitely not good for your career, quote unquote, especially if you're in media or anywhere else, as a matter of fact. But that doesn't stop some from being opportunists. Obviously, there's two different types of opportunists out there. Jackson Hinkle is a very unique type of opportunist. But most of the opportunists that I'm talking about usually are just like straight fascists. straight fascists that take advantage of the momentum surrounding pro-Palestinian movements to say like this is all the fault of Jews, to try to like drum up anti-Semitic commentary. Anyway, but yeah, I saw a clip of you talking about mainstreaming students with disabilities in a general setting help with normalizing, which you were entirely correct on. So don't say it's unscientific. You were on the money, dog. I feel like at the time when I was working with children with autism, and I don't mean like now, like directly hands-on working with children with autism, at that time, I noticed that like a lot of the parents were very careful, but the parents themselves, most likely, especially the male parents themselves, most likely also had undiagnosed autism. Obviously, a big part of the reason why autism has like skyrocketed in children, especially boys, is diagnosis, right? Like we figured out a way better way to understand what autism is and how to diagnose it. And then we were like, oh shit, there's like hella autistic boys out there. Now, we still obviously don't know how to diagnose autism in women in general. So like that kind of stuff is scientific. When I talk about that kind of stuff, hey, Majority Report, thank you for the raid. Hope you had a good stream. That obviously is scientific, right? Like I get that. However, a lot of these parents I noticed were like definitely undiagnosed autistic, and it made me feel like, well, these guys fucking grew up in a rough and tumble environment in Gen Pop. You know what I mean? They were just seen as like weird. They were put through the ringer. They were socialized, but they obviously like socialized in a diverse, mixed environment, right? And by diverse, I mean like neurotypical, neuroatypical, doesn't matter. People just didn't really distinguish between these sorts of things. And I'm like, well, you obviously are way more, I know the term is no longer high functioning, but what is it? Like you have way better social capabilities than your son. So what the fuck's that about? Like you also are autistic. Your son is also autistic. Low support needs. Okay, yeah, you are obviously lower support need, autistic. You know what I mean? Like, and it made me, at that point, from seeing it over and over again, I developed this thought in my mind that like maybe they shouldn't be so fucking careful with their children. Like maybe the level of attentiveness that a lot of these wonderful parents put in to their children with autism is like almost backfiring on them. You know what I mean? That's what it felt like. Were people you're supporting in private or public program? No, this was like a private charity. Anyway, so autism is nurture, not nature? No, dude, what? No, that's not what I'm saying at all. I'm saying that like development for children with autism obviously is always going to be nurture and nature. And on the nurture front, it does feel like a mixed learning environment is probably beneficial for the autistic children to develop and have lower support needs. That's what it feels like. Because I do think that like super attentive. I mean, there was like a lot of dietary stuff that they were doing. It felt a little bit like, it did feel, especially at the time, remember this was like 10 years ago. It felt like there was a lot of like kooky science, like people just trying to do whatever they can. And the attitude back then definitely was like, because I used to work with Autism Speaks, but the attitude back then was very much like cure focused, which was like odd. You know what I mean? Which it no longer is. That's actually, for anyone who's like tapped into the autism lore and the development or like how that kind of stuff worked back then, it was regarded as like bad and problematic, but also like unproductive to think about autism as like something you need to cure. You know what I mean? And not something that you just manage, right? Anyway, it's like people that never learned to drive in a shitbox now having access to cars with major driver assist. They never developed the basic skills to drive and rely entirely on driver assistance. Kind of. All right. So your university just launched in Cam and Rutgers pulling through. Yeah, it's not shocking. Emhad and I can both tell you, as homeschooled kids, who were not sheltered, we were only kind of weird. The sheltering is why homeschoolers end up very weird. It doesn't help. A lot of ones we grew up with were autistic too, so it exacerbated it. Yeah. Posting hot takes about autism in chat to see if someone gets hyperfixated and kills me. Don't do that. Don't even joke about that because it will happen. Sounding like XQC right now. Wait, what? Anyway, an encampment just went up on my campus an hour ago. It's true, homeschooling sucked ass. Now I'm dumb and awkward as fuck. Jesus, bro. Yeah, let's get into it. We'll talk about the student encampments in a little bit. Let's start off before we get to that. Oh, there's also some fun news. Free Stellar Blade, change.org petition, 49,000 signatures. These guys actually put their faces on it too, which makes it so much funnier. The content has been censored from the original trailer version posted by Sony. We as gamers want this content back. We relied on it. We made the game the #1 pre-order worldwide. Obviously, we'll talk about that as well. Horny gamers going crazy over Stellar Blade. That's sick. Here's a quick thirst trap start.
Doors pop off so fucking fast. I don't understand it. That shit's impossible.
I hate.
Anyway, state troopers at the University of Texas, Austin. Of course they are. We'll cover all that. Don't worry. Hi, King. I'd get into a homoerotic tennis rivalry over you. Thanks. This is also another great edit. What is this?
How dare you?
Oh, we already saw this one. This is crazy. I can't believe I got like an actual fucking Sigma edit, dude.
How dare you say it's okay to talk about an intifada?
Well, intifada simply just means revolution, and I'm an American, and in 1776,
Violent
we did
revolution.
one of those, and it was pretty fucking good. What do you think? The American.
Okay, we also
dissolve the apartheid.
So why would you not understand the
Drop
English
like flies in this bitch. I cut ties in this bitch. I'll cut ties in your face.
I have
Cut you like
it's
a
called
lady.
the dissolution of the apartheid regime.
Yeah, I got a fucking Sigma ass edit, dude. Let's go. I've seen online opinion about you take quite the dramatic change in the Piers Morgan debate. Yeah, because people only know me outside of this community. People only know me in like whatever my fucking dumbass haters say. That's the problem. So when they actually see me pop off in the exact same way that I pop off at a fucking dumbass chatter, when it's in context and you recognize that I'm yelling at someone who deserves it, they're like, "Oh shit, that's sick." But if you're on the outside and someone is just going, "Oh, I'm just being curious," and you don't see it because you only watched like the clips being totally massaged to fit a specific narrative by weirdo haters, then yeah, you're gonna develop a feeling that I'm like a very angry person who's like unjust and too woke and annoying. I don't know.
Come on, flex it.
I want them real thick and juicy. So find that juicy double. Mix a lot's in trouble. Maybe want a piece of that bubble. So I'm looking at.
I don't know. Things are happening in the world, and I like it. Commenters likes your economics.
I don't have
I
investment.
saw this one. Not this one, but I did see Ice Coffee Hour has been posting a lot of the clips from our conversation on TikTok, and honestly, I love going into the comments to see. And there's hella people out here. Who are just like, this guy's, I hate this guy, but like honestly, he's kind of based here. I haven't seen this one yet, but I guess Austinox archived it. I just liked it. But anyway, they kept pushing back their deadlines because the plans were leaked, so a couple hundred students showed up to show support. Hassan has invested into unions and labor action. Why would he want to invest in the greedy companies that put profits over people? I truly don't get so many commenters dislike Hassan. Lol, he's a multimillionaire who works for Amazon. Relax. And yet he has a lot of integrity. Practice what he preaches. You can't respect that. Sounds like cope. Integrity, lol, what? Yeah, these guys have no understanding of what I preach or what I practice. They just fucking angrily yell.
Why? I know everybody always.
Yeah, because that seems silly to me to not want to invest in a country that's given you so much opportunity as well.
Because I love the positive way in which they cover investments. There is no moral duty to invest. You just either invest because you want your capital to accumulate and work for you, or you don't. That's it. D fans are trying to make the obsessed label a badge of honor. It's hilariously pathetic. That's so weird. Yeah, one of them actually literally in public was screaming at me at the Israel protest. You guys didn't see it because it was off camera. like a dude, literally, when I was on my way downstairs to grab some fucking pizza for the protesters that I bought, there was a dude who was like, Hasan, I hate you. Like, his voice was breaking with how much he was screaming. And then he was like, I hate you. I love Destiny. I was just like, damn, bro. Like, that is an incredibly sad way to fucking live your life. You know what I mean? That's crazy. He's just like standing outside with the Zionist counter protesters. He's just like made up his mind that I'm like a lover of terrorism. And he's just sitting there with like the 70-year-old dudes fucking trying to shit on college students. Nah, please say you're making that up. Nope. I wish I was. You know who was there? He might not have even heard it, but the tall one, Zachary, he was there with me while we were walking. He's so obsessed. Yeah, I saw that he was like, it's so fucking dumb. Why does he think this is a good own? Like, why does he think he just keeps saying, like, if I pay part of their college tuition sounds like one of the most empty statements ever. Did he make $50,000 or $20,000? And it's such a weird fucking thing to like try and do propaganda against, because like there are a shit ton of people like this out there who have made some money, and I didn't ask them to say anything. They're the ones who came up to me. This is the dude who came up to me at the fucking protest. It's not like I was like, oh yeah, lie and say that I paid your fucking tuition with my with your channel or something. He came up to me randomly. I responded. Somebody basically fucking somebody put it on LSF. Dexerto posted it. They're just mad that like things organically happen. It's not something I talk about or promote all that much. You know what I mean? It's just very weird to be this fucking obsessed. And of course, when you're this obsessed, other people are going to come out and be like, yeah, dude, you're fucking stupid. I'm making a lot of money this way as well. So yeah, HasanAbi Industries. I did exactly the same thing as Daily Dose of HasanAbi. I paid for a year upfront, zero debt, and I have left university to pursue editing as a career. Hasan the Hun has changed my life. And I don't know why, like, this dude, I guess, just doesn't fucking understand. I forgot to add, I injured my knee in January and my insurance didn't pay for anything, so all my medical bills were paid for with the Clip channel. Like, it's just hyper obsessed. It just comes across as, like, very obsessed, which it is. Yeah, I posted it again. I said, fuck copyright last night. They're not mad about things happening or that this is dishonest. They're mad because it's you, and they're going to find a way to vilify you in public. Yeah, but when your brain is so broken with like fuck Hasan hatred, and I wonder if there's like people in Destiny's community that recognize that, like, hey man, maybe these aren't my fucking grudges. Like maybe this is the guy who I'm watching, who I've developed a parasocial relationship with, who has like this very weird vendetta and very weird, very public grudge. Maybe I shouldn't feel this fucking angry towards this guy. Cause it's like, dude, are you okay? Like, why are you trying to fucking, I don't get it. Like, how is this a thing that you're mad about? You just come across like a fucking unhinged hater. Anyway, his community mostly just thinks he was a lolcow. I know, but what a lot of these people don't understand, and many people don't understand this, is that when we're inside of a hug box, when we're inside of an echo chamber, when we're inside of like these super sheltered communities, you'll end up unironically coming across like a fucking weirdo when most people will look at this and go, this is objectively a nice thing. Do you understand? Like, the fact that you know what a lolcow is, for the record, already gives you, like, it already gives up the game. Like, I know what it is because I'm a brain broken loser. You know what I mean? Do you think the average person knows what a fucking lolcow is? Do you think that this passes the bus driver test? It doesn't. Hey, excuse me, Mr. Bus Driver, sir. There's a content creator out there who raises a lot of money for like charities, raises a lot of money for a cause that he believes in, raises a lot of money for fucking labor unions and stuff. And I actually despise him. And we get together online every night, a bunch of our friends. We watch him so we can clip some of the stuff that he says out of context and then vilify him. And that's how we make fun. What do we get out of it? Well, there's a thing called karma. So there's a website, it's like a forum where I go and post these clips, and then all of these other people who also pathetically are obsessed with like everything this guy does Well, we all get excited at the prospect of him looking bad. Obviously, sometimes it's a swing and a miss, like when the broader public looks at the situation and goes, yeah, I don't know what the fuck you're talking about. This dude owns. And then we look kind of sweaty and loserfied. But he streams for 10 hours a day. Inevitably, we'll catch him again, slipping, catch him again, saying something that we can cut to deliberately massage the narrative, once again, that he's actually a bad guy. So that's what we do. Go ahead. Explain that to a fucking bus driver. Explain that to any normal person, that you're doing this because you get a sense of community and you get some karma on a website. Do you make money off of that? Absolutely not. Doesn't even matter. No, you're doing it for free. Do you get it? I hope this like shakes some people out of the stupor that they're in, because it's very weird. It's a very weird thing to do. You were see, like this guy's from that community, and he's like, I think of you as a lol cow, and so do many others. You were calling for the assassination of a U.S. senator? Go ahead. Explain that as well. Explain that to another bus driver. Hey, so you know how Shinzo Abe was killed by a Fallout 3 style gun? One funny thing that a lot of edgy people online like to do is post the gun, post the schematics of the gun that killed in the most successful political assassination of all time, as a matter of fact, or at least in our generation, Shinzo Abe. Why did he do that? Why did this political commentator do that? Oh, that's right. The guy was actually calling to fucking assassinate protesters. Assassinate student protesters that are anti-genocide. Oh, our community also loves saying slurs, by the way. We're very edgy. We love a fucking pedophile Nazi who lost his entire career because he was way too pedophilic and way too Nazi, so that Adult Swim literally dropped him. But hey, this other guy actually, he posted a Fallout meme gun, so we're going to cry about it for hours and hours. Also, my favorite content creator loves saying the N-word all the time. Says it publicly, broad daylight, regularly. And then we get really mad when this guy that we hate in the fucking community says cracker. We get him banned off the platform, despite the fact that we all unify around, being able to say slurs as white guys. Go ahead. You understand that, like, when people put it into terms like this, you come across like a fucking insane person, right? It's like, I'm insane just for knowing about it. Yeah, look in the DGG group chat. I'm sure they got a good fucking response for you, and then you can copy and paste it in here. Anyway, it was like a very weird thing, and this is a very weird thing. It's just like obsessed. It's pathetic, and I'm telling you right now, you would unironically be a happier person if you didn't do that. One day, one day. Does that more not understand by definition clip chimps ignore context? Yes. Yeah. Oh, also, turns out, remember that guy that we were just talking about? Nice job on, here's what he said after Piers Morgan. I didn't even know that he had this take, but it turns out he said, nice job on Piers Morgan. The slow motion car crash of your career is great content. It was pretty successful. You are literally what I'm talking about, brother. You are divorced from reality. Like, you know how, like, this should be a moment of self-reflection. This should be a moment where you take a deep breath, right? Take a deep breath and go, wait a minute. I felt this way, and very strongly so, because someone motivated me to feel this way, right? Someone in the community that I participate in made me feel a certain way, and it was able to literally warp your perspective so dramatically. Like, think about how that was received by the broader public versus think about how that was received by you and others in the community that you're in. Doesn't that spell trouble for you, that you are that far removed? Like, you are that far removed from the way normal people receive a type of information versus the way you feel, There's a catastrophe going on with 32-year-old IT support agents who want to use slurs due to that debate being successful and viewership being up. Yeah. Anyway, all I see is someone rotting in their room all day. Me? Bitch, you think I'm rotting? You think I'm rotting? I'm outside every fucking day, son. I'm working out. I'm getting sunlight every goddamn day. Whew. Anyway, my brain is rotted, though, for sure. That part is definitely real. I sometimes think about the day that I became an anti-Hassan guy and what kind of monster I become. Clearly, it has to happen eventually. You can't stay HasanAbi head forever, apparently, lol. It will happen. It happens to a lot of people. It will inevitably happen. I'll probably ban you, and you'll get mad. or one of my mods will ban you for being weird and you won't understand the context. It depends on how much of a boomer you are too. Sometimes people become like permanent haters because Fossabot clapped them because they were writing like long ass fucking essays that they thought were well thought out. Anyway, but it's done. We're moving on. You just have to remember, like, it's okay to disagree with me on certain things. Obviously, there are some things that I will not accept or find appropriate, right? But it's okay and it's healthy to sometimes disagree with me on certain things. Okay? You just should not be an unhinged hater as a consequence of that disagreement. You know, it's not healthy to become a pathologically obsessed, hyper-fixated loser. It's not good for you. It will only hurt more up here. You know? What you do is not healthy. It's not. No, of course it's not. I think you could use a softer touch with rad lib shit, but like, you're not going to kill people in a wheelchair, so who cares? Well, the reason why I don't have a softer touch with rad lib shit is because I think rad lib stuff every now and then will be used to drive wedges in solidarity, and it does oftentimes get weaponized either voluntarily or willingly or without people recognizing it. So that's the issue. You only reply to easy dunks and never valid criticism. Look at my last message. No, I'm not going to reply to you because at the top of the hour there's a 3-minute ad break and you want to fucking get me to click on your profile. I haven't even seen your message and I know already, because I know you. I know all of you. Trying to desperately get me to click on your profile, so the message box opens up and I see that you were like spamming some message to try to get me to read it, to tell you that at the top of the hour there's a 3-minute ad break, which there is, by the way. And if you no longer want to see those ads, all you need to do is subscribe for $5 or for free with a Twitch Prime. Yeah, put your fucking hands up, dude. You're arrested. Don't come at me like that. Anyway, here's the 3-minute ad break now. What's your take on the idea that Zoomers are protesting Zionism because they're not sex havers?
Final.
Why does Scott Galloway think about 18-year-olds fucking so much? That's weird.
I think there's something bigger going on, Michael. I think that you have young people who are enraged by the lack of opportunity that they're presented with. I think that protesting is kind of the new, if you will, sex. Young people aren't having as much sex. I know how ridiculous that sounds, but
he's like, yeah, they won't fuck me. It's really weird. Back in the day, I used to clean up with the TAs and the research assistants. Nowadays, they won't fucking suck me. And it's really messed up. I'm the real victim, as always. Let me tell you guys, Scott Galloway, am the real victim. He's like, the young people aren't having sex as much. I can attest to that personally. Yeah. Oh my God. Oh my God. Look at the hosts. I didn't even notice. Look at the CNN. Look at the CNN commentator's face when he says that. Wait, what?
Something bigger going on, Michael. I think that you have young people who are enraged by the lack of opportunity that they're presented with. I think.
Okay, never mind. His face is just kind of like that, it seems.
Testing is kind of the new, if you will, sex. Young people aren't having as much sex. I know how ridiculous that sounds, but for the species to survive.
Oh my God. No, that's just his resting face. Oh my God, he has resting psycho killer face. What the hell is going on? He's literally like this. Remember when you guys asked me to smile more and I was like doing the, what's up? Let's talk about ethnic cleansing today. That's him. He's got the Kubrick stare version of that, that's Michael Smerkonish. I listen to him a lot. He brings up the lack of sex thing a little bit too much.
You have to have young people connecting in terms of romantic opportunities, and also for the species to survive, you get a dopa hit from gathering together and fighting off a perceived enemy. And I think they're erring on the latter, if you will. I think they're on the hunt for what I'd call a fake mortal enemy. And the reality is, if you type in to Google anti-Semitism and pick any century in the last 3,000 years, you're going to find multiple instances where the world decides that Jews are the mortal enemy. And then finally,
bro, Jews are not the mortal enemy. You have made up your mind that all of these people, by the way, this is the thing I never understand. I can't tell if someone who is dick riding Israel legitimately believes in their heart of hearts that this is pure anti-Semitism and nothing else. And I'm sure some of the Jewish chatters can speak to this. I cannot tell if they are cynically saying this. Like Jonathan Greenblatt, I think, is cynically saying it, right? The Apartheid Defense League, I think he's a piece of shit. I think he's cynically saying it. And sometimes I talk to a lot of Christian Zionists cynically saying it. They're anti-Semitic. They don't give a shit. They're like actually anti-Semitic. They don't give a fuck about Jews. They just think that like this is a fun way to, or like a pretty successful way to say like, well, how could you say I'm anti-Semitic? I love Israel, which is where I want to send all the Jews to the desert. But there are, I think, some older Jews in America, like older Zionist Jews in America, who like legitimately, and younger Zionist Jews in America as well, that like legitimately think saying Israel is fucked up and an apartheid state is like anti-Semitic. Like the person that's talking to you is actually not operating on like the boundaries of consciousness and being like a good person and thinking, hey, maybe you shouldn't murder fucking 15,000 children. You know what I mean? Like, that's not what they're upset about. It must be anti-Semitism. It must be. And I can never tell if someone is like legitimately, genuinely that hysterical, okay? Or if they are just cynically saying it. Now, Scott Galloway, probably cynical, right? Like part cynical, part hysterical. I don't know. But it just weirds me the fuck out. I'm Jewish. The overarching idea amongst Jewish moderates appears to be that anti-Semites latch on to anti-Israel demonstrations. Yeah, of course, but that does happen. Yes, opportunists always try to fucking take advantage. The problem is the pro-Israel brigade literally is giving massive dubs to the fucking fascists. It makes me so mad by unironically operating in the most unhinged ways possible by saying like, no, these 18-year-olds who are like saying very openly and very clearly that, you know, you shouldn't do baby murder, like relentless baby murder and slaughter is unacceptable. Especially when those protests are like also led by Jewish students themselves. Like most people are not smart enough to fucking unmarry and decouple Israel from Judaism when every fucking Israeli organ of propaganda is saying, no, we're doing this for the Jews. We're doing this for the Jews. We're doing this for Judaism. And everyone against us is anti-Semitic. They are unironically, making a lot of dumbasses fucking become like straight up anti-Semitic. It makes me so mad. I hate it. That's the problem. Some heckler at our encampment yesterday tried yelling, I'm Jewish during a speech, and the speaker just yelled back, me too. And the heckler shut up. It was pretty funny. Yeah. At least he shut up. Anti-Semites cling on to the pro-Palestine side just to spread hate and widely do not represent the cause, while anti-Semites are quite literally welcomed with open arms on the pro-Israel side. This is also a very important distinction as well. Yeah. Like, the Zionist side literally will just be like, listen, I don't give a fuck what you believe as long as you think Israel is awesome and needs to be Jewish and needs to exist in the way that it does. You can literally be a fucking Hitler supporter like John Hagee, and we will welcome you with open arms at the fucking pro-State Department protest. It's crazy, man. It's so fucking crazy. Elon Musk literally said straight up, Elon Musk literally said Jews are like demographically trying to ruin the Western supremacist nations and culture by doing unrestricted immigration. That in German is verbatim what Hitler said and what Hitler thought and very successfully propagandized on. Verbatim. That's not like, I'm not exaggerating. The notion that Jews are trying to change American demographics by doing unrestricted open borders, by bringing black and brown people to this country is literally fascist propaganda. A lot of Republicans say this too, but they at least don't like tie it back to the Jews directly. They'll just say George Soros. They'll just say, you know, someone is doing it. They're doing it. The Democrats are doing it, right? Like, it's still fascist propaganda regardless. Elon Musk said that is exactly right to a dude expressing the sentiment on his fucking website. Yeah, they'll say the globalists are doing it. Anyway, whatever. And then what did Elon do? He went to the fucking Holocaust Museum and was like, yeah, we're good. I love Israel. I'm going to go to Israel. I'm going to look at the fucking baby cribs and say like, wow, Hamas bad. So then it's fine. Now it's fine. Jonathan Greenblatt thinks it's okay. because he's pro-Israel, so he cannot be anti-Semitic. Anyway.
And I know this sounds paranoid, but it doesn't mean I'm wrong. The frame through which they view the world is oftentimes or predominantly TikTok. And on TikTok, Michael, there are 52 pro-Hamas videos for every one pro-Israel video.
Yeah, dude. For sure. For sure. Yeah, so much pro-Hamas videos popping on TikTok, dude.
So the frame through which they see the world is, in my opinion, being influenced to sow division and chaos within America and divide young from old.
Yeah. Yeah, he's saying they are trying to do chaos and divide America, young from old, so the youngs won't fuck me, an old guy, okay? NYU professor says Hamas-loving students need to have more sex.
People aren't having enough sex, and so they go on the hunt for fake threats. And the most popular threat throughout history, type into Google anti-Semitism and pick your century, and you're going to find it. A Jewish girl on her way to get a manicure is not your mortal enemy. Stop it, for God's sake.
Wow, what a line, dude. What a bar. A Jewish girl on her way to get a manicure is not your mortal enemy. Yeah, no shit, dumb fuck. Let me ascribe a position to my interlocutors that they do not have so that this is more beneficial for me. Let me dunk on a straw position that I totally made up and then yell about that. Is there a single fucking person that will do a decent enough job defending the Palestinian side here? Or is it just going to be Don Lemon? That's another thing that I have noticed a lot, as a matter of fact. I have noticed something that I find very interesting. I think that the way that the Israel defense and State Department propaganda works is definitely being realigned on the same boundaries of white supremacy. Not that, like, obviously, like, Israel isn't a white country by American standards, right? But I do think that a lot of this stuff revolves on the same, like, is basically on the same exact boundaries, same exact political and social boundaries of white supremacy. So you do see many pro-Israel supporters and those who are unconditionally in support of Israel saying stuff like, I hate Black Lives Matter, and this is what I hate even more, right? And I think that another consequence of that is that there is negative polarization from black and brown people that are like, yeah, I know what this is. I know what's going on. Like, you rarely, if you see someone who is black or brown and they are defending Israel, unless they're like, you know, I'm not talking about like Jews from the MENA region or anything like that. I'm talking like a Latino person or a black person. Like, oftentimes they're paid for it. Even if you see black people who are conservative otherwise, like that girl Esther on the panel that I was on, she was literally fucking pro-Palestine. What is this? Oh, no. Israel killed a Revolutionary Guards operative in Iran. Oh, no. A correspondent of Iran International reported that Israel killed in Tehran an operative of the Revolutionary Guards who was involved in harming Jews in Germany. Wait, what? Harming Jews in Germany? Bro, if Israel wants to stop Germans from harming Jews, they need to, like, start fucking changing their target. It's the goddamn German police department. This is untrue because I opened up Grindr in the Yale and Cami yesterday, and the amount of people it showed in a 1,000 feet distance was off the charts. Wait, what? Is it fair to compare Israel and America to Japan and Nazi Germany? Yeah, I mean, I think so. I definitely believe so. I think Israel is infinitely closer to Nazi Germany than Hamas is. It's not even a question. One is a machine of death and destruction. The other is like an ascetic resistance against said machine of death and destruction. Zionism is a fascist ideology. Yeah, I saw this yesterday. I know, this is pretty crazy. All right, we'll do it. We'll cover all this as well. The target of the violence is immaterial at that point. Yeah, it's just student protests have now spread to Japan, and there's currently a big one in Tokyo. Yeah, I saw it. There's an encampment at Rutgers that's also started. I won't talk about challenges right now. Where is it? Oh, here's a Felix take. I know I keep talking about it, but it's insane to me that Robert Kraft thinks he could just talk about anti-Semitism at college. Like, we didn't all find out he was getting cranked off by trafficked women. Obviously morally bad, but also just so low rent. You have $11 billion. If you have $11 billion and need to go to $39 jerk-off stations, I look at you like you're a dog in heat. You're far too horny. You probably rub your cock on the rug in between meetings. Yeah. Remember when Robert Kraft did that? It is, I mean, something that I brought up before, but it is kind of wild. It never isn't wild. It's just like, you did not have to do that at all. You know, why does no one ask who's funding the counter protesters? Well, it's because, what do you mean? One, they're funding themselves because it's all fucking dudes with disposable income because they're 65 fucking years old. Okay. And two, there is a shit ton of organizing groups that organize on the boundaries of Judaism, even though they are literally just Israel defense squads. Like, this is a common thread that I have seen from talking to a lot of Jewish students who are anti-Zionist, both at the UCLA encampment and everywhere else, as a matter of fact. Jewish anti-Zionists in this community, no matter where they are, have one consistent fucking statement. On college campuses, when they are looking for a sense of community, Hillel and many other organizations literally operate as like a vehicle for pro-Israeli propaganda. It is wild. It's gross. I think it's disgusting that they do that. I think it's unacceptable that they do that. Yeah. Dude, who is buying these tents? The enormous modular LED screen is organic, though. Yeah. I mean, they raised like 60 grand or something, or like 90 grand in like a matter of 24 hours on GoFundMe to fucking prop this shit up. And they brought Jonathan Greenblatt over. The Zionist counter-protesters are very organized. They have a shit ton. They have a shit ton of money. They have a shit ton of experience in propping up counter protests like this. Like, they're always going to be ready for the moment like this. This is very true. The same group goes for groups like Chabad, who are very active in academia. Exactly.
That we will create the conditions for peace. And thankfully, we have.
Please be respectful of our space.
You're wearing a fucking genocidal icon on your chest.
Be respectful of our space.
Just take off your IDF death tags, brother. Take off your IDF fucking death tags. You're advocating for baby murder. Take that shit off. There's only one person.
The IDF dog tag should be seen as a symbol of baby murder. It should invoke a reaction that is way more visceral than wearing a fucking Hamas headband. But of course, we do not live in that world. We live in a world where obviously non-state actors are always going to be vilified extra hard, and state actors are going to be seen as totally just and totally merciful and totally permissible. Okay? You say Hamas kills babies too. You're not wrong. Okay, on October 7, Hamas absolutely, and the Palestinian resistance groups absolutely did kill children. I've talked about this. 36 of them to be exact, under the age of 18. But it is a laughable comparison to make. If we're talking about like who kills babies, they've killed 36 children under the age of 18. Israel has killed 15,000. The IDF has killed 15,000 children that we know of. And many more are orphaned as a consequence of the relentless bombing campaign. It's ridiculous. It's fucking ridiculous. It's not even a question. It's the same as it is literally the same as, if not worse, than wearing an Al-Qassam Brigade headband. But the problem is, even if you wear a fucking headband at all, any headband at all that has Arabic lettering on it, everybody goes, oh, dude, you're a terrorist. How many 9/11s have the IDF done to Gaza now? I don't even fucking know. I don't know how to do the 9/11 math on that. So that is what my frustrations are with this conversation. People constantly relying on the overarching attitude that others have in public towards non-state actors participating in unjustifiable acts of violence versus state actors participating in unjustifiable acts of violence. You know, literally the McDonald's headquarters had an item from Saudi Arabia and changed the Saudi flag on it for the same reason. I mean, the Saudi flag is also, you know, in my mind, the Saudi flag is also fucking... We get mad at the Israeli flag, but come on. It's not like Saudi Arabia doesn't have their fair share of genocides. I'm not even talking about fucking 9/11, which, you know, the Saudi kingdom or the family, the royals did facilitate and participate in. 17 of the 19 hijackers were Saudi nationals. That's not even what I'm talking about. I'm talking about Yemen.
He's killing hostages. It's Netanyahu. Netanyahu is bombing hostages right now. Netanyahu is starving the hostages. What are you talking about? The line is there. You're on this side of the line.
You stop yelling.
No, fuck off. Fuck off. I don't respect you. You're pro-genocide. Do you? You do? Tell me.
Jamal Shalom, then we will create the conditions for peace. And thankfully, we have you. We have all.
Of course, Hasan cares more about Yemen than Americans. Well, one's a genocide. The other one is 9/11. You know what I mean? Like, yeah, 3,000 Americans dying. 3,000 Americans being murdered by fucking Saudi hijackers is like pretty fucked up, pretty bad, as you guys know. But then you have, on the other hand, like 200,000. And it's like, okay, well, sorry, I do care about like active genocide a little bit more than like one act of terror, which we totally brought upon ourselves, as you guys know, which is what I was saying when I said America deserved 9/11, which, you know, everybody fucking got real mad about for some reason. My Twitter replies are absolutely insane right now. I don't know how you deal with this regularly. I'm brain broken, and I don't care. Also, I deleted Twitter from my phone, so I never see it. And also, I understand that there is true hatred and anger in the hearts of those who go out of their way to defend the unconscionable actions of the Israeli apartheid regime that is currently doing a genocide. So I know that it's like, it's not their ideology that is motivating them to say things like this. It is actually the deep pain that they have in their hearts. Like they are spiritually unwell. Those who defend Israel after tens of thousands of babies were ruthlessly fucking murdered by Israel are actually spiritually ill. They are not happy people. They cannot be. You have so much fucking hatred in your heart. It just doesn't, there's no way. Not trying to be contentious, I completely agree with you. I'm curious what your source of those death count is. The Gazan Health Ministry is my source for the death counts, which is what the United States uses, the State Department uses, the Israeli government uses the death counts. They actually cross-reference it off of their own surveillance and population registry. Israel has a population registry for every single Palestinian living inside of the Gaza Strip. Israel knows exactly where every single Palestinian lives in the Gaza Strip. Israel is also doing 24/7 surveillance, so they have a way to cross-reference the Palestinian Gazan Health Ministry death numbers, and they do. And yet they still had the audacity to claim that the Hamas-run health ministry and their numbers are actually fake. Anyway, yeah, by the way, the 30 to 35,000 number is most likely an undercount as a consequence of the entire healthcare structure collapsing under Israel's siege on almost every single fucking hospital, barely leaving any hospital that's not in fucking rubble, sieging every single hospital in the Gaza Strip, and forcibly kicking out as many doctors as possible, like pushing them to the brink of destruction and collapse, and killing doctors as well, killing medical professionals, shooting ambulances and whatnot. So obviously the numbers are pretty hard to keep track of, especially at this point. White House on-campus protests over Gaza war, up to colleges and universities to decide on police presence. Nice, dude. You're not going to say that it's fucked up to sick the rabid dogs of the state on student protesters? That's pretty cool. Thank you. Anyway, we'll talk about like the counter protest and how ridiculous that shit was. But yeah, Scott Galloway has some really interesting opinions. It's because students aren't fucking. That's why they're like really angry at the genocidal state of Israel. Yeah, that's what it is. That must be what it is.
To your point before, it has become, it's become the thing to do. It's a fad. Some of the kids are out there and they don't know what they're protesting about.
Oh, thanks, Don Lemon. Shut the fuck up. What do you know? You don't know anything. You don't know anything. The fuck do you know? All you know is being a fucking careerist, okay? These kids don't know what they're protesting. Brother, it is pretty fucking black and white morally, okay? This is an issue that is not complex. This is an issue that is only complex to those who want to. Okay. Imagine making fun of student protesters who are demonstrating the courage and the moral decency. Why are we taking the side of the people that attacked and raped women on October 7? Why do you feel the need to consistently bring up October 7 over and over again when a million October 7s have happened since October 7 on the Palestinian population? Do you feel like there's a little bias inside of you? There's a little fucking cognitive dissonance inside of your brain. You still have a crumb of consciousness. You have a conscience. Everyone does, right? Everyone does. And inside of you, there's a little voice that says, what if Israel is in the wrong? Oh my God, I don't want to think about that, which is why I have to somehow go back to October 7 to be like, no, everything Israel's doing is actually morally righteous and just. That's why you're doing it. Lean into the side of you. Lean into the emotions that you feel when you see the harrowing pictures from Gaza, basically flattened by the Israeli occupying force. Okay? Instead of trying to immediately reflexively say, alıyorum. Hangi terminal ne uçağın ne? Okay. Chatter is doing this right now. Yeah, always. It is not a complex issue, and it wasn't a complex issue before October 7, and it's not a complex issue after October 7. It has never been complex. It's actually a pretty black and white, morally pretty black and white issue, and anyone who tries to say it's complex is only doing so because it literally doesn't fit in their own mental framework, okay? It doesn't. So I try to see the silver lining there. I try to see a positive in that, and I think that whenever people go, oh, it's a complex issue, I try to urge them to lean into why they think it's complex, because it's not actually complex at all. If roles were reversed, you would not have no issues with it at all. You would know exactly what it is. Baba kapıyı kapat ne olur. Because you have to understand. Yo kapatma orayı. Kapatma o kapıyı, kapatma. Here, I mean, Michael Brooks had a really good video on this, obviously. Rest in power, Michael Brooks. How can Democrats see this and not pivot into a more popular space? Because they are duty bound, okay? They are loyal servants of the State Department. That's why. What is this? Here.
Hi.
Hi.
So my first question, it says on your Twitter that you're Jewish. Am I getting this right?
No.
Is it the right Twitter?
On my Twitter bio, it says I'm Jewish?
No, but like in your tweets. I don't want to be wrong.
I have Jewish background. I'm just trying to think of...
Okay, so as someone with a Jewish background,
yes,
how do you feel about Bernie's plan for Israel, especially as someone concerned with foreign policy?
I love it. It's absolutely necessary. My Jewish values teach me to oppose apartheid.
Okay. Could you elaborate, please?
I mean, there really isn't that much to elaborate on. I mean, has anybody ever been not only to Israel but also to the? Have you been to? Have you been to the West Bank? Have you been to Gaza? Yeah. You went to Gaza.
I went to the border.
Oh, okay, but not to Gaza. Well, I know people who've gone to Gaza. You could definitely go to Gaza. So for me, my politics are built on a base of, economic justice and actually really like anti-racism, in some ways as distinct from some of this sort of woke stuff in a way. But when I was already, I grew up, I was pretty connected to left politics, so I always knew growing up about the travesty that was the human rights situation there. And I knew that people I admired, like Nelson Mandela said, South Africa is going to not be properly free until the Palestinians are free. In 2006, I believe, I read a piece by a guy named Tony Judt in the New York Review of Books, who was a really important Jewish scholar. And he just said, the argument was that, literally this is childish. The idea that you have an ethno-state or a religious state, if you're committed to any type of broad-based social, economic equity and civil society, it doesn't work. No matter how justified, right? Of course there's justification because of Jewish history for Israel. There's justification for Kurdistan because of Kurdish reality. There's justification for Pakistan. It's notable that Israel and Pakistan are both disasters. Israel not in the sense of, look, if you're a European Jewish background, you have a nice life there. If you're not, you are, even inside 67 borders, not a fully equal citizen. And the situation in the West Bank is I mean, it is literally Jim Crow-like, and Gaza is, I mean, it's just an atrocity. So that's not something that anybody could reasonably ask me to support. And I understand, you know, yeah, there's some actions from some Palestinian groups that, you know, we can condemn. In fact, those have not even really been in any way seriously in play since like 2003. And when we talk about, you know, look, and the apartheid word specifically is both used by people who were crucial in ending apartheid in South Africa, like Desmond Tutu or Ronnie Kasrils, who served as intelligence minister under Mbeki, who I've interviewed. And the other main people who use the apartheid word are Ehud Olmert and Ehud Barak. So it is what it is. And I don't support second-class citizenship and occupation and sieges for anybody, no matter who they are.
Are you not concerned about the binary between either condemning Israel entirely, being like also a stance that a lot of like very strong and notorious anti-Semitic people agree with, versus like, you know, seeing this as more of a complex issue where it is wrong what's going on, and there's also a...
It's cute. It's cute that she's like, you know, remember, this conversation is being had many, many years prior. So it's important for you to understand and acknowledge, like, this is not a conversation that's being had after October 7th. This is not a conversation that's being had on October 6th. This is a conversation from many, many years prior, before, like, I think very close to before Michael Jamal Brooks unfortunately passed away. I don't know exactly what year this is from, but I mean, it was uploaded March 9th. Oh, it's from Lafayette College, College on Thursday, February 27, 2020. This is like right before he passed away. Yeah. So I've brought this clip up many, many times over, and I think it's pretty instructive. What he's about to say right here is perhaps one of the best ways to talk about the at least the moral complexity of Israel. Okay? To those who say Israel is complex, like Israel's a complex issue, it's not. And you will understand why. Michael Jamal Brooks was on the Majority Report alongside Sam Cedar back in the day. He is he's always been a leftist. He wrote for Jacobin from time to time. He had a podcast with, ironically, Anna Kasparian on the Jacobin. He is was a good friend of mine and a wonderful leftist figure that was also just as obsessed with making a mockery of the IDW, the intellectual dark web, for those of you who do not know, and also simultaneously was a phenomenal voice in international, like American foreign policy, phenomenal voice in representing the interests of the United States of America, or I mean, covering and criticizing the interests of the United States of America. He's a great dude. Let's not bring up my impact on his show in particular, where I asked him about dry jacking. Okay? Let's not. You don't have to always bring that up whenever I'm talking about him. You don't have to always bring up what I said on his show. All right, let's continue.
Way to do this that Israel still exists and is supported?
So it's not a complex issue. That's the big thing. It's super simple. There's one group that has enormous power. It's the most powerful country in the Middle East. It's backed by the United States. It acts on another population of people with total impunity and is never held accountable for anything. So there's no symmetry in the relationship, period. And just as like a thought experiment, IDW people, if we know that if somehow a population of Jewish refugees ended up in West Bank and Gaza, and an Arabic government in Jerusalem and Tel Aviv had an open-air prison in what, you know, Jewish Gaza, which they bombed with white phosphorus, they killed civilians indiscriminately, and they had no provisions for medicine. They had an embargo that blocked food, that the electricity wasn't running, that there was an over 48% unemployment rate, life expectancy and malnutrition statistics were horrifying. One of the major policymakers in this hypothetical Arabic Palestinian state said, we need to put those Jews on a diet. In the West Bank, there was another Jewish area where there was a little bit more autonomy, but there was regular Arabic settlements where they pulled up the Jewish farmers' foods, they terrorized them with rocks, the security forces broke children's bones, and they couldn't drive on their own roads. We'd all have no problem understanding what that was. So there's nothing complex about it. The second part of your question, it's a pure asymmetry relationship. And the question is rights or not. So that's it. It's not complicated. The second part of your question, at this point, there's always going to be crackpots who are anti-Semitic who condemn Israel. That's not what drives the movement, particularly in the United States. If you work around most people who are concerned with this issue, it's actually populated with a lot of Jewish people. The real question we have to ask is, why is it that AIPAC is hosting an information minister for Slobodan Milosevic? Why is it that there's relationships between the Israeli government and far-right parties in Europe? Why is it that Benjamin Netanyahu's son is posting borderline alt-right memes? Why is it that Israel is an alt-right state, even though it is from the descendants of the victims of one of the greatest crimes in history? That's a serious question, and that's inseparable from the racism of the project, which goes back to the first part that we have to solve. But thank you. Shalom.
Anyway. Yeah, he did cook. I mean, but it's like, he didn't just like, I don't know how to describe it. It's just like putting an issue into very simple terms, you know, because it is very simple. It is not complex. It's only complex to those who don't understand it, and many have been conditioned into seeing only one side of the issue. And it's only complex to those who do understand it and try to desperately reframe it and shelter their own conscience from feeling like they are on the wrong side. That's it. People only say that it is complex either because they've only seen it through like an incredibly filtered lens of like relentless pro-Israel propaganda, or they see it as complex because they have seen both sides and cannot reckon with what they are defending. So they look for a way to justify Israel's abhorrent actions. Distorted lens rather than filtered and distorted. The only way you see this as a complex issue is if you just don't, you can believe in a number of different things, sometimes both, sometimes all of the above. You don't believe that Palestinians are human beings. You dehumanize Arabs and you dehumanize Muslims in particular. Or you, I don't know. I mean, that's the major role here. That's it. Like, they are scary and need to be met with an unimaginable amount of force. That's usually what it is. You either believe that or you believe might is right. And Israel has the capacity to destroy Palestinian lives and is, you know, doing what it needs to do. Did that October 7 chatter change his mind? I don't remember what his username was. Or did he just say October 7 and just like leave the chat? What was it? DanFan69? Yeah. Okay. Well, he's like, all right, we live to fight another day in his mind. He's like, I'm not going to listen to anything you have to say. People see Palestine's retaliations as brutal and not actually trying to free their people. They think resistance has to be perfect. Yeah. They do not see the actions of the Palestinian militancy as like desperate attempts at reminding Israel that they are human, that they are there, that they cannot be pushed into a corner any further. They see it as people who are motivated simply by Jew hatred. That's it. And if you feel that way and you dehumanize them over and over again, all of a sudden, like, what demands could they have? Their demands are just killing every Jew, not just even in Israel, just all across the board, killing Jewish people everywhere. As an outsider, it's hard to tell which information is true or not. Everything seems like propaganda. You need to you need to understand, propaganda simply just means communicating a message that is, you know, one-sided. It's all propaganda. Everything is propaganda. What I'm doing is also propaganda. Now, the difference is you can make truthful propaganda that is agitative in nature, or you can lie. Many people just assume that propaganda is a lie no matter what, and that's fine. That's why I don't usually choose to you know, fight that fight and be like, no, propaganda doesn't always mean lies or whatever. It doesn't really matter. But yes, I will always tell you, many others will lie to you and say that they do not have a dog in this fight. They do not have a biased perspective. I am very honest, maybe to a fault. I feel like those who claim that they're neutral on any issue are lying to you. They want to have the higher ground. So they just claim that they're neutral. So you listen to what they have to say and take it for granted as though they are being objective. They're not. I tell you what my bias is. I think that a grave wrong has been committed in the inception of the Israeli state. Okay? Hansi watches cute boot confirmed. I don't know what the fuck that is. Anyway, what is this? My basic model of student protests is that in general, students don't know shit about what they're protesting against. They do it because it's cool, makes them feel like they're part of something important and want to be with their friends. This is probably right. Most people don't form political opinions through deep examination of the issues or reasoning from first principles. It's more like picking some particular fashion label or a way of dressing, especially for younger people who face more peer pressure. That's, yeah, dude, totally. They're just opportunists. All these students just want to fucking be cool. Yeah, well, guess what, dude? Sucks that Israel can't remain cool among the hearts of the youth. If that's how silly your analysis is, and you refuse to reckon, even if not every single fucking student is like running around and can immediately off top dome give you the exact fucking UN charter violations that Israel is committing on a fucking daily basis, you are supposed to be more educated. Why are you so cowardly? Why can you not do the fucking reading? You are supposed to be the educated guy. I'm an educated dude on this issue. I have this perspective because I have, your audio is like buzzing. There's noise every time you speak. Yeah, it's because there's landscapers. The thing is, you can shit on students all day, every day, even though they are on the right side of history on this issue. But it is up to you as an educated political commentator to do the reading. So if you've done the reading and you found yourself in a bind where you have to offer support to a state doing unconscionable things, you just basically you just deflect away from actually addressing the issue at hand, and you yell at students, and you rely on the memes, you rely on the meta, you do meta commentary on the protests and how silly they are, because it's children that are doing the protests. Fucking address the matter at hand then. You're a political commentator, aren't you? It's very, very stupid and very cowardly. These people are cowards. They can't address it. They can't tackle it head on because they know their position is not only unpopular, but also morally abhorrent. So they just fucking cling on to random shit and try to tackle the aesthetics as best as they can. It's very, very, very cowardly, trying to redirect the conversation. And it makes it harder when the students actually show messaging discipline and consistently communicate what the problem is. And they do it through the most knowledgeable vectors within their ranks. They use media liaisons. They use people who are very knowledgeable to represent the broader group's opinion on the matter. And that really frustrates the media because the media wants to clown on these students. The media wants to fucking make these students look foolish. They want to make them look like the protests are trendy. They want to make the protests look like they are anti-Semitic. So when they can't do that, they still argue against that position anyway. And they do everything in their power to basically turn around and act like at the top of the hour there isn't a 3-minute ad break when there is one. Now we're going to move on to the protesters in Israel before we get back to the college campus mania that is going on. Okay? But the real mania is thinking that you won't see a 3-minute ad break at the top of the hour, because you will unless you are subscribed for $5 or for free with a Twitch Prime by connecting your Amazon Prime account to your Twitch account, where you get one free Prime subscription a month. Use it on your favorite broadcaster. Hopefully that's me. Here's the 3-minute ad break now.
Today, President Biden spoke by phone to Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu, warning once again about a new Israeli assault on the city of Rafah in Gaza. Also today, Secretary of State Antony Blinken left Washington for his latest trip to the region. Blinken is expected into Israel Tuesday. It will be his 7th visit since the war began in October. CBS's Deborah Pata is in East Jerusalem tonight with the very latest. Deborah.
Good evening. There is a flurry of diplomatic activity in this region this week in a last-ditch effort to revive ceasefire talks and secure a hostage deal ahead of a possible ground offensive in the southern Gaza city of Rafah.
The pressure is mounting on Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu. Anger over the government's failure to bring their loved ones home has spilled onto the streets as demonstrators have stepped up their protests, which more than once have ended in scuffles with police. Prioritizing a hostage deal over the Rafah offensive has exposed cracks in Netanyahu's coalition government. The release of the hostages is our first priority, said Foreign Minister Israel Katz, adding that would mean deferring an offensive in Rafah, where more than 1.4 million Palestinians are sheltering, a move vehemently opposed by Israel's more hawkish right-wing faction. With the threat of a full-scale offensive hanging over Rafah, people here keep asking, where will they go? Much of Gaza lies in ruin. The destruction on such a scale, it is uninhabitable. And there is nowhere safe to run to. This little boy and his eldest sister are beside themselves with grief. They've already lost their mother. Now their father's been taken too. My brother is just 6 years old, Zain al-Raith screams. He's an orphan. How do I raise him? The staggeringly high civilian death toll in Gaza has sparked nationwide protests at American universities, which have not gone unnoticed by students in Rafah, whose education came to an abrupt halt with the war. They no longer have walls to spray graffiti on.
Don't know how to feel about these protests. They essentially just want to pause in genocide. Am I misreading? I don't care. Good. Okay? Anything that causes internal division inside of Israel that fucks up their plans and has to force them to not fucking invade Rafah is good. It's not a bad thing at all. It's a good thing. I don't give a shit if, like, every single protester on the streets that is calling for Netanyahu's assassination even, because he has not facilitated a ceasefire negotiation with Hamas and gotten hostages out, wants to then turn around and bomb Gaza into oblivion. I don't care, okay? We'll cross that bridge when we get there. And for the record, like, even those who are directly in the line of sight recognize that reality as well. That's why when Hamas released a hostage video recently, we watched it 2 days ago, two of the hostages were in the obviously scripted hostage video that was released. They said, keep up the protests. We want to return home. The article has been going around on Zionist propaganda networks, and many of my Zionist friends have sent it to me. What is this? Message from a Gazan to campus protesters. You're hurting the Palestinian cause. This is the classic. Hello, I am Iranian. My people, please do not look at where I am actually joining from. It says Langley, Virginia, but I am actually Iranian. Please nuke Tehran. I want nothing more than my people to survive by nuclear apocalypse. Please. My people yearn for freedom. I am Iranian. It's the same shit. Marxism, the protests are way more than that. No. We're talking about the protests inside of Israel. Marxism, not the fucking student protests. Obviously, the student protests are about a permanent ceasefire, emancipation for the Palestinians, divestment from like the corporations that fund and facilitate Israel's apartheid regime and genocide. That's not what we're talking about. That chatter asked me a question about the protests happening inside of Israel. Protests happening inside of Israel against the Netanyahu government. And those protests are specifically conducted by Israelis who are both friends and family members of the hostages, and many others who find it ridiculous that the Netanyahu camp has done basically nothing to save the hostages and has done way more to kill them. Ugopnik, thank you for the raid. Hope you had a good stream, brother. Anyway, where the frick were we? Oh yeah, let's finish this up.
Instead,
by the way, you can see like what the people of Gaza actually believe. They are not quiet about how much they appreciate anyone and everyone in the Western world offering support to the Palestinian plight. This has always been the most consistent thing, the most consistent messaging you hear from Palestinians is, please do not let us die in quiet. Do not let our deaths be in vain. Do not allow Israel to continue ethnically cleansing us. Speak out. Speak out about it. Tell others, bring awareness to this, and try to do your very best to put an end to, what is this? Interview with the Gazan? Ugh, this is such a fucking idiotic, desperate attempt to cut propaganda, and I am not even remotely shocked that CNN would try to do this, okay? No, my microphone is not acting up. I just have landscapers outside, okay? Outside of my goddamn window. That's what it is. Pro-Palestinian student activists, many of whom are Jewish, pro-Palestinian student activists say their movement is anti-Zionist but not anti-Semitic. It is not a distinction that everyone buys. I love these things because it's like you just see in real time how they manufacture consent.
Showing their gratitude on the tents they now call home.
Also, can you guys not send me this on fucking Instagram and instead send me this as a YouTube video so I can actually watch it? I love you guys, but I'm sure this exists on YouTube as well, right? Like, that is a crazy thing to send. Here it is on Twitter. Oh, this is the guy. Hamza, Palestinian, peace advocate, and an accountant, and a fucking moron.
I'd like to think that what...
All right, anyway. Tweet from the same guy. Some people were fine with Hamas did on October 7, with Hamas kidnapping more than 2 million Gazans for years and using them as human shields and sources of funding, donations, and we're not upset because Hamas kidnapped more than 200 hostages, the majority of whom have been in Hamas custody for more than 200 days. Said nothing of the children Hamas killed during the war to loot aid, but we're furious because I published a paper and did an interview asking for more peaceful protests, no use of anti-Semitism, and stop glorifying Hamas. Thank you for the threats. I won't back down. Dude, I hope your check is clearing, dude. Okay? Fucking asshole. I like that they found one dude who can be like, I'm Palestinian. And I think that it's Israel are not the bad guys, but the good guys trying their very best. They got one, which is ironic because there are a shit ton more anti-Zionist Jews than there are Palestinians who will say unhinged dumbass shit like this. So that's why they get fucking so mad. Zionists hate more than anything, maybe with the same ferocity, the hatred that they have for Palestinians, they have for anti-Zionist Jews. They openly will be like, yeah, no, they are the Uncle Ruckus of Jews. Like, they will openly say that. They're like, they're bad Jews. They are actually not good Jews. They're capos. Like, all this unconscionable bullshit. There are 4 Palestinian dudes who are grifters, actually. Yeah, like that John Aziz guy is another one. And then the other one is the son of Hamas who loves Israel. The son of Hamas, what is it, like Ismail Hania's son or some shit? I love that guy. The son of Hamas guy, John Aziz, the Palestinian poet living in England, and then I guess this guy. I am son of Hamas. There's also a guy, Jihad Saftawi. He's really fucked up. Why can't people comprehend 2 things are bad at once? Israel's treatment of Palestinians is horrible. Hamas are also horrible for Palestine. Neither of those things contradict the idea of ceasefire and aid to the injured. The reason why people can't comprehend 2 bad things at once is not because they have like an unimaginable amount of anti-Semitism. It's because they see that one wrong is unimaginably worse than the other. Okay? That's why. It's like fucking getting mad at a dude who fucking who punches back, okay? While their entire family's being slaughtered. It's ridiculous. You cannot both sides of genocide. It is identical to looking at the Warsaw Ghetto Uprising led by Jewish resistance groups and saying, well, they brought it upon themselves. It only works if you legitimately believe, that Palestinians have to be dominated. Okay? That's it. That's why I fucking yell at people who try to both sides of genocide. There is no both sides, man. It's fucking ridiculous.
The students feel...
He's talking about the Israeli side? No, he's not. He's talking about why people don't offer, like, immediate and consistent condemnation of Hamas or any kind of Palestinian militancy on a regular fucking basis when shit like this is happening. it's so funny to think like you see cops violently brutalizing peaceful pro-Palestinian demonstrators in the Western world and go, yeah, there's both sides to this. It just happens to be that one side and their fucking cronies and those who defend that one side keep doing all of the fucking violence. Think about it, chatter. Think about it. On the one side, you got a fucking 17-year-old orphan, okay, with a goddamn bathtub sniper rifle defending his fucking remaining fraction of a homeland from one of the most well-oiled military machines on the fucking planet that has already killed his family members. Like, how the fuck do you look at that and go, oh man, well, both sides are in the wrong here. It's like being shot, but in the process of being shot, you punched back and going, why did you punch back? You wouldn't have been shot if you didn't punch back. Well, you shot me after. I mean, you shot me before I punched back.
Hands up for students.
Or was this police response during January 6th? Well, the police were the ones who were already doing January 6th, so it's kind of hard for them to respond to themselves, don't you think? You can ask that same question and be like, where was the police response at Uvalde? Well, once again, they were scared. They are not scared when someone is a peaceful student protesting against genocide. They love that. That's their favorite thing to do. Cracking fucking skulls in this situation is what the major role of the police is. Look at this fucking guy. You think this guy has ever saved anybody? The fuck out of here.
Let them go.
All right, we'll get back to this. Let's finish this off.
Aid groups have warned that an invasion of Rafah would worsen the already desperate humanitarian situation in Gaza, Jerika, where famine looms.
Deborah Pato reporting in East.
We strongly support Israel in its effort to ensure that what happened on October 7th never happens again.
When you said there's a lot that can happen in a year when talking about Biden's chances to win last year, I never expected him to get more and more unpopular with the youth. Yeah, I mean, I didn't think that he would be this fucking nutty and this disinterested in his own re-election chances.
But at the same time,
yeah, it's so generous. Thank you, Blinken.
We are determined to do everything we can to bring an end to the terrible human suffering that we're seeing every single day.
Yeah, the weekend donated another $2 million to the Gazan charities. I saw my fucking goat. Yeah, Abel is the king, dude. The weekend pledges $2 million to provide food for humanitarian support in Gaza. A legend. I'm also working with some people to see if I can get some celebrities who are willing and able to communicate their positions on Gaza and Palestinians. All these people protesting are lunatics and hippies. Have you seen them? They don't care about Palestine. They just want to be seen in a protest. They couldn't care less about Palestine. Those people won't win this for you. How much have you pledged? We as a community raised more than $1.3 million. I've given, I think, around like 75 grand personally in total. But, beyond that, I've attended protests. I've covered the Palestinian plight for more than 10 years very publicly, but on top of that, I've also attended the protests myself personally, helped the student protesters, interviewed the student protesters in general. Ironic because the hippies that you're talking about in the 60s were also morally in the right. The hippies, the terminology that you're using for, and it has done you good, right? No, it really hasn't. I have, I mean, not that like I am not a victim of this at all. Obviously, my personal experiences, getting death threats, being called up, being branded an anti-Semite regularly, losing out on the remaining marginal brand deals that I already had, and 10,000 members off of this community just fucking leaving, never to return. Well, they're slowly trickling back in now. Is nothing in comparison to what Palestinian children are experiencing on a fucking daily basis. But notice how you went from how much have you pledged to it has done you good. Actually, it doesn't. What would do me good is shutting the fuck up about this issue and maybe even chirping about the student protesters, which is what you want, right? You want to hear that. Now, not only do you want to hear that from me, you want to hear that from everyone else. However, you also probably have noticed that many content creators refuse to talk about this issue. Why do you think they refuse to talk about this issue? They don't talk about this issue because it is considered very polarizing, and they don't want to be offensive, and they also don't know any better. They don't want to fucking do the reading. They don't want to understand what the fuck's going on. Or even if they do, they very rarely talk about it because there are a lot of fucking freaks like you, okay, who come into their communities and start chirping at them. And I, obviously, am very capable of dealing with chirpers such as yourself. But many are not. They see that and they think you're like a normal person and not some fucking freak who is defending an apartheid, who's defending a genocidal regime. Now, the thing is, the protesters are not there for themselves, are there for Palestine, they're there for themselves is also a laughable fucking delusional thing to say, as we are currently looking at what is happening to these student protesters as a consequence of their brave decisions. They're doing something that is right. They're doing something that is righteous. They're doing something that is incredibly brave. Okay? They're putting their bodies on the line. You, on the other hand, have never done anything for someone else. So you can't comprehend another person protesting for children that are being ruthlessly slaughtered with our tax dollars thousands of fucking miles away. You can't comprehend it, so you project and you say, I'm selfish, I'm narcissistic, so others must be as well. So there must be a different motivation here. That's it. All you have done is demonstrate your selfishness here. That's it. They might think it's right, but it's not helpful. There you go. And now you've moved the goalpost. First you said they are doing this for selfish reasons. Now you're like, okay, well, even if they're not doing it for selfish reasons, it's not helpful. It absolutely is helpful. It absolutely is helpful. Even when you see, maybe not you in particular, but when others with like a shred of consciousness see 18-year-olds getting fucking cracked in the skull by a militant state for the crime of exercising their freedom of speech, for putting into practice what they learn in school about genocide being wrong, okay? Other people do also feel like maybe this situation is fucked up. So no, you're wrong. It is actually very helpful. But once again, it does not matter. They annoy people than they, what? They annoy more people than they let people think? Yeah, okay, dude. No, they annoy you because you don't give a shit. That's the problem, okay? You think everyone else is just as selfish and as stupid as you are in the face of so much death and destruction. You are the fucking dumbass peasant-brained idiot that says, no, it's fine that my fucking tax dollars go to weapons that Israel will deploy on top of a civilian population in an open-air prison instead of the fucking potholes in my community, instead of fixing the fucking education system in this goddamn country. You're fine with that. Many people are not, though. You are in the minority, okay? You are now in the margins. Have you seen the news outside your bubble? I have. You want to know something? Let me tell you. Let me show you news outside of my bubble, okay? Biden's disapproval rating. That's news outside of my fucking bubble, dumb fuck. The majority of Americans think that Biden's handling of Israel is unconscionable and abhorrent and awful. The majority of Americans disapprove of Biden's mishandling on the issue of Israel. So what's up with that? I never said anything about Israel-Palestine. I'm talking about the protesters. Those protesters are protesting what, dumb fuck? Once again, you're in here chirping and saying, oh, this is just in your bubble. Why are you saying this? It's because this is a desperate last-ditch attempt to make yourself feel like you're the normal one, okay? That's it. You are in the margins. There aren't as many people as you think that believe in the same things that you believe in. Okay? That's it. And when faced with the reality, the cold hard truth, you just keep moving the goalposts. You just shifted the attention to another talking point, to another talking point, to another talking point. There you go. Here's your bubble bursting, I guess. Beyond the moral abomination, dick riding Israel this hard is the Democratic Party's version of Republicans trying to further criminalize abortion. 71% of U.S. adults disapprove of Biden's handling of Israel-Palestine. 71%. And that number is 81% in our age demographic. 18 to 35, 81% of Americans in the age group 18 to 35 disapprove of Biden's handling of Israel. Wake up. You are the one who is in an echo chamber. You are the one who is deluded here. And these numbers are happening in spite of the dedicated, deliberate, careful, calculated media attempt to manufacture consent for Israel's unconscionable, abhorrent actions. Even then, people see the reality and say, enough is enough. It's not going to stop and it's not going to go away. And the more police resist to people demonstrating, exercising their First Amendment rights, saying no more genocide, you have to stop. Not in our name, not with our tax dollars. You cannot let Israel continue doing this. The more you fucking, the more people try, the more the state tries to desperately squash this kind of protest, the more that protest momentum will grow. Sharing a message from a friend in Gaza, the students of solidarity encampments everywhere. I'm from Palestine. Gaza loves you for what you guys did in the universities. Really, from my heart, I had goosebumps. Thank you for your support and for your voice. I really thank everyone. Protest to Palestine. You have no idea how this affects us and me. Palestinians are seeing it. That's the other side. Palestinians need awareness desperately. They understand that their situation can only change if enough Americans protest and increase pressure upon their government. Enough people in the Western world stop offering unconditional support to Israel. It's bullshit. But go ahead, keep chirping. Go ahead, keep chirping. Your voice may have been heard on October 8, 9, and 10th, but as we pass the 200th day of Israel's ethnic cleansing campaign, there are less and less people who are awful enough to openly say they still support this shit. Anyway, this might be somewhat substantive. If the protests were undirected and only had general demand for a ceasefire, their demands are also completely material and achievable. Divestment is possible and would be very consequential if implemented. Yes, this has never happened before. This level of support for Palestinians have never happened. Technically, Tim, thank you for the 50 community gifted subs. What is it, Pantani001? Is he still in the chat? Is he still chirping? Isn't Israel doing this for the past decades? What's going to change? Again, now you have given up on the other talking points. So now you're just saying, well, Israel's been doing this for quite some time. Well, guess what, dude? This time it's different. This time more people are aware of it. And you're also talking to a person who has been speaking on these issues very publicly for the past decade. Okay? There are decades where nothing happens, and then there are weeks where decades happen.
In Gaza, among children, women, men who've been caught in a terrible crossfire of Hamas's making. And so maximizing protection of civilians, maximizing the support that gets to them. This is very much our focus. Now, the quickest way to bring this to an end is to get to a ceasefire and the release of hostages. Hamas has before it a proposal that is extraordinarily generous on the part of Israel. And in this moment, the only thing standing between the people of Gaza and a ceasefire is Hamas. They have to decide, and they have to decide quickly. So we're looking to that, and I'm hopeful that they will make the right decision. We've said clearly, and for some time now, on Rafah, that in the absence of a plan to ensure that civilians will not be harmed, we can't support a major military operation in Rafah, and we have not yet seen a plan that gives us confidence that civilians can be effectively protected.
On Friday, Israeli Prime Minister...
Now let's get to some fun news, some good news, which may not actually occur, may not happen, but, you know, we'll cover it nonetheless. The ICC might be possibly, potentially, issuing some arrest warrants.
Benjamin Netanyahu said any decision by the International Criminal Court, which is investigating Hamas's October 7th attacks and Israel's military assault on Gaza, would not affect Israel's actions, but would set a dangerous precedent.
A dangerous precedent that war criminals could potentially be charged for their war crimes by the International Criminal Court that is set up specifically to do exactly that thing. Guys, this would be very dangerous if war criminals can't do war crimes because the War Criminal Court will actually prosecute them. That's pretty fucking dangerous, man. Yeah, dangerous for who? The fucking war criminals. Suck my dick.
We're going to break that down now with Doug Herbert, who joins me on set. Doug, just to start first, we have to explain that this is, at this point, just media speculation. There's no official confirmation from the ICC, but Israeli officials are acting as they are about to get some sort of warrant against them.
Yeah, well, first of all, it is, at this point, like you said, media speculation that is based on reports in various press outlets, including the New York Times, including the Israeli press. But there's also no reason to believe that these sources are just whistling in the wind. This is speculation based on people who are very close to the matter, very well informed, which lends credence to the fact, to the possibility, as you said, that the ICC, the International Criminal Court, is allowed to act. Now, first, the ICC must be distinguished from the ICJ, the International Court of Justice. The ICC is the only international permanent court that can pursue individuals, as opposed to countries, right? Actual individuals for things like genocide, charges of war crimes, charges of crimes against humanity. That's why any decision that it makes, its judges make, carry a very...
Who would carry out the arrest? How would this work? I mean, technically, the way it works is once this happens, once there's an arrest warrant, like there is one for Vladimir Putin right now, okay? Technically, the moment that you leave Russian soil for Vladimir Putin, you could get arrested. Obviously, you know, America would never follow through on it. The reason why I'm using Vladimir Putin as an example is because Vladimir Putin was brought up over the potential child kidnapping case in the ICC a while back due to the Russian invasion of Ukraine and also the subsequent actions that the Russian military has taken directed by Vladimir Putin. It could be Interpol. It could be like state actors in and of themselves who are following what you're supposed to do. Then isn't it useless? No, none of this is useless. Student protests would be useless as well. If you think this is useless, then we shouldn't do anything. We should just let Israel do whatever the fuck it wants. No, of course this is useful. If it's real, which I don't think it is, but if this is real, of course this is a major fucking move. Are you kidding me? It opens up another fucking pressure vector against Israel. It makes it infinitely more costly to unconditionally defend Israel. All of this is good. Anything that creates more pressure for Israel's unconscionable actions is a good thing, because then protests happen, because demands are made by the public. If it actually wasn't, if any of these things were, if all of these things were completely and utterly useless, then the American government wouldn't be sending fucking rabid dogs of the state to crack the skulls of student protesters. Okay? They wouldn't be trying to violently stop any kind of demonstration from happening. They know it's useful, and they fail in that sense as well, because when they do actually meet those protesters with violent means, they end up galvanizing them further.
Big moral burden, a moral weight, you could say a moral rebuke. And what the specific warrant would be based on, according to the sources, all speculation at this point, is that Israel is accused of preventing the delivery of humanitarian aid to Gaza, but also of being overly aggressive, overly zealous, and in its response to the October 7th terrorist attacks by Hamas against Israel. So those are the two main planks of the would-be arrest warrant, which some say they are poised to issue. But like you said, Netanyahu has already been, according to the same reports, for the past 10 days or so, he hasn't explicitly said this or talked about it, but really been very worried about the prospect that the court could issue these types of warrants. And to the extent that some of these reports suggest that Israel's decision-making is already being informed by the possibility of this warrant. That is, it's like Minority Report. The crime hasn't happened yet, but the actions of the would-be accused already reflect the possibility of that accusation coming down the line. So in other words, the Israeli leaders are reportedly already moderating or or making more moderate their actions based on the possibility of this, perhaps to mollify the judges. Remember, 3 judges on the panel of the ICC have to give their clearance in order for an arrest warrant to be issued. That has reportedly, that process, that phase has been complete, which is why there's a lot of speculation that it is imminent that some kind of warrant could come down the line, naming perhaps Netanyahu, naming his defense minister Yoav Gallant, and perhaps also the chief of the Israeli Defense Forces, Halevi.
Well, let's say that does happen. What impact would those warrants have concretely, particularly given the fact that the U.S. is reportedly not on board with this?
Concretely, there's going to be no immediate legal impact, exactly for the reasons you said. As long as the U.S. and some others, Israel and the U.S. are not members of this court, they do not recognize or do not feel bound by the decisions of this court. So as long as the U.S. has Israel's back on this, concretely, you can't expect much to come of it. But like I said already, there is that dimension of a moral rebuke. And already Israel has been coming under mounting scrutiny, mounting international pressure for what is perceived by many in the international community as an overzealous response to the Hamas attacks. A response, to be sure, that Israel has really fought back against. Israel has been really angry all along. I rate many of its officials, even more moderate ones. They feel like every 5 minutes they have to re-explain to the international community that Israel are the victims. They are not the aggressors here. They're the victims. They feel like they are being unfairly blamed for a response to a horrible terrorist attack that if any other country took the same actions, they would not come under the same scrutiny. But that said, they have been coming under that scrutiny. It's been mounting. And now you have the...
Bro, there are equivalents to Israel's actions, except they're in textbooks for the most part. Okay? The idea that like America did an unimaginable injustice in its invasion of Iraq, in its sanctions on Iraq originally, but its invasion of Iraq, its invasion of Afghanistan, right? So many civilians were directly executed by the American military engine, okay? The American military machine. The notion that even America did not do the things that Israel has been doing for the past 7 months should cause you to understand how fucked this situation actually is. And also, there is a direct example of a country that is not within the Western sphere of influence that has done these things. Russia. And even then, Russia has done an unimaginable wrong. The Russian state has done an unimaginable wrong by invading Ukraine, by killing a shit ton of people in Ukraine. Okay? Guess what? International condemnation was swift. Sanctions were swift. It was not even a question. Everyone was like, yep, that's it. The same ICC has already issued an arrest warrant for Vladimir Putin. It's ridiculous to say oh, no other country would get this kind of scrutiny. It's like, no, dude. No other country in contemporary society gets to do what Israel is doing as publicly as Israel has done it, with unconditional Western support and political cover. It has never happened. And the times where it has happened is in the history books. No, most of the third world didn't care about sanctions. Only the Western world sanctioned Russia. Yes, dude, because most of the fucking global South is being dominated by American interests and Western interests. So they're hedging their bets against that kind of thing. That's all they're doing. And who's there as a counterweight to that? Russia and China. That's it. The global South not participating in the same level of sanctions regime against the Russian government does not change the reality, does not change the moral calculation of Russia's actions. Okay? I don't care. I'm looking at this objectively. Russia's invasion of Ukraine has been unjustifiable and was unjustifiable from the jump. And it has been genuinely brutal to a completely different sovereign nation with 44 million people in it. Okay?
talk of a Rafah ground invasion. Whether or not this is informing Israel's potential response on the timing or even if to invade and when to invade, that remains to be seen.
Fox News alerts, 2:30 hour.
All right, this time, let's talk about the fucking protesters defying Columbia University's order to leave the encampment.
It's half an hour past the deadline Columbia set for students to leave that encampment. This is inside of Columbia University. Our camera is inside where the number of protesters has been growing. The number of tents going up has been growing. The protesters are defying quite clearly that university order to leave. Alexis McAdams is live on the ground inside Columbia for us. She's watching all of this. What can you tell us, Alexis?
Hey, Sandra. Well, we're 2:33, right, and counting here, and the protesters are still set up. I'm going to walk you with you this way here in New York City at Columbia University. This is that Gaza solidarity encampment, right? We've been seeing it for days. The university said the students get out of here or get suspended. Well, they're still here, and they don't look like they're going anywhere. The tents are still set up. The university did give them this warning here. The NYPD is on high alert. We saw more officers kind of lining up outside of the main gates here. I did reach out to some NYPD sources who tell me they still did not get a call yet from Columbia's president, Manoush Shafiq, right, who told these students that she was no longer going to negotiate with them. Negotiations had stopped, and they needed to leave. You can see the tents, the Palestinian flags, and then these signs that say you cannot cover up genocide. They were calling on the NYPD to back down a short time ago, these protesters, and telling the school that they wanted these kids to not get in trouble who were out here, even though they weren't supposed to be. I will have Vic, my photographer, walk this way with me just for a second, just to kind of show you here, Sandra. It does look like some of the tents used to be a little bit busier here the other day. When I was here, there's not as many tents right there. You can see more grass. So some of them might have moved because the university said...
She hates them? Bro, she's a fucking Fox News correspondent. Of course she hates them.
Quite simply, we know who's in this crowd, and you're going to get suspended. And then graduation, as we know, right, is coming up, so they wouldn't be able to graduate. Over here as well, you can see some of the protesters marching around the campus. So this has kind of been the activity. Most of the people left the Gaza Solidarity encampment, and they're just kind of walking around here in the quad at the university. But as the time counts, I think people want to know here, right, especially Jewish students and their parents, they want to know who's in charge here at Columbia University. Is it the president, Manoush Shafiq, who's been getting growing calls to step down, or is it these students, right, who won't go anywhere even though they've been told that they're supposed to be out of the area? Sandra?
Yeah, so we're showing inside and outside the campus there. We are also being told that outside the campus, the crowd's getting much larger. They are chanting the usual chants, anti-Israel chants. Columbia is now announced.
No, they're chanting anti-Israel chants. The pearl clutching, dude. No, that's so scary. What's next? Are they saying anti-American chants too? Oh no, I'm so scared though.
Saying, Alexis, that they're going to have a virtual update. A briefing is going to happen at 6 p.m. The rest of the details remain to be determined. That's a long time from now. You're talking 3.5 hours from right now, and a good 4 hours past the deadline when they said these students have to be gone or they would be suspended, Alexis.
Yeah, I think that's why would they leave, right? Because they're not being really escorted off campus by anybody.
She's like, yeah, the cops haven't killed them. It's really fucked up. Why won't the police beat the shit out of them? Why won't the police just do what needs to be done? A group of 21 House Democrats signed on a letter to calling for Columbia University's board to end an ongoing peaceful pro-Palestinian encampment on its campus or resign. Adam Schiff, Darren Soto, Louis Frankel, Jared Moskowitz, freak. Debbie Wasserman Schultz, freak. Brad Schneider, Haley Stevens, Steny Hoyer, Dean Phillips, Kathy Manning, Wiley Nickel, Chris Pappas, Donald Norcross, Josh Gottheimer, another freak. Rob Menendez. Wait, Bob Menendez? I thought Bob Menendez was like, we got to fucking put an end to this shit. Is Rob Menendez a different guy, or is it the Bob Menendez? Or is it the son? Oh, is it Bob Menendez's son? His daddy ain't on board. It's Bob's son, Rob. I love political dynasties. Tom Suozzi, Dan Goldman, Richie Torres. Who could forget old Richie boy? Oh, yeah. Another fucking freak. Henry Cuellar, another fucking freak. Of course, he is on board with this because he's like, I just love having the most right-wing position possible. And Mark Veazey, Israel lobby totaling, ding, 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 $10.9 million in just this group alone. You're sound surprised at Dean Phillips? Look at his brain-dead tweet the other day. Imagine if Constitution put as much energy into protecting reproductive rights and reducing poverty, homelessness, crime, and other injustices in America. Imagine. Yeah, shut the fuck up, Dean. Dumbass. Henry Cuellar, a disgrace to us Latinos. Henry Cuellar is the most conservative, I called him a Republican, the most conservative Democrat in the Democratic Party. Henry Cuellar famously is anti-abortion. Nancy Pelosi literally defended Henry Cuellar against Henry Cuellar's former intern, Jessica Cisneros, who is young and also was very progressive. Henry Cuellar is a disgrace to the 956. He is an awful, corrupt demon. I saw Henry Cuellar at the Diddy Freak-Offs. Yeah, thank God for Adam shit, by the way. Oh, anyway. When people kneel, it's wrong. When people block traffic, it's wrong. When people camp on campus, it's wrong. When people chant, it's wrong. When is it okay? Well, you're beginning to get it. It's never okay. That's why it's laughable whenever people go, why don't the Palestinians peacefully protest? Well, they did. You know what happened? Israel killed them by the hundreds. Okay, they did in 2018. There is no valid way to protest against the apartheid. They do not want you to protest against the apartheid. That is why peaceful college campus demonstrations such as these tent encampments that the students have put together are being violently suppressed. This is something that people need to comprehend. That's it. That's it.
Next guest is...
Anyway, let's watch this fucking Palestinian guy without me losing my goddamn mind.
A Palestinian from Gaza.
This is the guy who wrote the article on Newsweek. Message from a Gazan to campus protesters. You're hurting the Palestinian cause. I'm going to lose my fucking mind.
A city who left Gaza in 2023 and now lives in Germany. He recently wrote an opinion piece for Newsweek.
Oh, now he lives in Germany. He's got that German brain rot, dude. So quick.
Week titled, Message from a Gazan to Campus Protesters, You're Hurting the Palestinian Cause. I have HasanAbi.
Imagine having this guy on as though he is representative of Palestinians as a movement, as a whole, as a unit. Like this guy, his voice is not echoed by a single other fucking Palestinian. There's like 4 other guys like this, and they're all being paid by the state of Israel. And you're over here interviewing this guy? How much fucking time have you offered to the campus protesters themselves? How much time has CNN offered to actual Palestinians that are inside of fucking Gaza, that are trapped inside of goddamn Gaza, and their perspective on the student protests? You are not blind. You have eyes. You can see the very same things that we see. We see the Palestinians and their actual appreciation for the student protests. You refuse to show them. Why? Because this is pure manufacturing consent. This is unfiltered pro-Israel propaganda, ladies and gentlemen, in full display. A thing that is not broadly shared, a sentiment that is not broadly shared by the Palestinian population, being promoted so that your fucking Zionist friends can share it on Instagram and talk about how, see, even the Palestinians don't actually want you to protest. Ha! You love Hamas. You're actually doing the wrong thing by protesting. Please stop protesting. Also, the police should kill you.
Thank you so much for joining us here. So, listen, when you first saw the protests...
Dumb thought, what if Israel has this dude's family? Man, get the fuck out of here.
On the college campuses here, you were happy about it, right?
Yes, actually, I was happy with the commencement of the protests in the U.S. and the West in general. I was happy that someone started defending
the second it was released, it was on every Israeli news website. My mom sent it to me. My brain exploded. Of course. Folks, here's the silver lining, okay? This is a desperate last gasp, okay? In a movement that has lost all momentum, in a movement that has lost all popularity. They do not have a way to reproduce this guy, because there aren't that many of this guy. That's it. So they desperately cling on to this guy and the son of Hamas and like John Aziz or whatever the fuck. And that's it. This guy's annoying, but isn't as bad as the son of Hamas that was on Dr. Hill. Yeah, I love calling that guy son of Hamas.
Palestinians, talking about their suffering, and putting an effort to end this ongoing war.
So then what changed?
What made me change my opinion recently is that I noticed a difference in the attitude of these protesters. I noticed.
No, you didn't. No, you didn't. No, you didn't. You didn't notice a difference in the attitude of these protesters. You did not. You're just fucking lying. Hopefully your check clears, dumb fuck.
That among these protesters there was slogans and chants for anti-Semitism.
No, there weren't. You're in fucking Germany, big dog. The fuck do you know? I've been to the protests. That is fucking bullshit. That's absolute bullshit. Not only have I been to the protests, the one he's talking about specifically is in Columbia University. I've talked to the Columbia University student organizers, as you guys know. That's fucking bullshit. Because they don't have, like, even a fucking fraction to, like, pull from. If they had even a couple strings, they would constantly tug on it over and over again and try to make a mountain out of a molehill. But they don't even have the fucking molehill. They don't have anything. So they're just making shit up.
Noticed also that some protesters, instead of condemning and asking Hamas to surrender, they started glorifying it as the so-called resistance movement, which is completely wrong.
I mean, it can't be denied that there have been acts of anti-Semitism.
Yes, it can. Or unless you're talking about the Zionist side, because the anti-Semitic acts are coming from the Zionist agitator counter-protesters. That's it. That's it. That's where it's coming from.
And acts of intimidation against Jewish students and Jewish people, but by all reports, it's not been the norm. I mean, much of the activity on the campus has been peaceful. We've heard from Jewish protesters as well who've joined the cause. So isn't it still, on balance, worthwhile bringing attention to the Palestinian cause?
I'm sure he's a PLO guy, cuck. Fuck no. Bro, are you kidding me? Have you not seen those who are direct members of the Palestinian Authority, even like Fatah members and shit, openly talking about how ridiculous the situation is over and over again? You will not find anyone, even fucking Mahmoud Abbas is not going to come out and be like, yeah, no, actually this stuff is really fucked up. And he's directly a part of the Israeli security apparatus. The Palestinian Authority is a functioning arm of the Israeli security apparatus, and even they are not fucking going out and saying like, yeah, no, actually Hamas is in the wrong. Hamas is in the wrong. They have every reason to. They have every reason to do so. They are literally political enemies. The Palestinian Authority, when Israel is not doing a fucking active genocide in Gaza, actually operates at the behest of the Israeli government and singles out resistance members in the West Bank. They go out and they apprehend people that are a part of resisting the Israeli apartheid in the West Bank. Even those guys aren't fucking saying it now.
For sure, there was an honest voices among these protesters who truly want to put an end to this ongoing war. But what made me really upset was when I watched the Columbia campus protest, and that the Jaime James guy who claims to be the spokesperson of the pro-Palestinian movement right there saying publicly that, and I'm quoting him, be grateful that I'm not going out killing Jews. He also said that Zionists should not exist. When I hear that from the supposed spokesperson of the entire movement, what do I expect from the entire participants? Another take was done by the Columbia Students for Justice in Palestine.
Yeah, he has been barred from campus. So I am wondering though, what
even the CNN guy's like, yeah, the dude you're talking about has been he's been barred from campus.
Is the harm? You say it's hurting the cause of Palestinians.
Is this guy right? Columbia University said it's banned student protesters who say Zionists don't deserve to live. Kamini James, junior at Columbia, self-described spokesman for the pro-Palestinian encampment there, made the comments in a January meeting with a school administrator. Yeah, immediately. The student groups immediately fucking took action, and then so did the school. Columbia University said Friday that it has banned a student protest leader from campus after a video resurfaced Thursday that showed that students saying Zionists don't deserve to live. A university spokesperson said the student, Kamini James, has been banned from campus. The university did not provide any further details. Now, I need you to understand something, okay? You can't even say this about Nazis, okay? You can't. Zionism is fascism, but you can't even say that about fascists in general. That's it. American college campuses will pack you up the moment that you say that about Nazis too. You can't say that on Reddit, and you can't say that on American college campuses. It's true. You might not disagree with it. You might not agree with it. You might agree with it. Doesn't fucking matter. You can't. You can, however, say that about Palestinians, by the way. You could just say, like, they're Hamas, and they're all Hamas, and they all need to be fucking packed up. You can say that about communists, socialists, and Palestinians across the board. You can say that about Muslims. You can say that about Iran. You can't say that about Zionism as an ideology. You can't say that about Nazism as an ideology. It doesn't fucking matter. This is precisely what I mean, okay? This is precisely what I mean when I say you have to always put your best foot forward. You have a massive hurdle to clear, okay? Way bigger than the top of the hour ad break. That's it. The top of the hour ad break is not that big of a hurdle to clear. You can just subscribe for $5 or for free and avoid seeing those ads. I'm really sorry that I'm Elon posting again, but this is too good not to. Okay, dude. Do you have any pets? Hello? What do you think this is? Look at this little bear behind me. What do you think she is? She's my child. Here's a 3-minute ad break now, by the way. It's a bear, not a pet. Well, she's also my daughter. Pro-Palestinian protesters arrested at University of Texas, Austin. I know. James said, Zionists, they don't deserve to live comfortably, let alone Zionists don't deserve to live, in a video which has been circulating on social media. The same way we're very comfortable accepting that Nazis don't deserve to live, fascists don't deserve to live, racists don't deserve to live. Zionists, they shouldn't live in this world. There you go. He hit all of the high notes. You can't say that, okay? You just can't. It's ridiculous. You are not putting your best foot forward, okay? You can never, if you truly care about Palestinian emancipation and you live in the West, okay? And I repeat this over and over again, and I have to stress this one more time. Do not let your words or your actions be used against the broader Palestinian movement. People will do that. People will always look for anything and everything they can. And this person absolutely said some unhinged shit. There's a reason for why there is messaging discipline amongst the student groups that I really love, okay? And I have been talking about and hyping up. And that is also part of the reason why they do not want agitators in the encampments, because the agitators can get away with saying whatever the fuck they want. They will stand there directly in front of your face and say the exact opposite of what he said, okay? Just straight up, like, all Palestinians deserve to die, blah, 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 and it doesn't fucking matter. It doesn't matter. They can always be callous. You cannot. You understand the double standard. Don't act confused when it's used against you. And there's like, here's the thing, dude. I've been doing this for many, many years, and you think there aren't people on Twitter, you know what I mean, that fucking say that I'm not, like, hard enough, that I don't go hard enough all the time, especially when I'm in, like, mainstream media too? There are. Of course there are. It is irrelevant, okay? It's irrelevant. Unless you want to use him as an example of what not to do and how quickly that shit gets weaponized against the broader Palestinian movement, okay? People with hammer and sickle in their Twitter bio will regularly talk about how I'm awful at what I do, and I'm not thinking about everything, and I'm not going hard enough because I'm not, talking about how we have to take over an American forward operating base with arms or something. Okay, yeah, you could say they're right all day, every day. Okay, but I'm a very visible person. I am, whether I like it or not, a fucking public figure. They call you a social fascist? Yeah, it's pretty funny. Because these guys, half the time, are living in the fucking Connecticut McMansion basement, and their daddy is working at Raytheon or working at a fucking financial institute in New York and offers them a very comfortable life, and they just fucking do this all day. That's it. Yeah, why do you have an anonymous account then? You know what I mean? Why? You put your fucking face to your compilations. You're just LARPing. Wait, if you hate the anarchists and the commies hate you, then who are your allies on the left? You. in here.
In Gaza. How is it actually hurting their cause, do you think?
I believe that when they chant anti-Semitic chants, when they chant for a terrorist organization like Hamas, or trying to somehow dress like the terrorist guys of Hamas, Abu Ubaidah and other persons, they are truly hurting the Palestinian cause. And if they truly wanted justice and freedom...
Yeah, they should... Yeah, as Israel relentlessly bombs and puts Merkava tanks through the fucking streets of Gaza, the open-air prison that Israel has created for the Palestinians it hasn't fucking ethnically cleansed yet, okay? When that's happening, the people that are rising up in arms against this unjustifiable atrocity and smoking the fucking Israeli occupying force, those guys need to put their arms down and go, I'm sorry, I give up. Please kill me and my family immediately. Please torture more Palestinians immediately. Sorry. Yeah, those are the bad guys. The guys that are doing the torture and the bombing campaigns, those are the good guys.
And a better future for the Palestinians. The first thing they should do is to call Hamas to surrender, because even without a war, Hamas will always harm the Palestinians and the Palestinians' cause.
Yeah, I hear what you're saying. The support, though, in Gaza for Hamas still is fairly high, and we've seen recent surveys that have found that, yes, it has dropped, I think, by 11% in the past 3 months or so. But when asked who they blame for their current suffering, only 7% blamed Hamas. So there seems to be a disconnect between how people in Gaza feel and, people like yourself.
He's like, bro, who are you here to represent? Like, I know we brought you on here to speak on the Palestinian side, but like, who do you represent really?
Personally, I have my takes on these polls, and if it was possible even to conduct these polls under a dictator regime like Hamas. Even when I wrote my piece to the Newsweek, I received tons of feedback. Part of it was positive and negative. But my Gazan friends were happy about it because, yes, we want to put an end to the ongoing war, but we also don't want Hamas to exist. We don't expect a bright future for the Palestinians under Hamas, even without a war.
So if you were talking right now to these young people who are protesting on the campus right now, they're listening to you, what would you say to them? What is your message?
I have no doubt that there are decent voices among them, but if they truly wanted justice and freedom for the Palestinians, the first thing they should chant for is Hamas to surrender and release the remaining hostages who has been suffering for more than 200 days under Hamas.
Yeah, these student protesters should be chanting for Hamas these student protesters should be chanting for Israel and what the Israeli government wants. Okay, that's what they should be chanting for.
Captivity. Also, they should chant for peace and coexistence instead of calling to annihilate the people of Israel. Because even for a Gazan like myself who suffered, lost his home and friends, I don't accept that the way to my people's freedom to start by violence and...
Yeah, bitch, why are you in Germany? Why are you in Germany? What made you travel to Germany? Were things fucking fine in 2023 in Gaza? Is that why you escaped to Germany? What happened? It's like, yes, I left Gaza because, because of Hamas and not because of the fucking blockade that I was existing under and the 24/7 fucking, the 24/7 round-the-clock surveillance and the rampant human rights abuses and violations that Israel subjected him to.
Killing other people.
Peace and coexistence. That's a message that...
Like, he could have fucking escaped because of Hamas, too. Make no mistake. But Hamas's existence is predicated on Israel. Israel being a violent apartheid regime. You understand that, right? That's it. People will have time to dedicate to their own personal political causes when there is true emancipation for the Palestinians.
It should be amplified, certainly across the nations. Hamza Hawidi, thank you so much for speaking to us. Really.
Fuck this guy. All right, let's see what Morning Joe has to say.
About the university. is important enough that maybe we could bring this university to a halt and really reorder its priorities. But at the moment, it doesn't seem that this is possible at all. We may halt classes for a few days. We may even halt it for a spring. But ultimately, we don't change the foundation of this university, which is essentially an enormous business corporation.
That was a Columbia University student speaking to NBC News in 1968 about ongoing protests at the school in opposition to the Vietnam War.
Wait, why are they showing that? This goes against their prevailing narrative that, like, what? Are they just going to be like, he was right, he was base, she was base back then, and she fucking hates the Palestinians now or something? Like, what?
Say it makes as much sense in 2024 having 18 or 19-year-old people running college campuses as it did in 1968, which is to say, doesn't make any sense at all. And you
wait, what? Bruh! Yo, this is the liberal programming. Okay, I did not expect that. Yo, I did not expect Morning Joe to come out in support of continuing the Vietnam War. Damn, liberals are fucking losing the plot, dude. Liberals have lost it. They're like, yeah, actually, everything that we previously taught in schools is like kind of a big no-no, kind of a fuck up. Actually is good. It was always good. That's awesome. They're fucking deranged, dude. This is the peak of liberal commentary in this country. That's where we've gotten to. Hey, actually, we reflected on all of our wrongdoings of the past and realized that, like, maybe it's good. We should carpet bomb Laos now, is what I'm saying. You know what I mean?
You do wonder where the adults are, the adults that are supposed to be running the university, the amount of money
That's your takeaway from this? Oh, my God.
They are paid to educate students, and they can't allow students to go to class because a small subset of those students and outside agitators want to shut down the camp. Where are the adults? It's staggering. Not just to me. I know I'm a conservative. Not just to me, but to 90% of Americans. They want to know where the adults are at Columbia. They want to know where the adults are at Penn. They want to know where the adults are at Harvard. They want to know where the adults are at all of these college campuses where they're letting their students and outside agitators run across the campus, shut down debate, scream whenever anybody tries to talk reason to them, shout genocidal chants, hold up signs pointing to Jews saying Hamas's next victims, holding up signs talking about the final solution.
No, it's fucking bullshit. You're hallucinating at this point.
Chanting constantly from the river to the sea. You know what from the river to the sea is?
Oh my God, I hate him. Dude, remember when his father-in-law, who is a reactionary piece of shit himself, actually had to fucking school him personally on his own program many, many years prior about his fucking idiocy, demonstrating his idiotic understanding of the so-called peace negotiations between Israel and Palestinians? Literally, his own fucking father-in-law dunked on him and was like, you're an idiot. Here, let's watch.
You can't blame what is happening in Israel.
Here is Zbigniew Brzezinski, okay? Mika Brzezinski's dad, okay? Who is the architect of the original Afghan civil war, who literally flexed about how awesome it was that they armed the Mujahideen and radicalized them, hoping that the USSR go in and try to fucking fight against that, allowing them to have their own version of Vietnam, which was the open goal of the administration that he was a part of. This is before Ronald Reagan, okay? Here is that fucking reactionary piece of shit going, you're an idiot. You're a fucking dumbass. I can't believe my daughter wants to fuck you and will inevitably marry you.
Israel right now on the Bush administration.
Yes, you can.
No, you can't.
Well, look, Joe.
Okay, let's go back to 2000, Dr. Brzezinski. you and I both know Bill Clinton gave Arafat and the Palestinians everything they could have wanted.
Such a stunningly superficial knowledge of what went on that it's almost embarrassing to listen to you.
Oh, is it?
If you were to...
You have a stunningly superficial knowledge of what is going on.
Went on that it's almost embarrassing to listen to you.
Oh, is it?
If you were to look more closely at what happened in the Clinton Camp David discussions, you would know that what we have just said is absolutely wrong. There were all sorts of provisions and catches to the so-called proposal, and it wasn't rejected. The negotiations went on in Taba, and then there were elections in Israel, and Sharon came in, and everything got aborted. In the last 8 years, we had a policy in which we have proclaimed an interest in peace. Condi Rice has traveled 16 times in 21 months to the region, proclaiming, you must do this, you must do that, but the United States never exerted itself. So the issue that Obama faces, and that's a question that you raised, is, are we going to be sitting there issuing condemnations, whether it's of Hamas or of Israel or anybody else, or are we going to be seriously engaged in the peace process? That is the question.
We have another block, and I'm very excited about that because I'm stunningly superficial. Chief, I look forward to you educating me and the rest of America. Hold on, the rest of America and the rest of the foreign policy community who have said time and again Arafat walked away from the best deal he could have got, and that the Palestinians never miss an opportunity to miss an opportunity.
You're repeating slogans. You're repeating slogans. He did not walk away. What he said was, I'm going to take the proposal to all of the Arab capitals and see how they react, because the proposals were controversial. And then negotiations went on.
Yep. Smoking on them.
Even after Christmas, where Clinton and Arafat met, and they were going on in Taba in January, after Clinton was already leaving office, and then the process got aborted. It's helpful to know a little bit about it.
It's very exciting, Chief, that you...
Yeah, look at him fucking be like, it's very exciting, Chief. It's like, yeah, dude. Yeah, he knows more than you. You're a fucking idiot. It's not like he's a good dude, okay? He is also a reactionary piece of shit.
Know things that the rest of the international community doesn't know.
If you're going to judge your knowledge by the sort of collective standards of 300 million people, then don't be surprised that you're embarrassed.
Smoked them. Where are the adults? Yeah, many years later, now that they're fucking married to one another, remember, Zbigniew Brzezinski, I can't say his fucking name, I'm sorry, is Mika's dad. He died. I'm pretty sure he's dead now. He's old as fuck even back then. Zbigniew Brzezinski, who played a very important role in radicalizing and activating Islamist fundamentalists in Afghanistan in a deliberate attempt to bring the USSR into Afghanistan to have their own version of Vietnam, to turn Afghanistan into the USSR's Vietnam, over here schooling this fucking dipshit.
If you don't, that's all right. Most of the students chanting it don't understand that they are chanting genocidal comments.
All right, joining us now.
They want to wipe out all Jews, and they want to destroy.
Even his wife's like, all right, come on, just move on. Move on, Joe, you fucking idiot.
The state of Israel, and they want to kill Jews and push them. See, they are Hamas on college campuses when they chant that.
Some of them may not even know what they're doing.
Yeah, exactly.
That's the point.
Bro, you don't know what you're doing. That's why you're in this position. These people saying like these students don't know what they're doing is so fucking hilarious. You are objectively a stupid person. That is precisely the reason why you have a cushy job in mainstream media. Even if you know better, then you're an evil person and voluntarily misinforming everyone that is listening to you, including, unfortunately, Joe fucking Biden, who apparently loves watching Morning Joe.
But the adults there do.
Yes, they do.
And yet, this, by the way, this is a long time coming. This has been coming since the 1960s. And now the people that were burning down college campuses, the people that were taking over presidents' offices, those people are now on the faculty senate, in the faculty senate, trying to encourage these students to do.
Yeah, they were right. They were on the right side of history, you fucking idiot. What are you talking about? America's genocidal actions in Vietnam were objectively in the wrong. I thought that we had already discussed and deliberated on this endlessly, and now we have the benefit of hindsight. What is going on right now? I feel like in real time, they're trying to rewrite history. They're like, no, it was actually fire. Bro, Vietnam was so bad that, like, we've moved on from Vietnam and we talk about Afghanistan like it was Vietnam, which it was in many respects. What the fuck?
Do the same. They helped elect it. They helped elect Nixon. They I guess they want to elect Donald.
You only do this if you do not have anything to say to the very reasonable demands being made by the student protesters. You can't address the issue head on. You can't tackle it because it looks bad, because you do not have a leg to stand on. You can't maintain a liberal facade as though you are still in support of, like, emancipation for all people, the ideas that the first principles that, like, people fundamentally have a right to live freely, right? Because liberals believe that on paper. The thing is, if you believe those values, then obviously what Israel is doing as an apartheid regime, conducting an ethnic cleansing campaign upon a captive population that it is basically fucking chained, left in chains for decades, is going to be very hard. You can't make that argument. And these students are saying that. They are correct. They're right. They're on the right side of history. They're morally correct. They're morally correct from a liberal perspective as well. They don't have to be like socialist radicals. You know what I mean? And that is precisely the reason why they can never address that. And because they can't address that, they have to deflect the attention away. They have to talk about, like, how young they are and how silly these guys are. They're young and silly. They're young and silly. A student held up a sign. I'm voting for Biden to make sure what's going on doesn't happen. Exactly. Lawful protesting isn't even possible in authoritarian societies like the one Trump wants to transform America into. Just saying. It's like, yeah, it sure would be terrifying if there was another Trump administration, another Trump regime, where lawful protests were being brutally and violently suppressed by a fucking militant police force filled to the brims with steroid-addled fucks. It sure would be terrifying if that happened. Good thing Biden is protecting the students. Oh, wait, he's not doing that. Yeah, it sure would be awful if the police were fucking violently apprehending students, the teachers, faculty, journalists. They've done it all under the watchful eye of the Brandon regime. Here's what the students are actually saying, by the way, which you can hear from as well. Anyway, here.
Updates from Day 6 of the Harvard out of occupied Palestine Liberation Zone. Today, administration sent out emails letting us know that we would face discipline for continuing our encampment. So we had a message for them, and I'm about to read this out to you. Day 204 of the genocide. 34,454 murdered to date. There are no remaining universities in Gaza. The genocide of Palestinians is far more disruptive to education than anything Harvard students have done. But about this violence, the university is completely silent. In fact, the university remains materially invested in the occupation and genocide. Repeated violations of our moral duty to liberation will result in increased disruption. Universities that remain complicit in genocide may not be granted peace. I also want to show y'all our Rafat al-Rir Memorial Library. As you can see, political education is one of the main goals of our encampment, and as such, we're compiling a lot of literature related to Palestinian liberation. I also want to show y'all our Liberation Garden. Palestine is an environmental issue, it's a human issue, it's a coloniality issue, and I think that's what we're trying to represent here with our encampment. Also, to the people who have been commenting vile transphobic things and sending me death threats, I don't care. I'm still gonna be here. The biggest threat to queer Palestinians right now is the IDF and the bombs. And I have a sneaking suspicion that you don't actually care about queer safety. You just want to justify genocide.
Yup. People love doing the queers for Palestine. Hamas will kill you. It's like, dude, you think Israeli weapons or you think American weapons are like, oh, that's a fucking gay Palestinian. We won't actually laser their whole family. It doesn't work that way. Imperialist subjugation makes it harder for those who are under the oppressive thumb of said imperialist subjugation to actually fight for civil rights and civil liberties. There's a much greater evil that they have to deal with. It's so stupid. Yeah. Also, as you brought it up before, Israel has a long history of blackmailing gay Palestinians into reporting on others. Yes. Here's some wonderful imagery coming out of Tokyo. Students in Tokyo resist riot police as they chant "No more war, free Palestine, and workers unite." You fucking love to see it, baby. Rare Japan W. I mean, Japan is a very interesting country, obviously, because they've suffered a horrific injustice in the form of, you know, nuclear bombs, while simultaneously the Japanese government, since its inception, has, one, had its constitution written by the United States, and two, has been a servile dog to the American interests in the region. Having said that, however, there are obviously still Japanese people who think that that is unacceptable. I met some Japanese students at labor notes. They are trying their best, man. Whoa, that's sick. They had Japanese students at labor notes? Palestine Solidarity Camp begins at the University of Tokyo. Started the Palestine Solidarity Camp at University of Tokyo. Direct action for the liberation of Palestine has begun at several campuses, including Columbia University. Israel's destroyed all universities in Gaza. We are starting a camp in solidarity with all the people fighting for the liberation of Palestine. Many universities have started direct action towards free Palestine, following the steps of the Columbia universities. It's great. Yeah, one of the world's most powerful anti-Semites calling the left anti-Semitic. The young on the left are obviously already openly anti-Semitic. As they grow in seniority, this will become the entire left. Hey, Elon, do you know who tweeted this anti-Semitism back in November? Some guy named Musk. Okay, Jewish communities have been pushing the exact kind of dialectical hatred against whites that they claim to want people to stop using against them. I'm deeply disinterested in giving the tiniest shit now about Western Jewish populations, coming to the disturbing reality that, like, you know, this guy who, he was talking about how, like, Jews do open borders in the West and bring black and brown people into this country to destroy it. And now they're complaining about those very same black and brown barbarians shitting on the Jews. That's what he was saying, because he's a fucking Nazi. And of course, here's another Nazi saying, you have said the actual truth. 37,000 likes, by the way. It's wonderful stuff. How do you keep motivated to fight? Cops have crushed any and all efforts to start encampments in Phoenix. Wait, what do you mean? This is one of the most hopeful moments for Palestinian emancipation. Hamas. Like, in the history, in contemporary American history, there's never been such hope. This is the peak. You are staring at the most amount of support Palestinians have ever gotten in the Western world across the board. This literally should motivate you to keep up the pressure campaign and to participate as best as you can, not the opposite. I don't know. I mean, I think if you were to attend a single protest, if you were to go and visit one of these encampments, your perspective would change. I've never been as hopeful as I am now. What? HasanAbi, this followers will like a tweet without even reading it? What? And there was a point in time when you couldn't even be openly calling Palestinians human beings without getting met with incredible amounts of fucking hatred and be branded an anti-Semite. Long gone are those days.
Yeah. And particularly on college campuses across America, they've been...
Don't act like you do. And yeah, this is a great example of another liberal saying, lawful protesting isn't possible with an authoritarian society like the one Trump wants to transform America into, to which Juniper responded with, this was filmed yesterday. Not to mention, releasing the hostages won't end the war. It's not a secret. They keep saying we want a hostage deal, but not at the expense of the war. They're not hiding it. They want a total victory, and the hostages are secondary to that. Yeah. Like, the hilarious part about this always is that it comes from such a fucking uneducated stance to think that, like, the Netanyahu admin gives a fuck, the war cabinet gives a fuck about the hostages. It's like, bro, if they did, they wouldn't be killing them like nonstop because they want to kill as many Palestinians as possible.
Going to help Donald Trump get elected, and Donald Trump will give Palestine any justice? I want what you're smoking.
I think it's, I think we need to shift the framing of these college protests, in my view. I think college campuses have been the place for anti-war protests for as far as I can remember. I think recent protests haven't even reached the scale of the major student protests that we saw in the late 1960s against the Vietnam War, or even the 1980s against South Africa's practice of apartheid. We saw calls during apartheid to
speak on it,
divest from South African companies, and that was very successful. Nelson Mandela said he believed that's what led, in many respects, to South Africa being freed from that system. And so I think these are anti-war protests, and I think it's very distressing that we are framing these as pro-Palestinian protests or pro-Israeli protests. These are anti-war protests, and what they are, the students that I have spoken to at many of the Ivy League schools, and a student that I did speak to also at Emory, where a professor was thrown to the ground simply for asking the police, what are you doing to these people?
She's kind of cooking, I think. I don't know. Benny Gantz saying yesterday, I want a hostage deal, but not without Rafah. Entering Rafah is important in the long struggle against Hamas. My favorite is the liberal centrist generals in the Israeli government that are like insanely bloodthirsty, as bloodthirsty, if not in some instances more bloodthirsty than the Likudniks, which is kind of hard to fucking get to, you know? Hey, down. Good girl. Columbia University says we've begun suspending students after deadline to clear out the protest camp passed. Great. Fucking pieces of shit.
Peacefully protesting students. The students are telling me this is a humanitarian crisis. What we also don't talk enough about is the fact that 35,000, mainly women and children that are Palestinians, have been murdered. What we also don't talk about, I think, enough is that for some reason, the discussion of against Israel's policies, which the UN has called war crimes, which the International Criminal Court is investigating as war crimes, what we don't say is these are people, these are civilians, and we must protect them. Even President Biden at this point has said, you have gone too far. So it has never been in my life, in my career, the criticizing policies of government is equated with anti-Semitism. And that, I think, is a far right, comes from the far right. It comes from the authoritarian leanings where they don't want students on these campuses to voice their opinions because they want to change the narrative going forward. And I think we have to be very, very
Since I haven't
careful
said
about
anything, I'm sorry. I do have to do this. It is one of the great rights as an American.
Come on,
to
say
stand up
she's
and say
anti-Semitic.
something's wrong.
Say she's anti-Semitic. Say she's a Jew hater. Come on, pop off, right? Y'all have no issue saying it about fucking random students who basically channel that exact same fucking attitude and sentiment. If you ever, gave them the dignity to fucking listen to what their demands are, what they're saying. Come on. Talk about how anti-Semitic Sonny was right there. I suspect this is coming. Did she say some anti-Semitic shit? No, dude. No, of course she didn't say anything anti-Semitic. And neither do the fucking student protesters. Dude, I can't even imagine. Anti-Semitism is a permanent problem, okay? It is literally an antiquated form of bigotry. It is ancient. It is one of the oldest forms of bigotry. And it has been consistent throughout civilization, throughout development, okay? So the fact that, in my honest opinion, the fact that there isn't more anti-Semitic messaging that they can't point to is a demonstration of exactly how good these students are at messaging discipline. It's crazy, dude. Like, these students are phenomenal. They are incredible. They are so good at staying true to the fucking cause in a way that I've never seen out of any protest. They're so goddamn organized, dude. It's crazy. I'm so very proud of them. And maybe they aren't anti-Semitic. No, dude, you don't understand what I'm saying. I don't think that they're anti-Semitic. I don't think the movement is anti-Semitic. But it is literally less likely not to find. If you have a fucking gaggle of people somewhere, you're gonna inevitably fucking find someone who has, either due to stupidity and idiocy or because they are maliciously like anti-Semitic, you're gonna hear something that could be at least like correctly pointed to as anti-Semitic sentiment. I'm saying that the fact that they can't even find one is insane. Do you not understand? Don't you think Israelis are in the right too? Wait, what? No. The fuck? Which Israelis? Are you talking about the Israeli left? The anti-Zionist Israelis that are being suppressed by their own fucking government? Because yeah, those Israelis are in the right. I do agree. Or are you talking about the Israelis that are unfortunately seeing the top of the hour ad break at the top of every hour and complaining because they do not have the 5 shekels, nor the dollars, nor the Amazon Prime account that they can connect to their Twitch account to avoid seeing the ad break at the top of the hour? Chat, remember, shekels is not fucking anti-Semitic. It is literally the currency. Just because your brains are so fucking warped by 4chan does not change that reality, okay? I know. We talked about this before. Dude, just run the ad already? Yeah, I'm doing it.
Regardless of what your color is, if you're a woman, man, doesn't matter. And we must teach our people how to be on the lookout. Part of our problem is the media takes what is the best clickbait. So you see the same
Bro, you're
posters,
the media.
so you
You're
see
doing
the same
that.
people, but you don't see the folks who are doing peaceful stuff and saying, here's what we want to do. I would caution the media to be very careful about what they're doing and how they're handling this, because what they seem to be doing is pushing a narrative that people are pushing against, which students are pushing against, which I'm thrilled to see, because I like when students get mad and say, we want a change made. Unfortunately, I see that Brian is side-eyeing me, and he's starting to get annoyed because I said I wasn't going to say anything. So
yeah, maybe he didn't want you to say anything because your statement was kind of mid. I'm not going to lie. Also, didn't she say some actually anti-Semitic shit back in the day? That's probably the reason that they don't want her saying anything. She said the Nazis were not racist because Jews are white. Oh my God. Oh my God. Yeah, she said the Holocaust was white on white violence. Oh my God. That is so unhinged. Yeah, dude, the Nazis, here guys, the Nazis definitely did not think the Jews were white, okay? It was kind of at the forefront. Whiteness is just simply a substitute for fascist policy, in-group, out-group dynamics, okay? So no, from the way that we understand it, if we are to utilize the American political terminology of whiteness when talking about the Holocaust, no, it literally definitionally was the exact opposite of what she's saying. Jews, the Romani people, even fucking socialists, they were not considered a part of the in-group, but definitely Jews were not considered white. Germany syndrome, when you say anti-Semitic shit in the past, now you have to be Israel's biggest dick rider. Yeah. Oh my Lord. All right. Let's get back to this bullshit.
Encampment, instructing them to leave the encampment by 2 p.m. or receive an interim suspension, including eviction, for students in university housing. Faculty in the University Senate have suggested that the university also has plans to expel and arrest students in the encampment with previous disciplinary notices. These repulsive scare tactics mean nothing compared to the deaths of over 34,000 Palestinians. We will not move until Colombia meets our demands or they are moved by force. Colombia's threat to mass suspend, evict, or possibly expel students with only a few hours' notice violates university rules. Faculty in the University Senate who rejected Colombia's plan because it is illegal, We're informed that rules of university conduct will not be applied in this instance because the university has declared a state of emergency to manufacture consent for mass suspensions and evictions. Protesters have been entirely peaceful, and the university has previously agreed that it has no grounds to call in the NYPD. This is not stopping Colombia from illegally declaring a state of emergency, which requires Colombia to falsely identify nonviolent protesters as a clear and present danger. Colombia's threats, distributed through flyers, are reminiscent of the flyers the Israeli army launches from the sky to Gazans. Today's threats come after days of fruitless negotiations in which the university refused to seriously consider our demands for divestment, financial transparency, and amnesty for students and faculty disciplined in the movement.
It is interesting that institutions that defend Israel do it in the most Israel way possible. Brute force, flyers, threats to your direct physical safety, threats to your future prospects. No negotiations whatsoever.
For Palestinian liberation. Colombia pulled out of negotiations over the weekend by threatening students with a mass campus lockdown and the eviction of every undergraduate from their dorms. It is our position that good faith negotiations are not possible so long as the university attempts to win arguments by weaponizing food insecurity, homelessness, and military attacks as leverage. They have informed the university that they are prepared to escalate their direct actions if the university does not adopt basic standards of conduct for negotiations. The university has repeatedly lied to the public about their so-called concessions in negotiations while refusing our request for more transparency. For example, they propose to share information about their direct holdings, neglecting to mention that these account for only 6.12% of Colombia's $784 million publicly traded investments. They also would not consider bare minimum divestment proposals, for example, to divest from the weapons manufacturers that directly profit off of thousands of bombs that have decimated Gaza, killing at least 34,000 Palestinians thus far. Instead of engaging with our negotiators in good faith, the university has done nothing but intimidate protesters in an attempt to disperse the encampment and proceed with the semester as usual, ignoring the ongoing genocide and the institution's complicity in it. We stress that during a genocide, business cannot continue as usual. Today is day 205 of genocide in Gaza. We must take action to end the true state of emergency, Colombia's complicity in genocide. With that, I'm going to turn it over to the amazing people on our negotiation team. No.
Friend of the show.
My name is UEDALPT. I'm a student organizer and one of the negotiators for Quad. Earlier today, President Shafiq sent an email announcing the end of negotiations and declared explicitly that the university will not divest from Israel. Email, President Shafiq claimed that constructive encampment and made insincere statements regarding the university's actions. The university's negotiations evidenced an elementary understanding of the words boycott and divest, which have been at the heart of the student movement and at the heart of our encampment. While the administration offered us a timeline for review of divestment proposals, they refused to give us any commitment that the ultimate decision would be binding. They offered us limited financial disclosure by giving only their direct holdings, yet not the indirect holdings which account for the vast majority of this university's endowment. They also threw bribes at students. Shafiq talks about early development childhood education programs for Palestinians in the West Bank and Gaza. She talks about a resilience fund for Gazans. This amounts to nothing more than bribery of the student movement. The administration also offered a review on the topic of...
It's so funny that the university is trying to do the exact same thing that the Brandon administration is doing, where they're like, Yeah. No, we will continue funding and facilitating Israel's ongoing actions, like by directly funding corporations that play a role in arming the apartheid state. However, we'll also, give the victims some stuff too. It is literally the same principle behind, like, yes, we're giving them $26 billion in fucking weapons, okay? But then we'll also give them food. We'll give the Palestinians food after we kill them. Come on. Oh, by the way, this happened before the encampment protest began, but according to The Intercept, Columbia University hired private investigators to pursue pro-Palestine students. Vanderbilt University canceled a divestment vote, then expelled students after they protested, including a bunch of HasanAbi heads that got suspended at Vanderbilt University. I spoke to one of them on the phone when I was at the UCLA encampment. Then expelled students after they protested. Pomona College sent police officers in riot gear to arrest 20 students. This is identical to the way in which the state operated in the 60s as well during the Cold War. McCarthyism is alive and well in this country. What is your analysis, Lamau? My analysis is that it is unjustifiable to defend Israel, and it is even further unjustifiable to defend Israel by going after people you suspect might actually be upset at your unconditional defense for the apartheid, for the genocidal regime. Do you understand? Or should I spell it out further for you? Can you prove it's an apartheid or another buzzword grift? I mean, I don't have to prove that it's an apartheid. Organs, human rights organizations inside of Israel, like B'Tselem, and international human rights organizations have already... Lamau, of course not. Wait, what? Are you not hearing? Yo, what's up with fucking Israel defenders, bro? Do you forget to use the English language? Like, you didn't even listen to what I had to say. Didn't even fucking wait. I am telling you. I'm saying I don't even have to personally go to that length when institutions already has. It's cute. It really is. What's cute, bro? You want to fucking get in the chat and defend your position? Go ahead. Here's a fucking invite. Dumbass. Go ahead. Tell us how you really feel. Put a fucking face to it. Communicate as best as you can. Oh shit, a research day, Lamau. I have more Twitter posts for you. Lamau, let me link some more Twitter sources. Bro, the Twitter sources that he's making fun of are literally investigative reporters breaking their investigative reporting. How can I ever communicate with you if you are so fucking stupid that you do not understand the difference between like random Twitter threads versus actual journalists from The Intercept, for example, breaking their stories on Twitter? Go ahead. I know exactly what community you're coming from. Come on, big dog. I'm sure you got the smoke, don't you? I know your debate daddy, who spiritually you believe is always in the right and the best, most vociferous defender of Israel, got fucking ritualistically humiliated for how intellectually fraudulent he was when met with opponents that know a lot more than he does. The Wikipedia scrolling for positions that maybe makes Israel's genocide a little bit more defensible did not work in the face of interlocutors that wrote the fucking articles and wrote the fucking books that Wikipedia is relying on. I think a lot of you think that when are you going to debate your beliefs, or do you know yourself that they are faulty is so funny, by the way. Are you going to debate your beliefs? I gave you an invite. Why do they always fucking run away? They become so silent. What happened? All of a sudden, you don't want the smoke. What happened? The marketplace of ideas is open for you, brother. Aw, shit, we grifted off the Israel conflict, lol. Anyway, it is sad. A sad state of affairs for a community that thrives on debating people. It is, of course, going to be the worst thing that could ever happen when you actually get owned spiritually, literally, physically, just absolutely fucking eviscerated and gutted due to the unjustifiable positions that you sought to defend. You backed the wrong horse. Every now and then, a permanent contrarian debate mercenary is going to engage with an issue that people find to be unconscionable. All you will do is consistently claim, all I'm doing is look at Twitter threads and go back to your fucking circle jerk where you think that the rest of the country agrees with you, desperately trying to cling on to anything and everything you can. Why do they always run away? Because they have nothing. They have no positions. Why are your haters so unhinged on an exceptional level? I don't know. I think it's because they have nothing to fucking live for, and they found like a nihilistic edgelord whose opinions they can channel and mirror. So that's all they give a shit about. So then they choose to fight the battles of another person, no matter what those battle boundaries are, by the way. They have no personal convictions at all. It's very sad. Sad state of affairs. It is pretty funny. He said, I have more Twitter posts for you. Got owned. Immediately said, where are you getting, what's your analysis, Lamau? Then said, can you prove it's an apartheid? And then I did explain it. And while I was in the process of explaining it, he said, it's cute, it really is, and then ran away. Like, I literally, I asked him to come on the stream, and he just fucking ran away. Pathetic, despicable, cowardly, worm-like behavior. The new meta for them is shitting on people around you, especially female content creators like Caroline and Denims. Oh, yeah. It's because they can't do cross-posting on LSF when Destiny shits on me. So now they've moved on to other people that they are actively targeting and harassing and saying are stupid and dumb, or trying to brigade the Asmongold subreddit so that Asmongold will have clips where he's, channeling some of that sentiment. All right, dude, have fun. The proxy posting through other streamers is such freak shit. I know, but they live for this, dude. They don't have anything else to live for. They literally have nothing else to live for. Okay, but Assam, what's your position in Israeli President Recep Tayyip Erdogan? Yeah, Recep Tayyip Erdogan, the president of Israel. Might as well be with the amount of dick riding that he does behind closed doors to Israel.
Boycott, closing down the Tel Aviv dual degree program, instead of shutting down the Tel Aviv Global Center, which has not yet broken ground. They said they would review acts to these institutions, to these programs, overlooking conveniently the fact that these programs can never be in line with the university's own stated policies of non-discrimination and equal opportunity. This is a smokescreen. Bureaucracy is a prison, and the students refuse to trade in the blood of Palestinians. The university has conducted itself with obstinacy and arrogance, refusing to be flexible on some of our most basic points. We're engaging in good faith negotiations until the administration cut them off under threat of suspensions. Where we asked for amnesty, they gave us more discipline. Earlier this morning, university delegates appeared at the entrance of our encampment with disciplinary notices, essentially alerting students that they could choose to do one of two things. One, sign an attestation form at the exit that would put students on academic probation on the condition that they abide by all university rules until June 30, 2025.
Suela Polat, the student activist that I interviewed.
Or until their graduation, whichever comes first. Or the students would be interim suspended, losing access to their housing, losing access to campus, losing access to healthcare on campus, and losing their right to graduation if they are a graduating student. Essentially, these are attempts to stifle the student movement.
Once again, the notices are yet another intimidation tactic from the university. These tactics are reminiscent of those employed by the Israeli occupation against our people in Gaza and Palestine. Ironically, the notices assure students that their rights to demonstrate will be protected by the university if they sign these.
It's wild, dude. Like, their response to student protest is basically just, nope, not even a little bit. You're done. Suspended. Also, I see Caroline is
our
at...
rules are acceptable. Breaking our rules and policies and disrupting
at the
others'
IRL,
ability to learn.
she's doing an IRL stream at the UT campus protest.
It was going to violate institutional rules. Our rules matter, and they will be enforced. Our university will not be occupied. The protesters tried to deliver on their stated intent to occupy campus. People not affiliated with UT joined them, and many ignored university officials' continual pleas for restraint and to immediately disperse. The university did as we said we would do in the face of prohibited actions. We were prepared with the necessary support to maintain campus operations and ensure the safety, well-being, and learning environment, yada, 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 yada. When was this sent?
This was sent the night, let's see, that same night around like 11 p.m.
Because they started arresting students before they had even gotten the chance to get into the protest.
Yeah.
So how can they say that these students violated campus policies?
And the whole point too of that, the protest, it was supposed to be a peaceful event full of education.
Right.
They were gonna have study breaks. They were gonna have lunch breaks. Like they were just gonna be on the lawn, like informing
It was a
people.
sit-in. It wasn't even an encampment.
It's not a protest. It wasn't a riot.
Right. And they are lawfully allowed to do that. It's public university.
It's public university property, and because of that, it's part of the city. Like anybody's allowed to be here on campus.
Yeah.
And it was immediately ignored. They knew what they were gonna do, and they came out and they did it.
Wild.
I was surprised that day. I was just in shock.
What's happening here?
I'm guessing it's people they've protested from the lawn. There's some people on the lawn.
Okay.
People they've arrested. Sorry. People they've arrested on the lawn. There was a group that dispersed from this main group.
Okay.
And went to the lawn after the bus full of state troopers left.
So are they like there's still arrested students here?
Texas is also an anti-BDS state, by the way.
Yeah, so at this building right here, they are holding student protesters that they arrested earlier today. That's what you hear people chanting about to release them. It's Caroline.
Thank you so much.
Of course. See, you can see my. We have 4,000 people. We've got my chat right here.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, we've been talking about this for months. So.
Yeah.
Well, thank you so much.
Yeah, no problem.
And good luck.
Stay safe.
You too. There's a whole group behind me. Again, we've got various law enforcement groups right over in this area. And then across from them, there's a line of students who are also part of the protest.
I'm going to text her and see if there's any students in this community right now that can connect her with some people.
Hi. What's up? Here, you wanna...
I was trying to find you, and then comes these like 30 rioters, and then one dude is like, scatter!
Oh my god!
Oh my god!
Oh my god!
Down the road, I was like, okay, so.
What the fuck? Melena's there?
Yep. Hey, these people are chanting.
Oh my god!
I don't even know.
Classic Norwegian queen shit, dude. She out here fucking doing Oslo Accord shit.
Look at your witnessing though. Look at your
But good.
I have so much authority.
right now?
Yes, we are.
Thanks for coming out.
Oh, thank you, thank you.
It was at UCLA last week.
I'm an independent medic. I'm not with any official.
Oh, that's cool.
There's a street
Nice,
medic
thank you for
chat.
that. That's nice.
Y'all been watching Hassan's coverage at all?
We went to UCLA together.
Who's Hassan?
Wait.
Bro doesn't even know. He's on fucking.
Yeah, we went to UCLA together with if you know Lolo or Raul.
I know of Lolo.
Yeah. Yeah, so we went march on camera. It was really different from what's been happening at UT, but also historically the way USC has been policed versus UCLA because of the
I
neighborhoods.
texted her. I said, "Tell the medic we're watching."
Yeah,
Yeah, here, today was really I think maybe it was the second try, but really first sustained try at creating an encampment here.
Yeah.
Because otherwise, it would just been like daily programming, and then we all leave at night. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
This is the actual disruption.
I mean, they haven't even been able to set up an encampment like that on
Not at UCLA, not like at UCLA or anything like that.
I told her.
I think there's a lot more.
I told her that he's on stream to tell him.
That's
I don't know if you see
From the outside
it.
perspective, that's what it looks like. Just because there's so organized.
That's what I told my community when I went to UCLA. That was the first thing I noticed, how organized they were, how they had it all handled.
So,
it was incredibly impressive. I can't imagine 18 years old. 19 years old.
He said, not to cheapen this. Wait. Yo, not to cheapen this interaction, but I've name dropped Hassan on first days before. That's awesome.
Your opinions. What do you think? After talking to people.
Yeah, I mean, yeah, that's good.
I'm gonna text Milena too.
It certainly is very different vibe than what I saw at UCLA, and then also what I've just been seeing.
Was UCLA more chill?
No, well, UCLA had an actual encampment, and the day that we were there, and I believe it's still like that, there was no police presence outside of a handful of campus security officers. Here,
oh my god, I am shaking. It's from caffeine, I swear. Oh, they can read that, by the way. I'm hiding it.
No, it's me. I've texted them. They're so funny.
You see what he said?
All right.
Yeah, he just.
All right. I don't want to film your phone. Let's just do this.
Listen.
What? I don't want to film your phone, dude.
Are there any University of Texas students in the chat? Are there any University of Texas students in the chat, or any University of Texas students that know any of the student organizers, so that Caroline can go talk to them? If you know any of the student organizers, if you know any of the SJP students, or if you know any of the JVP students, I don't know what are the campus. I'm assuming that there are some DSA people as well. If you're at the protest, if you're watching me right now, try to link up with Caroline. I told her that I would, using Caroline as a content proxy. Do you think they'd be watching stream right now? Maybe. I'm at UT. Okay, but do you know any of the organizers? If you know any of the student organizers, if you know someone that knows the student organizers. No, I'm not saying go to Caroline randomly. I'm saying if you know a student organizer, one of the people, like a media liaison or something, please connect them with Caroline. Okay? She's the Hezbollah to your Iran. Yes.
UT Austin last week.
So what does that mean? What does that mean to like a European? Are they like carrying tents, or are they trying to just chill out?
Okay, so have you seen any of the pictures and videos at college campuses where they have the tents and they're doing 24/7 protesting
but they're being
until
pushed
their
away.
demands are met?
They're being pushed away.
Well, depending on the campus, the police presence is, to varying degrees. Yeah. At UCLA, like I said, when I was there, the police had not been called in. USC they have. They've been arresting protesters. UT Austin, the protesters were planning a peaceful sit-in, which they are lawfully, legally allowed to do. And the second that they started, they had this march planned, and then they were going to sit on the lawn and do various activities, meditation, art, and immediately the riot police were there. They were on the horses. All right. Full squatting out, and started arresting protesters. About 57 were arrested that first day. Can I have some water?
Yes. It's in my backpack.
Sweating. Main pocket?
Yeah. Main pocket. We have the Nanny McPhee bag, or what's it called? Yeah,
dude, I'm like Nick when we were in Paris, and his back was just dripping in sweat.
Oh yeah, that's how I feel. I'm wearing like 3 layers of clothes as well.
Also today, we have, I've talked to a couple of students here.
Yeah? What's the bus? What's on the bus? Is my backpack closed?
Hold on.
That's probably a cop bus. That's probably a paddy wagon.
Those are students This is another batch of student protesters that were arrested.
To those asking, what are they arrested with? It's usually a litany of different charges, including resisting arrest, including but not limited to. But on private campuses, they get hit with trespassing. On public campuses, they can't get hit with trespassing, but they still hit them with like anything and everything they can. It's just that disorderly conduct, things of that nature. Problem is, however, it doesn't really matter at the end of the day because, the prosecutor in Texas doesn't prosecute them. So they just simply get arrested. And then they're let go usually. But the goal is to stop that protest from happening.
You're a nursing student.
Do you want to say hi to chat? You don't have to be on camera if you don't want.
Sure. Hi, chat.
What's your name?
My name is Will.
Will!
Yeah, probably shouldn't have said that.
That's okay.
If you can help in any way to any of the protests that are around you, you have any type of skill, medical or otherwise.
Hassan stream?
Yeah, shout out to
Oh, yeah? Oh, that's so cool. Hassan's watching. That's so cool. I'm such a big Hassan fan.
He sent us out. We're out here.
Dude.
HasanAbi here.
Yeah, I think he was watching my stream earlier, so shouts out.
Like an hour ago he was watching.
Yeah.
That's so cool.
Y'all doing great work.
Oh, thank you. Thanks for being a part of this.
But yeah, I was just gonna say, if you have any skills at all that could be utilized by these groups, come out, show your solidarity, support where you can, and eventually you get the experience. The more you go out, the more comfortable you'll be at the front.
Yeah. It is intimidating because I've talked to some other people who saw that I went to a protest last week and went, I'd really like to come with you because I'm scared to go by myself.
Yeah.
I understand that. It is something where I think if you don't have a group to go with, just go. Just go, because when you're there, you'll be happy that you went, and we're a part of it. And
it's all a community, solidarity.
Embarrassed or ashamed going by yourself to something like this. So do it if you can.
Dude, the crowd moves so quickly. What does it mean? What does it mean when they move like this? Are they trying to go somewhere else to just?
They're probably following the bus out.
All right. Oh,
Yeah.
the bus.
So that was.
Are they arrested students?
Yeah.
In the bus, yeah.
Yeah.
Oh God.
It's just also crazy too that people like you who are nursing students here to help have to worry about repercussions for being a part of something like this.
I was wondering about what my job will think. Let's see. I think
Your
I
job
should
that
get
like
paid.
you're studying to help people, like you're in the medical field. Your whole career is about helping people who need help.
Yeah.
And yet, what that's
Mayor of
supposed to
Irvine has
have
ordered the police to stand down at UCI.
lines
Pigs are
drawn
still
across
staging
of, like,
down the
who it's
street.
acceptable to help and
Well,
who
thankfully
it's
I
not.
wasn't arrested, so.
Yeah.
There's a-
Disperse, scatter.
Okay, so they're coming back. Wait,
You
I
wanna
see a couple of students are arrested. I can't.
Do we
More
scatter?
cliche chat.
Do we scatter? Hello?
No, we should be good over here.
Yeah. Okay, here.
It's so funny that Melena's like worried. Oh my God, I can't believe she's
What's
at this thing. That's so
happening?
awesome.
Okay, so there's a couple students here.
Fascist fucking piglets, dude. Grays are the state troopers, and the blacks are local police, and the blues are like community safety. So at UCLA, if you saw the blue, you saw a lot of the blues, right? Like they are the lowest level of cop. Obviously, the highest level of cop being the state troopers. Look at that fucking hog with the fucking cowboy hat.
I disagree.
This dude's got a fucking GoPro and he's like, you gotta go. You're outnumbered. You gotta go. This is so sick.
How's that feel? Quit. Leave. Go. Fly. Circle up, bitches.
I love seeing those fucking green highlighter hats, the National Guild of Lawyers hats. Oh man, it's pretty sick. The green hats are the National Guild of Lawyers. See, you notice how she's taking notes? She's probably a legal observer. So their job there at protests is to make sure that like every action is diligently noted down, so that when arrests inevitably happen, they have some kind of legal counsel and like an actual witness. Notice how they all have those like little Brillo pads? It's because they're writing down everything that they see, like anything that cops are doing that's wrong. They do also get arrested, by the way. They also not Brillo pad, legal pads, whatever. Fuck. Brillo pads are scrubs. Okay, shut up. It's funny to see the students kettling the cops.
Fucking fascists! Your whole job is a publicity stunt for the governor. You mean nothing.
Tell him. Broccoli-haired Zoomers are all right.
I don't need anything.
Did anybody know those guys that were just taken? Anybody know their names?
What you were seeing is solidarity in action. Everyone has a role to play at these protests. You can either be a body to demonstrate a show of solidarity, a show of support. You can, if you have the legal background, you can be, if you're a part of the National Guild of Lawyers, you can be a legal observer. You have nursing students and those who are trying to become doctors that go there to operate as street medics. Okay? Because at the end of the day, you are all you have. Okay? There's always a need. And if you feel like you have nothing to contribute, you can still be a body. This is how it works. Constitutions use law to stump criminals. This is a joke. What? You know why it didn't start before now? It did. I forget which university was the first, but it wasn't Columbia. Columbia was just simply the first that got media attention because it's in the middle of fucking New York City. But Columbia students, I forget who they told me. I think it might have been Vanderbilt. But Columbia University students were galvanized and motivated because of the Vanderbilt students that literally got suspended for their actions. But then as soon as Columbia did it in the middle of New York City, and there were counter protesters and the faculty, well, not the faculty, but the administration fucked it up by sending in the cops, it blew up. And of course, it blew up all around the country. There were already there were already student protests. There were already student protests happening around the country for a multitude of different reasons. For example, USC saw what was going on in Colombia and also saw that their valedictorian speech was their valedictorian was not allowed to speak on commencement. So once that happened, the USC students mobilized, and UC students started mobilizing as well. The Irvine one started today, as we covered earlier. The UC Irvine situation is interesting because the mayor has told the cops to stand down, even though they are staging in the parking lot outside of the UCI Gaza Solidarity encampment. Pigs have been called in from departments across Orange County, Newport Beach, Costa Mesa, UCI PD, OCSD, and OCSD has batons out as they prep. Not only that, but it's also becoming more of an international movement as well. Yeah, Rutgers University started their own encampment 4 hours ago. There's probably a student encampment or some kind of organized protest, organized pro-Palestinian protest at every college campus at this point, no matter how minor. New York also has CUNY, the City University of New York. Bring back vengeful snipers. Dude, what the fuck are you saying? So horny for fucking 18-year-olds to be killed. So cowardly.
Shout that out because I really think it's important to be reading independent journalist outlets right now, especially student journalists who are on these campuses and reporting what's happening. So good sources of information. Also, that cop literally did almost run me over. Okay, let me find Milena. Milena, there you are. Sure. Yeah, of course. What's up, lady? What's up, lady? You got that water?
It's gone. I couldn't find a cap, and I was.
I know.
Okay.
I'm sorry.
There's just a little bit left. Dude,
I was gonna.
You were looking the other way, and the dude behind you got arrested.
Wait, shit!
I took a picture of it. They were zip tying him like, they sniped him, dude.
Oh my god.
Yeah, they smurfed it. They like quietly just zip tied him and pulled him away.
Oh, jeez.
Huh?
They just like
behind you. Look, you were right next to him.
Fucking baby snatchers, dude.
Yep. There. They quietly went in and they grabbed some people out.
So I'm trying to figure out because the cops aren't giving reasons as to like why they're arresting random protesters.
Yes.
And I heard one guy say, you know, I'm not about to get one guy here, but he's like, he had a gun, but it is Texas, and I know if you have permits.
You can, on campus, you can conceal, correct?
Yeah. So then, okay. Like I know I'm not in California anymore.
Yeah, it was a whole thing where like a few years ago, a bunch of people brought dildos to campus. You can't carry a dildo, but you can carry a gun.
Wait.
Yeah.
You can't carry a dildo?
No. You can carry a gun. Texas, y'all.
Make America great again by being able to legally carry dildos.
Literally.
What's the reasoning behind
just that it's
no
like,
dildos?
Inappropriate and you can't have it out in like the public? Like, of course.
There's a water. You can grab a water from him.
You need a water.
You want this? I think she's grabbing one.
I'm texting Milena.
She's so nice.
She's great. She's a student journalist here.
Hassan said this.
Yeah. I'm texting him back. Thank you so much.
As well?
Sure. Do you not want it? We can share it.
Okay.
Okay, you take it. You take
I'm
it.
gonna go talk to them, but I don't think they probably want to be on camera. So
Okay, so I'm chilling.
Just stay right here.
All right.
If you need help with anything, let me know. I'm a journalism student here.
Oh shit, that's so cool.
Yeah, so I'm trying to just learn all I can.
Oh yeah. Like we're trying not to film.
I'm just
people who doesn't
telling,
want to
I
be
just
filmed.
asked Caroline to talk to the legal observers to see if they would be, one, down to talk on camera, and two, explain why, like what legal grounds, what legal basis the cops have to arrest the student demonstrators and the student protesters here.
Helping her. Okay, gotcha. Yeah. We were watching live streams before we came here, and we're like, yeah, let's fucking go. Yeah. Yeah. First is here too, right?
This day was really. Thursday, faculty joined in. That's the day that faculty really got more involved with it.
Oh, what's happening?
Get the camera.
Oh, they're breaking through. They're pushing through.
I think they just sprayed somebody with pepper spray or mace or something. So I'm going to hang back here.
God, I wish I was there right now. Fuck. Legal observers are supposed to be apolitical. I know. I'm not asking them to give their fucking political perspective.
With mace.
This is another reason why you wear masks, chat. This is another reason why you wear masks and protective eye gear. Always be prepared in situations like this. Like at the top of the hour, be prepared for a 3-minute ad break by subscribing for $5 or for free with a Twitch Prime. By connecting your Amazon Prime account to your Twitch account, you get 1 free Prime subscription a month.
Okay, so quick update. I was talking to the National Lawyer Guild. They're doing, pro bono work. They're doing pro bono work for students who are arrested. I asked them, how this works. They said the cops can literally say anything. They don't have to give a reason for arrest, and then they have 48 hours to file the report, and then they'll say, I arrested so-and-so for XYZ reason. But yeah, so the lawyers, they don't know, and even if they're given a reason, it could just be totally bullshit. And then what happened as I was talking to them is the cops maced or pepper sprayed. It looked like a protester into the crowd. So that's when the crowd started running back.
Hasan, why aren't you out there on the ground reporting? Come on, chatter. This one is a Willie Mack fan. I wonder why I'm not there right now. Possibly because it's in fucking University of Texas and I'm in California and not in Austin. But that's not the reason why this chatter is asking that. The reason why this chatter is asking that is because he wants to be like, oh, you're not doing on the ground reporting. Something I never actually fucking said. Something that was a joke and was totally made in bad faith. That these fucking dickheads still disingenuously repeat over and over again because they're not actually interested in anything other than the fact that they can, be fucking annoying. I'm sure that chatter was not here when I was on the ground reporting in California at UCLA. Just hypocrisy fishing, baby. Nothing more than that. Uh-oh.
Going on, they sent out a notice of the do's and don'ts of the protests that they allow and don't, and it was you have to be no hurt.
That they behaved last week, the second students started protesting, feels like there's actually no rules allowing anything.
Yes, yeah, no, exactly. It's very much that.
UT Austin released protest rules that say individuals may not come to campus without authorization.
The protest that was going on Wednesday,
apparently they won't let you wear masks either.
Out here, and someone over the speakers saying the sheriff being you need to disperse right now, trying to scare people. Earlier there was
that sounds disruptive.
Here's another angle of the mace spray.
Isn't the whole thing that you can't be disruptive?
Yes, yeah.
And now guys, I think it's really important to understand what happened last week, where it was calm. Mm-hmm. It was going to be a peaceful sit-in. Yeah. There wasn't even an encampment, and the police immediately escalated the situation, and now here we are.
See that right there?
There was a schedule posted. There was going to be study hours. Everyone was going to be chill and just study because it's finals week right now. Right. There was going to be a break hour. There was going to be art at the end of it. At the end of the schedule, we were going to make art. it's, you know, you can clearly see that nothing was disruptive, nothing was trying to harm anyone, put anyone in danger.
Yeah.
This is something Milena snapped. Holy fuck, what is that?
I'm gonna go find Milena. I think I scared her when I ran towards her to grab the bag. Oh, there she is. Hi. Did I scare the fuck out of you when I ran towards you to grab the bag?
I ran
You
the other
started
way.
sprinting. I was like, give me the bag.
No, that was funny. Dude.
Do you want some of my water?
No, I think I'm good.
So did you see what happened?
No, what happened?
They maced or pepper sprayed students. Or one student, or like I saw one in particular who.
I'm gonna spin that way. Look at the table. There you go. Better. I can actually film you both.
Earlier in the tower, when they were still taking a lot of people in that were getting arrested, they were chanting inside, "Let us pee, let us pee." They weren't letting them go pee.
I'll take some water.
Oh my god. Let us pee.
Yeah.
The campus that's ordered the cops to come here and fix this, or is it just like?
So it's like the campus, like in connection with the state.
All right.
They're, like in cahoots, like.
All right.
That's why there was a vote of no confidence that 500 faculty members signed, I believe.
Yeah.
I will say, at UT's campus in particular, the faculty have come out really strong in support of the students. And then across the country, there have been faculty members arrested on campuses. And so they had a vote of no confidence, and the students are also now calling upon President Jay Hartzell to resign because of his complicity.
Did y'all see the text messages that came out? Oh, let me show you. The Daily Texan is the newspaper here, and they post a lot of great info coming out.
Do you have
a phone charger battery?
Yeah, iPhone.
Because mine's on about.
It's about to die.
6%.
Do you want to hold it?
Yeah.
Dude,
I'll show you guys this right now.
Those are the MVPs, dude. They're running people with Gatorades. They
really
are.
Yeah. They ran in there with waters after the pepper spray.
Okay, so yeah, the Daily Texan. So UT President Jay Hartzell's message with the state senator and the UT system chancellor reveal
fucking animals, bro. Look at this.
At yesterday's protest. So this was back on Wednesday because our police force couldn't do it alone, according to messages obtained by the Austin American Statesman. So.
Couple of things to add. I believe approximately 75 DPS were deployed to UTSA today, but protest there was small. I was at UT most of the afternoon on the mall. This is from James Milliken.
Yeah.
I just saw like a Hopkins police car. Like they're probably coming from like.
I was pleased with the leadership of UT police under the circumstances. They could not have managed a crowd of this size alone. I'm pulling together UT alumni with influence to help de-escalate. Politics is not going to let this go. There are 100 ways this reignites. I want to help you steer clear. Okay. Thank you for the help.
That's Jay Hartzell, the president. Yeah.
He requested additional help from DPS.
Peaceful, quiet end to the semester and beyond. Thank goodness we've not. How did these texts come out?
So, UT President Jay Hartzell message with senators. Obtained by. It just says obtained by Austin American Statesman.
Okay.
Someone obtained.
Thank goodness we've not seen any property damage or personal injury at the end of the semester. Yes, please.
It appears the state is treating UT Austin differently than other campuses. I've not seen reports of DPS and tactical gear sent to other campuses. Did UT Austin ask for this heightened presence? We asked for this help, Senator. They indicated their desire to mimic what happened at Columbia and elsewhere, which we are doing our best to avoid for obvious reasons. Our police force couldn't do it alone. I can't speak to the... Where are we at?
I can't speak to the other campuses, but this group is a chapter of a national organization that has done this elsewhere. They clearly intended to break our protest rules despite our statements to them that we couldn't allow them to do so. I wish we weren't in this situation, clearly.
Yeah. It's like the only university in Texas that has all this extra...
The most liberal university, too.
Well, that's why. That's why they have all that. Can't be having that now. Can't be having that fucking good old liberalism. Animals, dude. Fucking animals, dude. Pigs. I don't understand how a cop's brain works. Like, how do they not have a change of heart with a chance so directly pointing out their violence as they become increasingly violent? What do you mean? They're literally animals, okay? Read Heroin Forever's comment. They want to help. Their job relies on them not giving a shit. They can't have a conscience on this. Their job requires them to be violent. Their job requires them to be violent organs of the state, to stifle protest, to beat the shit out of students. That's their job. Anyway, while this was happening, as you can see, here's what the fuck the White House was saying. Here's White House Press Secretary Karine Jean-Pierre when pressed on the use of police force at campus protests, such as UT Austin. This is what she had to say. Let's take a look.
Administration's response specifically to the use of police force in some of these college campus protests. We saw this at Indiana University, Ohio State, and UT Austin.
Yeah, so again, I'm going to be really repetitive here. Americans have the right to peacefully protest within the law. That is really important here. Anti-Semitism is dangerous. I know. We've seen the videos that have pretty much gone viral out there.
Yeah, it's always anti-Semitism. It's so dangerous. It's like, yeah, dude, we agree. The fuck do you mean? Why'd you bring that up? The only danger I see from countless hours of protest footage towards Jewish people is oftentimes coming from either Jewish Zionist counter-protesters and Christian Zionist counter-protesters and just Zionist counter-protesters alike against the Jewish anti-Zionist students, okay? Or, more importantly, from the fucking cops brutalizing Jewish anti-Zionist student protesters. So you don't care about anti-Semitism at all. You don't care about the safety and security of Jewish students at all. Because if you did, you wouldn't be championing or at least turning a blind eye to the police brutality that Jewish anti-Zionist protesters are experiencing currently. Remember, chat, this is why I always say there is a long history of resistance against oppression inside of Jewish culture, okay? 3 out of the 4 Kent State University student protesters that were shot and killed by the National Guard were Jewish. Jewish protesters are also overrepresented in the arrests in all of these incidents. Okay? Something to consider, something to remember.
And I can't speak to that. We may have more to say about those videos once we look into that. We'd have to look into them. Just don't have anything to share beyond that. But it is important. It is important for Americans to have the right to peacefully protest. We understand this is within the law, and we understand this is a difficult time, and we're going to call out any type of hateful rhetoric.
And so does the administration think the police force, the police presence we've seen so far is acceptable?
Look, as far as police presence, that's up to the colleges and the universities. That's for them to decide. And we have to be able to allow Americans to peacefully protest.
Oh, yeah. It's up to the universities to choose what kind of mechanism they want to beat the shit out of the students.
The offensive.
Oh, I heard about this. Beautiful display of journalism. Please watch this absolute gem of an interview. This is what happens when those pushback Zionists become flustered and cry about the line of questioning because they can't answer the
Rafah
question.
will end in a slaughter, the UN warns. Tell us, how are you going to evacuate all these people?
In the same way that we've done in the past.
That didn't work very well. You told people to move to what was a safe zone, then your forces would end up bombing that area. Are you going to follow the same
Kent State is the anti-Vietnam protest is what I'm talking about in Kent State.
formula?
So again, I think that's a misrepresentation of this war. We're after Hamas. We've got no problem with ordinary Gazans. I won't be sharing with you our battle plans. They're being discussed right now.
I'm not asking about the battle plan, Mr. Mansour.
So
I'm asking how
look.
are you going to evacuate 1.4 million people out of Rafah?
We will do the same as we've done in other parts of this harsh military war. We move people out of harm's way. We've already acquired, there's been multiple reports of shelters which have been acquired, safe zones where people can move to.
We've also seen people with white flags in plain sight being shot by your forces. We've also seen people in so-called safe zones being bombed. So we've seen your forces kill people on the run from your bombs as well over the past 6 months.
So again, I would say to you that we feel we are the most humane army which has ever existed in living memory. We've done more.
Dude, what the fuck? The most humane army that has ever existed in history.
To protect civilian lives. Where there have been, Yama, this is important. Let me share with you.
You even shot your own hostages.
Right.
That came
so
out
where there have
alive.
been.
He's like, no, you don't understand. When we shot and killed our own hostages, we did this in the most humane and moral way possible. Sir, you are looking increasingly like a Hamas militant to me by the moment.
Waved flags and your soldiers.
An extremely terrible occurrence that was.
So how are people in
where
Gaza
we have
supposed to
made
feel
mistakes?
safe? How are they?
Where we have made mistakes, we investigate, we wait for those results, and we adjust our behavior accordingly. That's what democracies do.
1 week into the war, your army spokesperson Daniel Hagari showed the world a virtual 3D model of an alleged Hamas command and control center which stretched several stories beneath the largest medical facility in Gaza, the Shifa hospital, which you know very well of. Why haven't you shown any proof of such a command center?
Again, Yama, this really line of questioning really shocks us here in Israel because we have.
Because we're not used to it, really. We're not used to it at all. You need to do your job, which is to sit back and agree and nod along as I lie to your face. This line of questioning is unfathomable.
We've shown the world media, many journalists have been taken to those tunnels. We've seen those bulletproof doors. We've seen the cells.
No, specifically with Shifa Hospital, what you've shown the world are abandoned tunnels and shafts and weapons your forces claim were found inside the hospital. That does not prove that Hamas had a 3-story underground command and control center under the Shifa, a claim Israel has used to justify the attacks on hospitals all over the Gaza Strip.
I'm quite disappointed at this line of questioning, and it's not just from you, because we face this unreasonable burden of proof of the horrors of Hamas strategy.
Bro's talking about sieging a hospital. What do you mean, unreasonable burden of proof? There's like not really any amount of proof that you can show that justifies sieging an active hospital. It is illegal. Under international law, attacking a critical medical infrastructure, as long as there are patients inside of it, is illegal. Okay? You can't fucking do it. But the burden of proof is on you to justify such an inhumane action. A abject war crime, mind you. You cannot sit there and say this is unreasonable. An unreasonable burden of proof is literally what you need. What the fuck? He's like, why aren't you just as anti-Arab as I am? If you believe that Arabs are rabid dogs like I do, then you wouldn't be asking such silly questions.
We've shown you tunnels.
Hamas has never denied they had tunnels under Gaza. That's an open secret. But you're claiming that they had a command center under the biggest hospital in Gaza. You use that as an argument to lay that hospital in ruins. And that's why it's a question the international press has to ask you. Where is this command center under the Shifa hospital?
Asking questions is, of course, the right thing to do for any journalist, but we have produced evidence of terror tunnels underneath the hospital.
So no command center. Got it. Thanks. So that was a lie then. So that was a fucking lie then. Okay, sick. The funniest part about the obviously incredibly fucking inhumane, psychopathic reasoning delivered by Israel was that their fucking tunnels didn't even connect to the hospital. The parts of the tunnel structure that connected to the hospital were literally paved, which means that pre-October 7, they were not in use. During October 7, they were not in use. They had paved them long ago. They showed it themselves, by the way. They literally showed it themselves.
I apologize, Yama, if it's not enough for you. I apologize for the fact that we found RPGs
oh, shit, they're running away.
In an intensive care unit.
Oh, yeah, totally, dude. They found fucking handguns. They didn't even find RPGs. He's a liar. They found, in air quotes, handguns in the MRI room.
Fuck you, fascists! 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 Fuck you, fascists!
Pack them up in there. That is the building where the detained protesters are at currently. That is also the building that the police keep fucking sending by way of buses full of protesters that they violently apprehend and arrest. That's the building that they put them inside of. I'm worried that they're going to use this as like the protesters are being aggressive and violent, and for the safety of our officers, we had to kettle and corral them and beat the fucking living dog shit out of them by bringing in the state troopers from the back and just like packing them, which, you know, of course is inevitable in these sorts of circumstances. How the fuck does anyone from the other side look at this and think they're on the right side of history? They don't, but it doesn't matter because those in media that champion the police in this situation will only be rewarded. They never get punished. Remember, those who consistently railed against the campus protesters in the 68 Vietnam War protests were rewarded. They were not punished. They were rewarded with better media jobs, better media positions.
I guess
Abi Türk polisi olsa tekme tokat ağzına sıçmıştı. Yapma etme oğlum. Türk polisi sonuçta hem dayak atmayı da bilir ama dayak yemeyi de bilir. Amerikalı polisinde öyle bir konsept yok. Amerika polisi tekme tokat girdiği zaman ondan sonra diğer adamlar da dönüp de vurduğu zaman Amerikalı polisine silahını çıkarıp kafasına dayar. Türk polisi öyle değil.
Genocide and from supporting companies that have ties to Israel, especially those that are weapons manufacturing companies. UTI & Co. invests millions of dollars in weapons manufacturer companies complicit in the genocide in Gaza. Number two, the university provides full amnesty to student protesters arrested and unsuspend the PSC, which is the Palestinian Solidarity Committee, correct? And they were disbanded last week.
Yeah, so I think what they were trying to do, that's why they brought in all of like
okay. Yeah,
because they were, yeah.
And then number three, the resignation of UT Austin's president, Jay Hartnell, who the UT community has lost faith in, as seen by the over 500 faculty signatures on the no confidence statement. Just a reminder.
$45 billion in weaponry a year, but
He's watching your stream.
Oh, is she?
Hi,
Hi, your mom. Actually, real quick too, Dad, if you're watching, happy birthday. I hope you got the flowers that I sent. Side note, send men flowers. Men love flowers. Men deserve flowers too. Happy birthday, Dad.
I disagree. But that's just me. Yes, we do. Shut up.
Have you seen any, I haven't seen any counter-protesters here today.
I have seen some. They more or less are just hanging out, but as usual, we're not interested in talking with them
Right.
or taunting them. Like, they might get a couple fingers.
Biggest L of your career? Okay.
Yeah, we're standing against genocide. We don't
Yeah.
give a shit about the Zionists.
I've been repeatedly reading the student demands, just so that people who are new in this community, watching for the for the first time today, understand what it is that students here and across the
You
country.
paint your nails, dog? Yeah, I do. I just don't fuck with flowers like that.
The UT Austin students specifically are calling on their president to step down. And UT faculty signed a letter of no confidence. Correct me if I'm wrong on any of this.
No, that's correct.
Okay.
Yeah. One of my critiques that may be completely unfounded because I am not that close on the organizing is I haven't seen a lot of clear demands, but it sounds like they have a list out.
I'm reading the Palestinian Solidarity Committee
Nice.
groups.
Okay, well there you go. Hell
So
yeah.
I've been
That's the major one.
following them on Instagram and on Twitter, and they were the group that was disbanded, and
That's
so
right.
they're calling on
Yep.
their reinstatement.
Our demands are in our hands. Close, divest.
Yeah. I think the
Of course, the I hate fruit fella doesn't like flowers. Yeah, I don't like fruit. All right, let's get back to this fucking dipshit. Labor friend to Israel. Now, after Elon Levy's departure, unceremonious departure, the current media person for England, representing the interests of Israel to England.
I apologize for the fact that we were fired on from the maternity ward. And I can tell you one thing, it wasn't the
No, you weren't. You fucking liar. Shut the fuck up.
midwives that were firing at us. We know we've killed at least 13,000 terrorists, armed terrorists.
Literally just the number of adult men over the age of 18. That's so sick. Every single one of them was Hamas.
You again.
How do you know that you've killed 13,000 terrorists?
Because they were firing at us.
So did you do a head count?
Yes.
So this is a verifiable fact according to you.
I don't say that we have their lists. I don't say we have their names, but we...
You should. You do. You have the population registry. What is this? Children of the Light, by the way? Female Israel supporter at UCLA wishes rape on students outside the UCLA encampment today. Nice.
We have killed 13,000 combatants.
Yes, but it's
numerous
just a number,
interviews.
Mr. Mensur. It's just a number. We have never seen any concrete proof that backs up this number.
He's right. If they were to release the population registry of all of those, which they have access to, that they've declared enemy combatants, then humanitarian rights organizations şu bir öne bir çıkarsana işesin. Ya bahçeye bir çıkarsana bir işesin, ondan sonra geri getiririm. Kaya. Okay. Go party.
So I'm a spokesman for this government. I'm a spokesman for this government and the Israeli people. And I'll tell
As I was saying, if they were to release the names, which they know, of all of the people that were killed and claim and highlight those who they declared enemy combatants, okay, then international human rights organizations, in collaboration with the Palestinian authorities, could literally cross-reference it. Because when they do kill Hamas members, Hamas and Hezbollah as well, in the past, right now they can't do that because they're under constant fucking bombardment, but in the past, they would say, this is a martyr, this is one of our martyrs, this is an Islamic Jihad martyr. There would be a level of corroboration. However, they won't do that. They won't do that because they've decided that 13,000 men over the age of 18 are all enemy combatants across the board. if they were to basically cross-reference that and find out that like a shit ton of them are doctors, students, teachers, UNRWA employees, and things of that nature, then, you know, this would all fucking fall apart. It is ridiculous, however, to say the 13,000 number, in my opinion, because you're literally saying 13,000 men have been murdered by the Israeli state. The rest of those numbers in the 40,000 casualty number are women and children. Okay? Women and children. Do you understand? Women and children. That ratio is insane.
Tell you right now that we have killed 13,000 terrorists. We have executed the gold standard when it comes to firing and directing our war at the terrorists and getting civilians out of harm's way.
You say you've set the gold standard. Your critics would say Israel is waging a genocidal war, according to UN experts. Israel finds itself in the docks in the International Criminal Court of Justice, which says there is plausible reason to believe genocide is being committed in Gaza. The EU says Israel is using starvation as a weapon against 2.2 million Gaza.
Can you guys stop sending me this exact same fucking dickhead every goddamn day, please? It's the same dickhead every day, bro. There's one guy at UCLA, a film student, who loves wearing the fucking IDF t-shirt too. It's literally the same fucking theater kid every day going to the same fucking encampment every day. No, Kaya, come. And going, oh my God, I can't get to class. And it's like, we know where the encampment is. We know that you're not trying to get the fucking class. You just keep filming yourself in front of the fucking encampment to act as though you are being somehow hindered or harmed. This shit shouldn't be happening in schools. Yeah, I agree, brother. I don't think Israel should be blowing up every fucking school in Gaza, but they did that already. So it's perfectly understandable that students overseas would look to that and go, hey, it's kind of fucked up. It's kind of fucked up to put an end to that. It's kind of fucked up to not put an end to that. Sorry. Once again, anyone that sees this fucking dickhead and goes, wow, they're blocking his movement. As you can see, look at this. Look, look, look. They're not blocking his movement at all. They're not restricting his movement from going to fucking class. He just keeps going in front of the encampment and the surrounding area of the encampment and filming himself against the student protesters to be like, you guys are blocking me from going to class. You guys are blocking me from going to class. That's it.
Doesn't really sound like a gold standard.
So let me take those apart, because there's a lot in that question which you just asked. On genocide, I would point you to the fact that a genocide was committed against my people, indiscriminate killing against my people. You know, we, the Jewish people, we recognize evil when we see it. We've been very, very clear that it's a terrible war. It's a dangerous war. We've lost 606 of our soldiers in this war. But this country is united on its war aims, and we will be successful because, you know, we don't have anywhere else to go in this country. You know, there is only one Jewish state in the entire world.
And WHO.
It's so funny. We don't have anywhere else to go. As you can notice from my accent and where I'm standing, we have nowhere else to go. There is Hamas everywhere, including in the streets of Londonistan, where I currently reside. Excuse me, we Jews have nowhere to go. Israel is the only place for us. It's like, what do you mean, bro? Where are we right now? Where do you think we're at? Not to say that the people that are already in Israel, like, have to fucking leave or anything, okay? They just have to play nice and treat the people that were already there as human beings and not as, like, a pestilence that must be removed from the fucking earth. An aberration that must be excised. It's very frustrating. But of course, for many in Israel, having to treat Palestinians with dignity is akin to, you know, not living in Israel at all, because Israel has to exist as a genocidal apartheid state. Yeah, we have nowhere else to go, says Israeli Zionists in Staten Island, a Palestinian child crawling out of rubble in their former home. Yeah, I saw this one. This was pretty funny. There's so many articles like this, by the way. We have nowhere else to go. Alla Umansky is a writer, Jewish mother, wife, amateur runner, and a mediocre figure skater, living, working, and raising a family in the Atlanta area. There was another one. That was a dude from Denver. A dude from Denver wrote the exact same article with the exact same title. We have nowhere else to go, says dude from Denver. This is so very painful and enraging to watch. Our constitutional rights are being spat on in service of a genocide. Yeah, I saw this. I don't worry. I didn't forget to cover it. 4 women at ASU had their hijabs removed by police following arrest. Here we see them remove it all blurred and then just put a hoodie on her head. Can you imagine police like fucking violently and brutally fucking beating on like Orthodox Jewish women and taking their wigs off? What would happen in such an atrocity? Because it would be an atrocity. It would be a hate crime. What would happen? Removing the yarmulkes, removing the wigs of Orthodox women, removing the gear that nuns wear. Front page news. But of course, when it happens to Muslims, this won't even get a fucking byline. Probably nothing? The fuck do you mean probably nothing? What are you talking about? Israeli defenders counter-protest and agitate, and if you so much as sneeze in the direction, New York Post has a fucking byline, has a headline literally saying like, Jew hatred out of control, Palestinians resort to biological warfare. Jew hatred out of control, biological warfare against Jews on campus. And then the photo is literally like a 67-year-old wearing a fucking Jewish power Kahanist flag being presented as a peaceful a Jewish protester. Jewish woman in France alleges wig removed in discriminatory police encounter. The incident occurred after a traffic stop. Oh, it was France. Their police are also fucking getting increasingly more aggro and increasingly more violent. The bag of rats, for as far as the biological warfare goes, for the record, the bag of rats thing, I don't know how valid that is. Okay, that sounds a little unhinged. Where the fuck is it? Here. We'll talk about the UCLA campus in a second. UCLA campus protests in a second. Zionists have seriously been so unhinged towards the students at UCLA. They've repeatedly attempted to get in the camp and agitate those in there. They released a bunch of mice near the encampment. Moments ago, Zionists threw a backpack full of mice at the UCLA encampment. Mice appears to have been injected with something. Like, how do you know they were injected with something?
Yes.
The injected part is definitely hard to confirm, but you can see the fucking bag full of rats.
Yes.
Are they gonna detain the girl? No.
Mouse appears to have been injected with something. Like it has a injection mark on it, I guess, but I don't know. That's a student that threw that 100%. Those are lab mice. Likely lab mice that someone took from a medical research facility on campus that were going to be euthanized. I'm sure they just like, yeah, they probably fucking took some lab mice and dumped it out there to like freak out the encampment. Who knows? I dare you to guess what this is about. Not that long ago, we were in America worried about actual terror attacks. Still in other parts of the world, the threat remains. I don't remember the details, but last October in some far off land, peaceful families were actually dragged from their beds and butchered by terrorists. Look, I don't know. I don't know about the fucking mice situation. It is weird that you would have a bag of fucking albino lab mice that you're just running around with, and then you fall. You trip, you fall, you leave your bag behind. It's probably a little bit more likely that somebody just dumped them there on purpose because there's food in the encampment to freak them out. White mice are rare. They're bred in captivity mostly. What the fuck? Palestinian students at Otto von Guericke University in Magdeburg, Germany, received an email from the school that they've been recategorized as stateless due to the governmental changes in the statistical requirements. Germany no longer recognizes Palestinians as a nationality. I mean, fucking Nazis, dude. What are you going to do? They're going fucking feral out there, dude.
Says the figures from the Gaza Health Ministry, Hamas's health ministry, are reliable, that they even passed international scrutiny in previous wars. In fact, if you look up the numbers, in the wars in 2014 and 2021, Israel's and Hamas's casualty numbers were almost identical. Why would suddenly they lie in this current crisis and war?
The health ministry does not differentiate between a civilian combatant, which is a tragedy. We say that very, very clearly, and a terrorist. We do. We do.
The UN says these numbers coming from the Hamas Health Ministry are reliable. There's no reason to doubt them because several times this health ministry during this war has published long lists of names where you have the ID number, their names, detailed lists.
By the way, that's one thing I said from the jump. Remember when the Palestinian Health Ministry revealed all of the names and their ID numbers early on? Israel has access to the Palestinian Health Ministry's registry. Okay? If they wanted to, they could literally point to every single one of those miscounts, but they never did. And it's not like they're constantly under heavy bombardment or whatever. They literally could. They could have cross-tabulated the data and then said, these are enemy combatants. But they never did that. Why did they never do that? A question that boggles the mind. I was comatose for the past 30 years. I just woke up on October 7, and I just find myself asking, why don't they just do that? Because I found out that Israel has the population registry for all individuals in Gaza. Israel has 24/7 round-the-clock surveillance. They know who is an enemy combatant. They know who's Hamas, all the way from low-ranking people all the way to high-ranking administrative officials. Look at his fucking face, dude. Pig fucker. So why haven't they done that?
Have been published documenting who has been killed inside the Gaza Strip during this war. You claim you've killed 13,000 Hamas fighters, yet you haven't produced any lists whatsoever. No documentation. It's a number you're giving the world.
It's a number which our army has given to us in a democratic country with checks and balances, with media scrutiny, with all the Western values that Norway holds dear or should hold dear.
But Mr. Mensur, I ask you again, where is the concrete proof that you've killed 13,000 fighters? Okay, you claim it, but where is the proof? At least Hamas's health ministry has published lists confirming who has died several times.
I wouldn't take Hamas's word for anything, literally anything.
Except your government does. Except your government does, though, and has consistently. You can't have it both ways, man.
Anything.
So we shouldn't believe Hamas, we shouldn't believe the UN, the World Health Organizations, all the aid groups on the ground, rights groups from all over the world. We shouldn't believe them, we should believe the Israeli government.
You'll excuse me if I feel extremely skeptical about almost anything which comes out of the United Nations. We are a proud member of the United Nations.
They're also Hamas. I will have you know, my good sir, the United Nations are also Hamas. Excuse me when I don't trust them either. It's just our way or the highway. We are against the entire world. Everyone else is Hamas, with the exception of Germany. Yes, they're calling themselves the National Socialists, but I do declare they're very trustworthy. They're nationalists just like us, and socialists just like us. They want what's best for Germany, just like we want what's best for Israel.
Our officials express our beliefs in the United Nations, and we defend ourselves as is the right thing to do.
Massive support in the USA for an Israeli operation in Rafah, according to a new survey by Harvard Harris. Awesome question phrasing. Should Israel move forward with an operation in Rafah to finish the war with Hamas, doing its best to avoid civilian casualties, even though there will be casualties, or should it back off now and allow Hamas to continue running Gaza? This is a joke, right? There's no way this is real. No, there's no fucking way. There's no way that they asked this as, oh my God. The account is called Hamas Atrocities. Massive support in the USA for an Israeli operation in Rafah. Bro, we found the most centrist person. Would love to see a student demonstration in behalf of peace. Not pro-Israel, not pro-Palestinian, just good old peace. Any of those? It's real? Most voters agree Hamas should be removed from Gaza, but are split on whether Israel or a new authority should administer. Fake question alert. The framing of questions matter. Wait, what? Do you favor or oppose a permanent ceasefire in Gaza? Favor, oppose. Would you favor or oppose that ceasefire if it meant that Hamas was allowed to continue to hold hostages and Hamas were allowed to continue to run Gaza? Wait, why are they saying this is a fake question? Most voters think Hamas is mostly to blame for the crisis in Gaza and are split on the accuracy of casualties coming out of Gaza. Do you think crisis in Gaza is created mostly by Israel or mostly by Hamas? Mostly Hamas. Do you think that the number of 30,000 casualties in Gaza... Dude, the Harvard-Harris poll is so fucking cooked. Do you think the number of 30,000 casualties in Gaza supplied by Hamas is accurate or exaggerated by the group? Voters are split on whether Biden's Israel policy is based only on concern for U.S. national interests or also concern for his domestic politics and re-election. 3 in 5 voters say they would favor a ceasefire with Hamas if they released all hostages and were removed from power. Most voters agree Hamas should be removed from Gaza, but are split on whether Israel or new authority should administer. I think only 2,000 people polled on this. That's irrelevant statistically. No, it's not. 2,000 people is a perfectly valid sample pool as long as they made sure that they are like sampling the adequate population, like the adequate demographics and adequate psychographic profiles of the population. You are just wrong. It is a decent sample size. 2,000 is absolutely a decent sample size. Why are people saying it's not? Yeah, 2,000 is not irrelevant as long as there's no sampling bias. It's more than ample. Saudi Arabia said, Haaretz says Saudi Arabia to normalize relations with Israel, unsure when to formalize, diplomat says. Anyway, should a strong majority of voters think Israel should move forward with the operation of Rafah to finish the war? Bro, this should be criminal. Okay? I thought this was an example of like bias framing on a question. Nope. I have never seen like this many qualifiers. Like they're tripping over themselves to qualify how this is actually a good thing in the question. And then the takeaway is a strong majority of voters think Israel should move forward with an operation of Rafah to finish the war. That is insane. It's not irrelevant, but all their polls are comically bad and very sus. Like if I recall previously, polls show something like 50% of young people support Hamas and 60% of young people want Hamas destroyed so bad. Yeah, I know. Their polls are really fucking bad. The Harvard Caps Harris poll is so unimaginably bad, even though they get fucking broadly referenced in mainstream media without any fucking scrutiny. Like if you recall, if you recall in the early days, I used to make fun of them all the time because they would be like, who do you side with, Hamas or Israel? And then obviously because there's no like Palestinian answer, people would fucking side with Hamas over Israel. And then they'd turn around and be like, young people love Hamas. Ironically, negatively polarizing people into fucking being pro-Hamas. Young people love the Al-Qassam brigades and want them to run America, it seems. Oh my God. No fucking way. Not one mention of Palestine at all. 6 mentions of Palestinian, I suspect. Just to mention Palestinian Authority. 6 times Palestinian Authority has been mentioned. 50 mentions of Hamas. It almost feels like this poll basically substitutes all matter of mentions of Palestinians with Hamas, with the rare exception where they have to mention the Palestinian Authority as a acceptable substitute. Israel obviously is mentioned 86 times in the poll because Israel is a valid organ of this. Israel is a valid state. Yeah. Who do you prefer, Hitler or Super Mega Hitler? Young people love Adolf Hitler. Dude, great polling, man. Thank you, guys. Anyway, University of Georgia encampment shut down by police, violent force arrest on video. Also, isn't it weird as fuck to ask a poll specifically about Rafah? Like a random poll recipient is going to know what the fuck they're talking about? Yeah, I mean, it doesn't matter. This is the dumbest phrasing. It's like comically bad. It's so bad that it should be used in future polling classes as what not to do ever. Should Israel move forward in Operation Rafah to finish the war with Hamas, doing its best to avoid civilian casualties, even though there will be casualties, or should it back off now and allow Hamas to continue running Gaza? That's awesome.
really all need a tremendous hug in the world right now.
Yeah. No, you don't. You don't. You need a $5 a month subscription to the HasanAbi broadcast so you don't see the motherfucking ads at the top of the hour. That's what you need. Here's a 3-minute ad break now. Here's a column from the Crimson arguing that Harvard should break up with the Harris poll. Harvard is lending his name to a methodologically flawed poll that often promotes a right-wing political agenda. Every month, the Harvard-Harris poll administers a public opinion survey that tracks America's attitudes on a wide range of political and social issues. It's no secret that the Harvard-Harris poll is inaccurate and misleading. A number of experts from both sides of the aisle, including statistician Nate Silver, Democratic pollster Jeff D. Guerin, Republican pollster Chris Wilson, liberal journalist Josh M.J. Marshall, and conservative law professor Ilya Soman have criticized the survey. 538, a public opinion blog that aggregates political polls, recently ranked Harris Insights and Analytics in the bottom 50% of American pollsters.
But in our country, we need you to be mamala of the country.
Sometimes I see shit on television and I'm just like, they're living in a different reality, dude. They are not here, okay? They're living somewhere entirely different. Here is everybody's favorite strategist, Mr. Victim Blame of Rape himself, James Carville, having a meltdown blasting young people for thinking about staying home and not voting for Biden.
Are you kidding me? Is this the United States of America? Is this the nation that was founded on the principle that no person is above the law?
How dare these fucking kids stay at home and not vote for Genocide Joe? I tell you what, look at my USMC hat and tell me I'm not hip with the young whippersnappers.
And then you tell these young people, if you don't get involved right now in this election, they're going to be involved in your life for the rest of your freaking life. And if Trump and Roberts and Alito...
If you want young people to fucking get invested in elections, listen to the very reasonable demands that they're making. Politics is not about us capitulating to you. It's about you listening to our demands and doing your very best to abide by them. What the fuck is going on? Why do we have a democracy if we are the ones who are supposed to bend the knee to our elected representatives? There is no difference in this process than a fucking monarchy. Like, theoretical democracy is not supposed to work this way, man. You don't understand it. There's only two parties out here, so it's my way or the highway. Don't make me bust out the Raging Cajun. Now, all these young wokes telling me I can't sexually harass my students.
Joe and Gorsuch and Thomas and Leonard Leo and the Heritage Foundation, if they get a hold, there will be no government left. There will be no rights left. You'll live under theocracy. You'll end up with Christian nationalism. But that's all right, you little fucking 26-year-old. You don't feel like the election's important to me. They're not a...
You're going to die tomorrow anyway, dumb fuck. Why do you care? Shut the fuck up. Shut the fuck up. I don't you got like 8 more years on this fucking planet maximum, bro. It doesn't matter. Why are you yelling at 26-year-olds?
Addressing the issues that I care about. Well...
Yeah, just stressing about the issues that I care about. How dare they make demands of their elected representatives? This ain't a goddamn democracy. This is a duopoly, a fake one, too. We do what we want, and you shut the fuck up and vote for us, because the other side is going to make homosexuality illegal, which I like. I like making it illegal. I think it's great, because it'll show you, young whippersnappers, what it's really about.
The New York Times story about the Harvard Youth Poll, which is a pretty good, well-regarded thing, a guy named John Della Volpe. And very recently, they gave youngsters the 15 most important issues. Clocking in at number 14 was student debt. You wouldn't know that if you read the fucking press. Number 15 was the issue of Palestine. High on the list was abortion, was interest rates, was housing affordability. Well, all of...
And we're not going to do nothing about that either. So shut the fuck up and vote for us anyway, goddammit. Because the Republicans are going to be worse. And then you'll know when we come back into power and do absolutely nothing about how much worse the Republicans made it. Just vote for us. Shut the fuck up and vote for us.
These other things. You are being insufficiently served by the commentariat, and to some extent, you're being insufficiently served through democratic messages. So my advice to tell these young people to get off your motherfucking ass and go vote, because you should vote like your entire future and the entire future of this United States depends on it, because quite frankly, it does. And that's not an exaggeration.
Great message, man. Thank you. It's just like why? The answer to why is never sufficiently answered. The question is why, right? And it's never answered. It's like, yep, because the other side is worse. And it's like, okay, but you're doing the shit that the other side is also going to do, and you're supposed to be against that. That's why we voted for you last time. It's like, well, shut the fuck up. They'll make it worse, and we won't do nothing about it. Anyway, greetings. I'm Monty UCLA's Royce Hall. There is a Gaza solidarity encampment as well as a large counter-protest. There's a large barricade between both sides. Pro-Israel counter-protesters are setting up a very large stage. UCLA has a media check-in. This is what they bought, and we're blaring.
Maybe like 10:30ish. So I don't know what the answer is going to be.
Nice, dude. Yeah, they had Jonathan Greenblatt show up too. They'll fucking yell. Jessica Seinfeld, wife of Jerry Seinfeld, just donated $5,000 more than anyone else to the GoFundMe of the pro-Israel UCLA rally. At this rally, participants yelled, "I hope they rape you," and spat on and used the N-word towards pro-Palestinian students. Will there be mass condemnations of this pro-Israel counter-protest? Of course not. Why would there be? They're on the right side. Thank you, Jessie Seinfeld, wife of Jerry Seinfeld. She's not 17. That was 1738, which is when Jerry Seinfeld was 38 years old and his girlfriend was 17 years old. Two Zionists argue with each other after mistaking one another for being pro-Palestine.
They are calling for our genocide. Okay? Hello. I am on. They are calling for our genocide. Okay? By saying free Palestine. They are calling for our genocide. This has everything to do. This has everything to do with Jew hatred. Nothing to do with freeing Palestine. Let's look at this. Let's see what these people are all about. How nice. Free
Palestine is free already. 75.
Jerry Seinfeld also had some choice words, saying TV comedy is being hurt by the extreme left and PC crap and people worrying so much about offending other people. Bro, what's the deal with airplane food guy? What the fuck are you talking about? You used to be you go home at the end of the day. Most people go, oh, Cheers is on. Oh, MASH is on. Oh, Mary Tyler Moore is on. All the Family's on. You just expected there will be some funny stuff we can watch on TV tonight. Well, guess what? Where is it? This is the result of extreme left and PC crap and people worrying so much about offending other people. Comedy fans are now going to see stand-up comics because we're not policed by anyone. The audience polices us. We know when we're off track. We know instantly. We adjust to it instantly. But when you write a script and it goes into 4 or 5 different hands, committees, groups, here's our thought about this joke. Well, there's the end of your comedy. Here's the hilarious clip.
Nothing really affects comedy. People always need it. They need it so badly, and they don't get it. It used to be you would go home at the end of the day. Most people would go, oh, Cheers is on. Oh, MASH is on. Oh, Mary Tyler Moore is on. All in the Family's on. You just expected there'll be some funny stuff we can watch.
He just wants to go back to the good old days where he could fuck a 17-year-old as a 38-year-old man and land on the cover of magazines for his relationship and not in like a negative way, but instead in a positive way. Like, oh, damn, look at the sweet honey in Jerry Seinfeld's arm. Look at him attending her homecoming.
On TV tonight. Well, guess what? Where is it? This is the result of the extreme left and PC crap and people worrying so much.
Perhaps he doesn't know that there's still like quote unquote edgy shows, edgy humor in general all around. It's just that his 17-year-old girlfriend's bedtime. It's past the 17-year-old girlfriend's bedtime, so they don't get to see it.
Much about offending other people. When you write a script and it goes into 4 or 5 different hands, committees, groups, here's our thought about this joke. Well, that's the end of your comedy. They move the gates like in skiing. Culture, the gates are moving. Your job is to be agile and clever enough that wherever they put the gates, I'm going to make the gate.
Wow, 20-year-old girlfriend joke? Oh, man. I'm sorry. Did that upset you? Do you want to fucking defend the least funny motherfucker on the planet in perpetuity? Complaining about woke culture ruining comedy? No, dumbass. You know what ruined comedy? The reaction to fucking woke culture. It made comedians hacky as fuck and go for the bottom of the barrel hackiest bits of all time. You can make edgy jokes. I personally like comedy. I personally do not have an issue with edgy comedy. The issue is when someone is basically just going, lol, that's a man in a dress. That's not a funny trans joke at all. That's just a thing that every fucking dumbass on 4chan has said for 20 years now. If your bits as one of the greatest comedians of all time are the hackiest fucking... Seinfeld was the best show ever? Yes, dumbass. Not because of him. Because of Larry fucking David. You don't know anything about comedy. Shut the fuck up. Larry David. You know, George Costanza. You fucking dingus. What's the deal with airplane food? Wasn't the guy who made the show. I know it was his name on the show. I know he portrayed himself on the show. But he's not the reason why the show was funny or good. Larry David is the reason why that show was funny and good. If you knew even a little bit about comedy, you would understand that. Larry didn't play George Costanza. No, I know Larry David didn't play George Costanza. George Costanza was tailored around Larry David, though. He just didn't play himself. George Costanza is based on Larry David. It's Jason Alexander is the name of the actor who played George Costanza. Yeah. Maybe you're confused as to why Jerry Seinfeld has done nothing since the Seinfeld show that is even remotely good, and Larry David's still fucking out here making Curb Your Enthusiasm. Sorry, he made the B movie, dude. Shit. Are you okay? No, I'm not okay. Because the thing is, I love comedy. And I fucking hate dumbass people who don't appreciate comedy at all, chirping and demanding that comedians make shittier and shittier, hackier and hackier jokes. That's why I have a lot of respect for the likes of Bill Burr. Okay? Bill Burr has more humor in his fucking pinky toe than Jerry Seinfeld has ever had in his entire fucking career. The worst aspect of woke culture isn't the fucking annoying rad libs, even though they are annoying. Okay? The no joke having asses, even though they are obviously a blight on this community as well. And I yell about them all the fucking time. The worst aspect, the most destructive element of comedy is that because of so much of that radlib sentiment, comedians basically do the laziest bits of all time. They just go for the bottom of the barrel like, did I offend you? Did I offend you? It's like, no, dude. The offensive part about your stand-up is that you think that you can get away with these hacky-ass shit. Bill isn't funny. He's just an asshole. Shut the fuck up. You don't know anything about comedy, okay? I mean, it's obviously subjective, but if you don't think Bill Burr is one of the best in our generation, you're wrong. Yeah, all you have that remains now is the likes of Matt Rife complaining about or doing 1950s style fucking beating your wife bits. There was a time and place when George Carlin used to shit on guys that do that kind of stuff. Another goat. There are good comedians out there, man. There are good comedians out there. Still, Bill Burr isn't funny at all. Okay, I don't care about... I'm sorry. I do not care about the perspective of radlibs who think laughter and smiles in general are bourgeois decadence, okay? I do not care. Yes, you guys are exactly the fucking woke, smarmy, woke scoldy, annoying fucking radlibs that even this dickhead is kind of right about. That's it. Classic. Anyway, yeah, after throwing bananas into the student encampment precisely because they knew it could kill a student protester, the pro-Israel world has been celebrating it everywhere. They're so lame, dude. Anyway, I forgot to mention the fucking dog killing story, but I do want to cover this shit instead, okay? Stellar Blade. What? A boxer that owns the Kaminsky Boxing Gym in Los Angeles is the man who spat on someone and called him the N-word?
Hey, you all do shit. Keep it going. Do something about it. Do something about it. Do something now.
Great stuff. Anyway, let's take a look at this petition. Change.org, a place where you have some wonderful voices be represented. A petition was created about Stellar Blade. If you recall, I played the demo of Stellar Blade. It's like a Soulsborne type game, but with like titties and ass and sexy Koreans. You know, it's gotten like decent reviews. People are saying that it's all right. Like, they're not saying that it's as good as we thought it might be. Anyway, they had signatories, and they decided to, it's like a 6 out of 10. They decided to put their faces on this petition, which I respect. I love. Started by Mark Kern. Stellar Blade is a phenomenal new game that just launched on PlayStation 5 worldwide. But it has a problem. The content has been censored from the original trailer version posted by Sony. We as gamers want this content back. We relied on it. We made the game the #1 pre-order worldwide because of it. And this is true. This is the true game we want. Stellar Blade is more than a game. It has become a cultural beacon for freedom of expression in a time where game publishers like Sony are censoring games more than ever. Stellar Blade was a breath of fresh air, and gamer rallied behind it because it meant things were changing, getting better, and the voice of creative freedom was ringing loud and clear. But for reasons unknown, the game was censored. Changes were made. What we received after our good faith purchases was not the same as advertised. We believe in the game, we believed in Shift Up, and we are asking to get the game we believed in. Revert the censorship changes. So what are the censorship changes? What are the censorship changes? All gamers can help by signing this petition. It will be printed in Korea and delivered in Korea to Shift Up offices, and physically printed and delivered to Sony PlayStation North America offices. Spread this petition on social media with the free Stellar Blade hashtag. I know that I have been talking a lot about protests and free expression, but this is the one that truly matters. You can only get so many white cis males to organize in this manner. What are they, you might ask? Here it is. Weirdos are outraged over this change in Stellar Blade and are posting videos online of themselves having meltdowns because they can't goo into their favorite video game anymore. Holiday Rabbit. Change the appearance of Eve. Prepare for summer with TerraStar CNT's Holiday Collection. Day or night, on land or on water, you too can look adorable with these subtle rabbit ears. I want to do it again and again so you understand what changed. Look in the boob area, and you will notice that these gross, disgusting, freak monsters decided to put a lace bra and additional padding on the booty cheeks. Excuse me. The fact that they did such a disgusting thing to this beautiful character and made her a monstrosity. This is literally 1984. Ladies and gentlemen, we are experiencing censorship in display. How will I be able to masturbate to this? Here's some more context. Threat of Stellar Blade censorship research and data. First of all, I can confirm that people saying this particular Stellar Blade dress was censored in the patch are 100% lying. It still has tights in version 1, despite what some screenshots seem to show on Twitter. Proof here. It's gone too far. Full screen, please. Of course. It's gone too far. Where will they stop? Up next is Stellar Blade's famous Holiday Rabbit bunny suit. Yes, it was absolutely changed in patch 1001, as others had shown in some fuzzy off-screen footage. Here's some clean footage of the original design visible in the version #1, where it had no undergarments. We already looked at that, but we should show it one more time. This was the Holiday Rabbit outfit. Now look at what they did to massacre the Holiday Rabbit outfit. I'm too hot to even know anything about this. I'm sorry. This is like I feel like I'm getting sweatier and more vermin-like, more worm-like by the second. You know what I mean? I have to be the sweatiest, grossest incel to even know about this shit. Oh my God. I feel like my neck beard is growing. As a side note, if you already got a save file with some alphas unlocked, you can downpatch your game to 1000 and the save file still works. It is back compatible. No need to start a new save file. Some people seem to be misinterpreting my initial tweet to mean that version 1000 is already censored. No, the version with no tights never existed. It was faked. Screenshots. This was another moment of censorship. The hard R shop. I think that Sony North America petitioned to take this off. I don't think that the Korean developers did this deliberately. Sources are telling me that the guy who started this petition, Mark Kern, is like 54 years old or something, which makes this situation all the funnier and all the more sad.
Is a bastion of sexual freedom, and the puritanical West are trying their hardest to bring us back to sexual repression. I support this petition because I've had enough of the West constantly shoving its woke SJW feminist agenda down our throats. We're like the civil rights movement, but for video games.
I mean, this has to be a joke. Like, this is definitely satire. I don't want to believe that a dude is like unironically doing this. It's definitely a bit. We're looking at a bit.
We can't give up.
The petition in and of itself doesn't seem to be a bit, however. I think this guy is joking. I don't know if these guys are, though.
Hello, my name is Michael Lyon, and I bought a PS5 because I wanted to play Stellar Blade. I was promised that this game would be no censorship, unedited, unraw, just a great, amazing, even a Game of the Year contender. I think that it's not fair and okay that Sony has decided to censor the game, especially right at the release date. I think that's false advertising. I think that's not fair to the developer shift up.
What's good, y'all? This is your boy Will Too Humble here. Man, how about y'all take the censorship off? Man, it is freaking ridiculous, man. Let the people play the game that they spent $70 to $100 on. I just don't get the fact that you sit here and you've done something because it's getting so much attraction. Like,
censorship sucks in all of its forms. So, developers, don't let Sony push you around. Demand that the game you developed and would like released gets released with none of the changes that Sony wants in there for whatever arbitrary reasons they would like them. So, again, Abby getting railed in Last of Us 2, good. Asian character in a game with too much cleavage, ooh, can't have that.
Abby from the last.
I just want to mention something here, just so people understand. You said wife beaters, all of them. The only thing these motherfuckers are beating is their own meat viciously to hentai. You think these motherfuckers have wives, bro? They ain't got no wives to beat on. Are you out of your fucking mind, chatter? Wife beaters, he said. Anyway, where was I? What was I gonna say? Oh, there's still a litany of costumes that you can choose from that obviously show a shit ton of ass and titties. That's why it's so funny that they're complaining about this one specific change.
Sony,
as far as I understand, the latex bodysuit
this petition
is still very much around in the game itself.
Is not only to free Stellar Blade, but to send a clear message to Sony, Nintendo, and the rest of the publishers in the gaming industry that we players will not tolerate any form of censorship moving forward. Thank you.
Now, the funniest part is people are fucking responding to this. Oh, here.
I am signing this petition to counter the woke taking on beautiful video game ladies. Beautiful video game ladies should stay and should. I am signing this petition to.
I can't tell if these guys are like joking and being sarcastic, or that being in their own echo chamber has like quite literally caused them to think that this kind of behavior is perfectly valid. I suspect this one is also a joke. I don't think this is real. There's no way that someone is, oh my God. It's almost like there's more to censorship you're defending than what you're trying to reduce it to. But you're farming and just need to be a part of the Stellar Blade conversation. I get it. Thanks. Oh my God. Turns out, no, these people are fucking serious. Here's what they're complaining about. I'm explosively interested in the resolution of your internal discussion. Sony must censor anything catering to heterosexuality. What's with the Asian hate? Why must the mature games be a target of your sensitivity and DEI cult? Art police.
For someone who's paying, since I got the money, listen to what I'm saying. No dick and balls in the women's shelter. Made transgender say helter skelter. ESG ugly, lady face stubbly. So repulsive, my stomach bubbly. GDC game developers screaming in a field. What will 2024 yield?
I disagree with all these people's takes, but since the censored version is still hypersexualized, why censor it just a bit? In my opinion, it should either be completely censored or not censored at all. There is no censorship, dumbass. One outfit was changed, dumbass. That's the point. They're losing their fucking minds over one outfit being marginally changed. I can't believe how these guys operate, dude. Okay, let's see some more.
I'm really disappointed because as a grown man, I really expected to have at least some type of responsibility to look after myself and do what I want in the comforts of my own home. Yeah, that's it. This is bullshit.
He sounds like Donkey.
Hey Sony, I want you to take off the censor off the games, Stellar Blade, because I'm looking forward to play this game as well. Because my game won't be here until Wednesday from the mail.
I can't tell if this is like a psyop to make gamers look like the absolute worst people on the planet, which they very much are, or they have literally lost their fucking minds. Like, it feels like anti-gamer psyop. I can't tell if this is like anti-gamer psyop to be like every gamer is the most permanently stunted man-child who is like broken in their fucking broken in the brain and incredibly greasy, or if they actually are that way and they've convinced themselves that they can just be proud about this disgusting, filthy behavior because they have not really met another single human being outside of their Discord kittens in their groomer servers that they operate in. I genuinely don't know. I don't know what's happening. Oh my God. When I see stuff like this, it makes me feel as though, wait, Fighting Cowboy? No. I used to watch his fucking From Software runs. Is he also one of these fucking freaks? No fucking way. Now that we have direct confirmation that it was a redesign, watch the narrative shift to Sony, force them to say and do that. Oh, he's not. Okay, thank God. Okay. Oh my God, I got so scared. I got so worried. I was like, dude, you seem like a normal guy, please. Bro, it's so funny that you can hear the fucking incel even in Japanese, you know what I mean? Being a fucking hikikomori transcends the language barrier. Like I can, or not Japanese, sorry, Korean. I apologize. You're right. I fucked up. I got Japan on the mind from the other guy that said Japanese. Clipped and shipped. But regardless, I don't know what the Korean hikikomori version is.
검열 교육 버전 아니면 이런 이슈를 혹시 지금 알고 계신지는 한번 좀 물어보고 싶었습니다. 예, 당연하게도 이 이슈에 대해서 인지를 하고 있습니다. 다만 이제 저희가 최종적으로 여러분들께 보여드리고자 하는 것은 일정 명령 2 버전의 의상이 맞습니다. 이게 최종 프로덕트라는 거를 보시고요. 다만 이제 이것이 어쨌든 유저 여러분들을 완전히 납득시켜드릴 수 있는 답변은 아니기 때문에 지금 현재 그것에 대해서 내부에서 논의 중입니다. 그래서 조만간 한번 그 부분에 대해서 말씀드릴 수 있는 기회가 있을 거라고 생각합니다. 조금만 기다려주시면 감사하겠습니다.
Bro, we are so close. We are at the precipice, and I'm telling you right now, I'm speaking this into existence, that these guys are going to start saying, this is my autistic hyperfixation, and you taking the titties away from me by adding a lace bra is actually ableist. We're like right there, dude. I'm telling you, these are the final days. We are going to start seeing people unironically turn around and be like, you don't understand. I have self-diagnosed OCD. I'm autistic. I need to see the fucking titties. You are being ableist for making these fucking changes by adding a lace bra to the character in the second version, the final version. I'm telling you. Yeah, my stim is jiggle physics. I'm stimming. People need to experience shame. Oh, yeah, you want to see the costumes that are currently in the game, by the way? The game that, like, was censored, apparently, according to these fucking psycho, rabid incels. The more I see this stuff, the more I do think that, like, in some ways, I think porn did break the brains of an entire fucking group of individuals. Obviously, they were so predisposed to having their brain be broken because of unfiltered, unrestricted misogyny and the consistent objectification of women in general. But, like, how the fuck do you think this is censorship? These are the outfits that are currently in the game, chat. She got giga scoliosis? Yeah, that's what happens when you're fucking tittied out the wazoo, my man. Oh, boo! 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 We don't want to see the jackets. Boo! See? Censorship. Boo! Boo! We hate this. Anyway, yeah, here's the guy who is leading this charge. Former video game executive Mark Edward Kern. He worked for Blizzard Entertainment from 97 to 2005, and he was involved in online activism against Stop Online Piracy Act and in support of Gamergate. Born in Taipei, where he attended the Taipei American School. That's the guy. Kern has criticized what he considers the ESG standards, diversity, equity, and inclusion DEI initiatives on video game developers, following what Kotaku describes as a fundamentally misinformed Gamergate-esque firestorm originating on Kiwi farms against the Canadian narrative development studio Sweet Baby Inc. Kern became an outspoken critic of the company in March 2024. He rallied against wokeness, telling that Fox News that there is a coordinated effort to insert diversity into video games. Why aren't you at the protest if you're an on-the-ground journalist? Because I'm too busy serving top-of-the-hour ad breaks. Okay, and you take an hour off because it's literally 5:53. He also started a recent harassment campaign against the Helldivers community manager. Yeah, this guy is like another one of those like Gamergate should return, I wish it was still here type people. They're fucking absolute. They're just such fucking worm-like creatures. I don't know how else to describe it. They are so unimaginably sad, and it's awesome that enough people did not even feel embarrassed to put their fucking faces on this petition. So now we can see exactly who is leading this cause.
And I want things to change and what's going on around the world and stuff. And sign a petition, all right? And stuff. All right, bye.
Cookie Ninja, thank you for the 5 tier 1 gifted subs.
Hello, my name is Jeremy, and I am signing the Stellar Blade petition because I too am tired of how Sony is constantly censoring games left and right, back and forth, for absolutely no reason whatsoever to fit some stupid, worthless, pointless agenda. Stellar Blade is definitely a breath of fresh air, and it needs to stay that way. Thank you.
Oh my God. Imagine putting yourself out there like this.
Cyberpunk, Baldur's Gate, full frontal nudity, full jiggle physics, full hardcore sex scenes, not an ounce of it censored. Stellar Blade, 17 costumes, 17 were censored and added meshed to different areas so that they didn't show too much ass. Blood was also heavily censored. We got baited and switched out. We got lied to. It's false.
This is the most Armenian beard I've ever seen in my entire life. I apologize, but there is no way in the world that this dude is not Armenian. Okay? This is the most Armenian beard I've ever seen. I know as a Turkish guy, I should not be making jokes such as this one, but the Californian in me has to fucking notice this and call it out.
Advertisement. Remember, 17 costumes. Fight for it and let's win this.
What's happening right now is censorship on a stupid level. You know, in Baldur's Gate 3, you can have bear sex and freaking naked people, but God forbid Eve from Stellar Blade has a little bit of skin showing in her suit. Why can't we appreciate that?
But they still are. You still have skin showing. Bro, this is so sad, man. Oh, this guy wrote twice.
Hi, my name is Jonathan. I would wish the video games to go back to the used to back then when I was a kid. No censorship. I hate censorship in general. They're trying to ruin everything. Thank you. Support this.
I feel like I'm staring directly at the face of something really sick. There is a sickness in our society.
Please shift up. Please. Please uncensor Stellar Blade. Games would be fun that way. Oh boy.
Because it doesn't appeal, because it appeals to the male gaze. They really need to stop using that. Sony, you need to make Shift Up cook. And you need to give Shift Up the premise to be able to make everything uncensored again. I really do hope this petition goes through. I hope it succeeds so we...
Dude, every single one of these dudes is like plus 35, living with their parents, possibly working in IT, and just involved in the absolute grossest forums you've ever seen. Every single one of these motherfuckers have at least 100K Reddit karma. Every single one on multiple accounts. The most telling thing is that all of these people seem to be hangers on. None of them are young from the previous Gamergate. Like, they could not be able to recruit new blood, and this is the stagnant dregs of the previous one. Oh, absolutely. No, that's precisely what's going on. These are my fucking haters, dude. These are the most down bad motherfuckers out there. These are the dudes who are constantly making new sock accounts on Reddit. Look at the faces of those who go out and purchase Twitter blue check marks. Stare at them. If you want to understand who's on the other side on that, DGG fan account, it's motherfuckers like this. Okay? This is why you can't fucking get upset at these dudes. Like, this is a genuine mental illness. Oh, I feel bad. I can't help but feel bad. BCU pro-Palestine protesters are getting arrested. I know, we covered it all day, man. I mean, in a way, I feel like I am being ableist. Like, we are making fun of, like, obviously mentally disabled people. Like, there's no, like, this legitimately feels like, I don't know. It's like ridiculous. I'm in awe of everything that I've seen that pertains to the Stellar Blade shit. Sign it, coward? No, I cannot. I'm not brave enough. As Bald is on their side, I fucking doubt that Asmongold would go to this length. No. Like, Asmongold, even Asmongold will understand that, like, these guys are being way too sweaty. No shot. I will not believe it. I'll be honest, there are obviously people that are of this mindset in his fan base, for sure. But I highly doubt that he would be on board with this. No shot. It's too stupid. It's way too stupid. No, this is bait, dude. No shot. I don't believe it. Please view more of these. You want me to look at more of them? I don't know how to find the petition. Like, I don't know how to see more of them. I've already seen the top supporter voices. We looked at them. Of course, yet another we don't understand take from HasanAbi. Wait, what? What? Asmongold has picked up the petition, highlights the ridiculous lengths that people are going to try and stop the petition.
Normal people. And this is my favorite thing, is that the people that consider themselves normal on social media are boring millennial 30-somethings that have a laundry list of mental disorders in their bio, along with the flags of the countries that they support. And then they also tweet about killing people because of a disagreement of a video game outfit. But guys, we're the ones who are weird. That's right. Surprise! We're psychos.
Wait, is he talking about the dudes who are, like, doing this petition? Or is he talking about, like, the people who are making jokes about this petition? Because there is no fucking way.
Hey, what's up, guys? Right here. So yesterday we got the official release of Stellar Blade, and the main topic of conversation that has stemmed out of that is the various aspects of the game that have been censored. Now, many bad actors on Twitter, whether it's regular users...
Like, I think a lot of people are on social media are fucking cringe, right? And everybody has a litany of mental disorders. But I don't think I would side with like whatever the fuck this lolicon is mentioning. You know what I mean? Like I don't think I could get myself to ever publicly look at a dude who is like running a lolly avatar and be like, yeah, actually people that look at this and go, ew, gross, you might be a pedophile, are the weird ones. There's just no way. Lolicon / Shotacon, they don't discriminate. What the fuck is Shotacon? That Rev person got pissed because a VTuber was talking shit about white people. The person he's watching is a pedophile and a transphobe. Pick a struggle. Pick one. Pick one struggle. Shota is boys, Lolly is girls. I didn't even know that there was a fucking, like a dude version.
Game journalists or content creators have been using this opportunity to not only justify but also celebrate these acts of censorship because it fulfills their own agendas.
Of course it
and this
does.
has gotten to a very toxic point where now we are seeing literal bounties put on people's heads for simply pointing out the censorship.
Let's see who.
Wait, what? Putting bounties on people's heads? What is happening? I should have never unlocked this. It's just like mental illness all the way down. How do you look at this and not simply just laugh? Like, I don't think this person is being serious. I don't think they're like literally going like, I want to kill this human being.
Who this guy is. Uh-oh.
Bro, Twitter is so unhinged. Like, actually, Twitter has become increasingly, like, people should be embarrassed to post. And I'm not even talking about the dude who said $20,000 for whoever gets rid of this guy. But, like, the other people who are just like, dude, like, everyone who's like, dude, this is so serious. This is the most serious thing that's ever happened. Like, I can't believe they're taking our titties away because one fucking outfit has lace on it. Like, if you are genuinely fucking upset at this, oh, I'm losing hope in humanity every second. Wow. I'm taking the glasses off. I've seen too much. I don't need to see any longer. It's like, this is one of the most unhinged conversations that I've ever seen in my entire life. I started this off wanting to make fun of these guys, and now I'm sad. I can't even make fun of them. They're like legitimately fucking mentally ill. They're so lost in the goddamn sauce, bro. Imagine being their parents. Bro, they're parent age. They're older than me. Half these fucking dudes are literally older than me. What has become of some in the gaming community? These are the people whose parents just, lie and act like they fucking died during Thanksgiving dinner, okay? Even though they're just upstairs waiting for the leftovers that they can quietly gather on a scavenging mission after the whole family is left.
Oops. What happened? That's what you get.
Wait, isn't this more suppression of free speech? I don't know. I guess there is a restriction of free speech, which is when you fucking say 20K to anyone that makes this dipshit disappear.
Gets charged for it and gets in real.
Okay. I want to see like the actual criticisms launched by this normal person with the lolly avatar and what Asmongold will say when he sees these changes, because there's no fucking way he thinks this is a serious problem, right? There's no shot.
Already installed on the digital reviewer's copy that was released about a week ago. So this has been censored for quite some time and it was done at the last minute. And in fact, since then we've seen other outfits be confirmed as censored.
Wait,
as
where
well.
do you get that one?
And this is something that has been confirmed by the director of Shift Up himself. And a lot of people have been critical of Sony and the potential influence they had on this censorship, and also the weird disparity between how they are censoring Stellar Blade versus other games that they publish that are much, much more obscene or just dark or sexual, what have you. Now, there's been many reactions to what's going on with this situation, and a lot of people are trying to fix it. There is a big push, including petitions like this that
It's probably not going to happen. I think that they should just include the other outfits alternatively. Like, if they wanted to make it right and they wanted to respond back to it, I think it's like if you already have both versions that you've made, just put the other one in the game too. Let people decide. Yeah, it's really not that complicated. I mean, I don't know. I don't think they're going to do anything because, like, if they do something, then then it's like if you feed an animal, it's going to come back. So it's like they're probably just going to ignore it. So that people don't think that they have a chance of getting a change. But yeah.
Link in the description. They're trying to get Shift Up and Sony to restore what they took away, to undo this censorship and restore what people were promised with these uncensored releases. However, a lot of people, including some bad actors, have been trying to basically misrepresent what is going on and what people are actually complaining about. And what we're going to look at in this video, whether it's from game journalists, content creaters, or Twitter users, is going to follow the narcissist prayer.
There it is.
The evolution of someone trying to deflect blame, starting with...
Oh, jeez. Yep, here we go.
Dude, this is literally like the narcissist prayer and shit. This is all like 2016 SJW stuff. Like, not an ounce of self-reflection on any of these dudes. They're doing like exactly what the 2016 SJWs did, but this time for like an even more laughable, like an actual laughable thing. At least like the SJWs back in the day, and they would chirp and they would get ahead of themselves and they would get fucking mad at like random shit, thinking that like if they change something in a video game, then all of a sudden we have social progress or whatever. But at least like politically speaking, while their methods and their actions and the direction of their attention was idiotic, at least like their politics were decent enough when it came to like real world problems, right? As you guys know, I've always maintained the principle that, you know, just make good shit, okay? Make a good video game. That's it. I don't give a fuck if there's ass and titties. I don't give a fuck if there are non-traditional gender breaking, like rigid gender boundary breaking characters. As long as it's a good game, you know, I'm going to play it and I'm going to enjoy it. That's it. That's what I play video games for. I watch porn for porn. I play video games because I enjoy playing video games. I would like for those video games to have different types of characters. Maybe sometimes they're not all sexy, which is normal and good. That's not a bad thing, okay? Because it's a separate thing from what I like to jerk off to, because whether I'm playing on a keyboard and mouse or whether I'm playing with a fucking controller, I can't exactly use one hand while cranking with the other, okay? I don't understand what the expectation is from these fucking dudes that are just like, no, you don't understand. Like, the games have to be fitting my very narrow desires of what I think women should look like in a video game. Sounds like a skill issue. Maybe it's a skill issue. Okay. But like, to lose your mind over this and to make a whole ass YouTube video with your lolly avatar and you're just doing the narcissist prayer. This is literally what, like, this is the exact reversal of the fucking annoying radlibs in like 2014, 2015, 2016. What has happened? And there is not even a fucking shred of self-reflection from anyone on that side that's like, hey guys, maybe we're being kind of fucking weird about this. It's just a lace bra. Like, if someone in my chat sent me this lolly avatar VTuber unironically and was like, Hasan, you have to see what this lolly avatar VTuber has to say about pixelated titties in the latest Korean video game that has plenty of other pixelated titties, mind you, and ass. Okay? But you have to hear this guy. He's got some good points. I will put you on a fucking spaceship. Okay? One-way ticket to fucking Mars, son. What the hell? The controversies section of this VTuber from the VTuber Vicky before they had it scrubbed. Allegations of stalking a minor. A number of res videos that bring up the topics of Lolicon and Shotokan state that Lolly and Shota characters are not comparable, not comparable to real life children, as they have a petite body type specific to fictional works. Rev has gone on to say that it's completely valid to not like Lolicon, but asked not to equate the term Lolicon to pedophilia. Bro, someone in the chat said, I want to hear what the British pronouns guy has to say about this. I feel like this is way too far out there. Like, I can't, like, I would have thought that Asmongold would have looked at this and been like, this is a pedophile. Why the fuck am I watching videos from some random pedophile who has decided to put a lolicon avatar and is like speaking from like a child, speaking as a child And also on top of that, who gives a shit? These are pixelated titties, and you can. There's plenty. It's tits galore. I don't understand it. I feel like the fucking pronouns guy would probably look at these guys and be like, no, that's a pedophile. Like I don't think the fucking pronouns guy is gonna be mad at this, right? It really gets weird at 13 minutes. It'll go wild. This is shocking to me in particular.
God.
With that didn't happen, and then ending with, well,
Yeah.
it did happen, and you deserve it.
Oh, of course.
Now, we've been seeing this first part for a while. That didn't happen. We've seen people for really months at this point say over and over again, there's no censorship of Stellar Blade, this isn't happening. Well, now we have confirmation that it is happening, and people are readjusting and moving on to the next step, saying, and if it did happen...
You don't understand? This is not just a gaming issue, this is a free speech issue. I really thought a lot of these dudes died out. Like, I thought that there wasn't enough, like, dudes out there who are still, like, complaining about shit like this. I was wrong. I mean, it seems like there's a viable market for this kind of thing. I mean, this video has 479,000 views in one day. Basically, the Stellar Blade situation. I come here looking for booty. We're going to do this the easy way or the hard way. The choice is yours. You are quoting a pedophile. You are quoting a pedophile that the Boondocks TV show ripped from the real Chris Hansen televised show To Catch a Predator that said, I came looking here for booty. We are going to do this the easy way or the hard way. The decision is yours. He was trying to fuck Chris Hansen. Like you are quoting a rapist as a positive. I like how one of our most trusted internet news sources has become a guy with an anime girl avatar. Self-reflection. Please, when you type that out, while you're in the process of finishing the typing operation, before you hit enter, read it back to yourself and say, is this the best thing to say? What is going on? I feel like I unlocked an entirely different side of the internet. I feel like this. I feel like this isn't real. I can't. I'm in awe with what I am seeing. Their argument doesn't hold any weight or truth. I'm a 50-year-old gamer. I'm married in a good job, in a good paying job for over 20 years, and I have 2 kids. I'm not happy with the Stellar Blade censorship. It's the principle, not what's being censored. You get on the bus and you explain to the bus driver, listen, there's a Korean video game developer. They made a video game called Stellar Blade. And the video game Stellar Blade that they made has a lot of coochie in it, which I like. And I'm sure you appreciate some coochie as well. They're pixelated coochie, but coochie nonetheless. Now, obviously, there's like a litany of different outfits that you can put on your 3D pixelated character, right? Okay. Now, sir, no, listen to me. Listen, sir, Mr. Bus Driver, sir, listen. Please stop trying to kick me out of the fucking bus. I am explaining to you that the coochie got patched for one particular outfit called the bunny outfit. Okay, you're stopping the bus now. That's weird. This seems like a violation of my First Amendment rights, which is exactly what Sony did with their woke DEI pro-trans culture at Sony. Okay, I haven't even gotten to the bad baby enterprise part of this conversation. Sir, you can't arrest me. I'm a political prisoner. I am trying to describe to you that Bad Bunny Enterprises is making gamers trans. Donald Trump, save me. Save me, Donald Trump. Save me. Julian Assange of gooning. Right-wing culture is splintered. Everybody 30 plus and right-wing are saying they're censoring titties. And right-wing dudes under 29 are saying they're forcing titties on us. I just feel like if I had these legitimate grievances, right? If I was like, damn, bro, I can't believe 1 out of the 175 different outfits that are readily available for my coochie desires on the Stellar Blade game was marginally censored, and that censorship was in the form of like lace bras on the titty area. If that was like a real concern that I had, if you actually arrested me and tortured me in a fucking CIA black site. You black bagged me. You put me in an unmarked van. You flew me over fucking Egyptian airspace, and you kept fucking lasering my titties and waterboarding me. I would not reveal this anger that I have. You would not be able to extract this information out of me if this was a legitimate grievance that I had. Okay? I would not reveal this information, let alone publicly champion this cause. Gun to my fucking head. I would not be like, dude, the Stellar Blade titties are gone now. Society is too woke. Do you understand me? Gun to my head. They're like, what are your grievances with the Stellar Blade game? We've seen you made some comments about it online. I'd be like, kill me, sir. I will not reveal this information. Kill me now. And yet, here is this lolly pedophile guy making a whole ass video about it. What happened to shame? We used to be a country. We used to be a society. What has happened to shame? This is gross behavior, guys. Why are there so many people who are like, this is fire? Thank you for fighting against free speech. There are college student protesters right now, as we speak, getting fucking arrested by the thugs of the state for exercising their First Amendment rights, okay? Peacefully demonstrating against the Israeli apartheid regime. And there are motherfuckers out there online complaining about anime titties. You could do both at the same time, but you should never do one over the other. You should just not do this, okay? Get mad at real shit. Get mad at like loot boxes. Get mad at DLCs. Get mad at massive amounts of fucking layoffs happening in the gaming industry. Get mad at massive developers basically sucking up every other fucking company and churning out the same goddamn video games over and over again, juggling IP, making this once beautiful industry, which still has many awesome games that come out every now and then, into this Assassin's Creed remake machine. But don't openly admit that this shameful display is a valid thing that you feel in your heart. If you do, keep it to yourself. Keep it to yourself. Have a little self-respect. What the fuck? They're also mad about this being patched. Yeah, this was another weird thing to get upset about. Don't skip 13. Trust me, you will go even more insane.
You have no self-awareness at all.
Wait, what? Is he dunking on the lolly guy? He's dunking on the lolly guy, right?
The gaming industry, someone who is consistently talking about...
Why don't they just make it a toggle? Because these people want to take things away from you because they think that they have the moral authority to do so. They're the exact same people that wanted to take away Grand Theft Auto in the 90s and the 2000s. I guarantee you that if we were back in the day, these people would be on the witch trials, tying girls to logs and seeing if they float or not. Like, it's a tale as old as time. They'd be doing the same thing. Yes, they'd be in the 80s saying Dungeons and Dragons is satanic. It's all the same, guys.
What?
Mark Kern.
Moral.
Wait. But these guys are during the Salem witch trials, like, yeah, objectively, the puritanical psychos were in the wrong. And the people that were being unjustly murdered were, you know, they had a legitimate grievance to not want to be murdered. These guys, the people that are defending the titties, are just defending marginally less titty. It's for one outfit. They're defending, like, their cause is just like a crumb of titty pixel being hidden with a lace bra. It's not like the game said all of the lady parts are hidden now. Like, what? Yeah, this guy is definitely in the right. This tweet. The guy that's tweeting saying this is funny. This is like, I can't believe these people are this mad about this.
Combat 1990. Yep.
Screenshots of his
all the
petition
same.
that is going around, and he says this: "Oh my God, please, I can't laugh anymore. My sides, my effing sides. Does this guy have kids, a family? Is there anything that feeds his soul in any way? I don't know, man. I'm so fascinating." He's trying to say I'm so fascinated by this level of sadness. Like, please work on your grammar. But anyway,
this person is an idiot. I saw he tweeted something about me before too, and I've never read anything that this guy's ever tweeted that wasn't basically like it's like if somebody put their brain in a microwave for like maybe 15 seconds, then took it out. Like that's basically where this guy's coming from. That's about it. Yeah. Stupid. Yeah, just stupid. Just stupid. And also like keep in mind that people like this, they're effectively just like bullies, right? Because they can't really make an actual argument, or they can't explain why the thing that they like is, or they can't.
No, this is one of those cases where like it's pretty apparent that like this is a ridiculous thing to get mad about. Like what argument? Wait, what? The argument is right there. The argument is that these guys, and I'm gonna take it back a step here. The argument here is so laughable that it's self-demonstrating to anyone that is like even a little bit more normal than the lolly guy, right? The argument in and of itself is that you are complaining about a game that has like so much ass and titties in it, which is great, wonderful. I love that. I love ass and I love titties, okay? I'm a fan. I played the demo. It was great. We looked up at the moon and we saw the booty cheeks. It was great. It was fine, okay? These guys got mad about one outfit changing because there's like extra pixels with a lace bra on the titty region in one of the 74 outfits that are readily available. All the other outfits are still very much showing titty. That outfit is still very much showing ass and titties. Like she still looks hot. Anyone that gets mad at this, I am legitimately worried about. Like I don't even know where to pick up the issue. It's like, I'm worried that there are people who actually find this to be a valid grievance. I'm worried that like there's enough people motivated to like sign a change.org petition. I'm worried that people not only signed it, but also voiced their concerns by publicly showing their faces to be like, I need the 8 pixels of titty back. I will literally fucking kill myself if I don't get the 8 pixels of titty back. I'm worried that like people can get so swept up in a frenzy, in a rage over such a laughable issue and claim that this is a broader conversation about free speech when it's not. It's a design choice that the fucking developers themselves made. You cannot have these opinions unless you are like deeply removed from any kind of socialization. Like this only exists in a vacuum. This attitude and the vociferous nature in which you defend such a marginal mishap, which I can't even consider a mishap because there's plenty of other alternatives here that are readily available. This can only happen if you have never seen another human being for like at least the past 10 years. Like the only interaction that you had is like through the door with your Uber driver or something, because the first sight of sunlight and the first physical touch of a blade of grass will fucking snap you out of the stupor that you have found yourself in. Like, I swear to God, one step outside of the goon cave and you immediately would be like, what have I been doing? Oh my God. Oh my God. I've been online. I've been posting cringe. I've been like, my sensibilities have been completely warped. This is one of the most fascinating insights that I have had into an entirely different universe that I thought we left behind. I'm not even remotely kidding when I tell you that if you were to tell me that this was a thing that gamers would complain about in 2024, I'd be like, come on, dude. Like, yeah, sure. Sweaty gamers. Oh, yeah. Autism. Oh, okay. Shut the fuck up. Like, that's ridiculous. Like, if I read this in a fucking script, if I saw this in a movie, I would say, these guys are hamming it up. No one is like this. In the real world, no one is like this. And it turns out there are people like this online, and I had no fucking idea. Slasher, I'm so proud to be a gamer. We're sending out the finest gooners the world has ever seen. I'm a gooner. I like porn. Many people yell at me for being pro-sex work. Radlibs yell at me all the fucking time for being pro-sex work. I have dated sex workers. This is above and beyond. There should be some shame left in society. When you find yourself this mad about marginally less titty pixels, is done. You need to be banished to an island. You need to go slap rocks for the rest of your life with your bare hands. I don't think we can institutionalize these people. I think that is not enough. They still represent a present threat. I still haven't been able to reach the 13-minute mark because everything that I've seen has basically increasingly leveled up what I personally thought was just fake and wasn't real and did not exist in the real world. I am legitimately in awe. People are saying it's Clementine. Come on, get to it. Play fucking video games. I now understand why half this community leaves when I even say that I'm going to play a video game. The deep shame that they must feel because they probably think I'm like this. When I say I'm going to play video games, they probably are thinking this is the guy. Here it goes, Hasan again. I come to him for news commentary, and here he is complaining about marginally less pixelated titties. It turns out this is probably what people think gamers are like, and as a matter of fact, there are plenty of them who are like this, it seems. Let's continue.
Explain why this person is wrong. So it's like, oh, does he have kids? He doesn't have a family, feeding his soul. So like, it's like an appeal to triviality. It's like oh, well, this doesn't matter so much and you're stupid for caring about it.
But it doesn't.
Meanwhile, this guy is tweeting about it. So obviously he cares about it.
No, he's making fun of the people. Asmin, please don't do this. It really isn't a serious thing. It is not. If he didn't care about it, he would ignore it. No, he's joking about how stupid it is. And I don't know who this guy is. I don't know what his other opinions are. But at least on this one, I'm aligned with him. This is a very stupid thing to get upset about. And it's okay. You can make jokes about stupid things that you see online. Oh, I already looked through this Connor Eats Pants. I did. Like this.
This petition is not only to free Stellar Blade, but to send a clear message to Sony, Nintendo, and the rest of the publishers in the gaming industry that we players will not tolerate any form of censorship moving forward.
Zach is right here, though. Everyone cares on both sides, and they pretend not to care. Most of the time, people can't push for change towards what they care, though, anyhow. No. There's a difference between caring enough to make jokes about it and, like, actually caring so much that you are like, this is a righteous cause, and I'm willing to put my name and face and association to this righteous cause. What is the righteous cause is the question one must ask itself. We must all ask ourselves, what are we advocating for here? If the answer is marginally more pixelated titties in 1 out of the 74 readily available outfits, many of which that also show tits and ass, then no. Then maybe I'm crazy. But I see all of this, and I go, I don't think I'm on board with that. And I say this as a gooner myself, as someone who likes masturbating, as someone who likes pornographic materials, okay? I like porn. As someone who is an avid supporter of sex workers and sex work alike, I feel like when I see this, I'm like, this is insane. Like, what? Am I crazy? Am I losing it? Has society become insane and I just did not adjust? It's also funny because he's wearing like a cross. He's like, as a God-fearing Christian man, like if I don't see my fucking hentai titties, I'm gonna fucking lose it. This is more than hentai pixelated titties. This is about freedom. This is about free speech. Bro, this is literally like, if Anita Sarkeesian made jokes about gamers behaving like this in like 2014, I'd be like, okay, come on. That's crazy. Like you're making, like you're out of control with what you are saying right now. And here these guys are playing into the meme. This is unironically no different than like the SJWs that hyper focus and are hypercritical about like Stephen Colbert's humor or something and say like irony is or satire is supposed to have a clear display. And if you don't do that, then, you know, you're basically you're basically saying bad values are good actually or some shit. It's come full circle. It has come full circle. I guess The one good thing is that these dudes are not like carrying around a severed head of their mothers in the fucking freezer, and instead doing busy work with this kind of stuff. So at least on that front, you know, there is a utilitarian purpose here.
And this guy tweets about stupid, irrelevant, and
it's because they want to be rewarded for being a geek in their 30s, like it's some unique talent to enjoy video games. And since it's their only perceived personality trait, they hyper focus on it and act like aspects of it are being taken from them. I hate them. They're doing exactly what the SJWs criticized about the industry. They're doing exactly what they said that these people have done. Truly phenomenal stuff here. Yeah, it's very strange.
Internet drama all the time. Like, there's nothing, it's not like he's any better. It's ad hominem, it is.
This guy's trying to say that Mark Kern is a loser for caring about these things. You know, it's not very shocking.
No, he is. He is a loser for caring about these things. For sure. Like absolutely. What the fuck? Objectively, he is a fucking loser. If I didn't know anything about this guy, Mark Kern, I looked up his Wikipedia page. This is the first time I've found out about this person, and let me tell you, I can tell you without a shred of doubt in my mind, he is a fucking loser for the marginally less pixelated titties in the video games becoming like a movement that he is trying to rally around. And he's probably a grifter who doesn't give a shit about any of this either. He's just manipulating other sweaty gamers into getting upset about this under the auspices of defending free speech, especially at a time when free speech is under attack. 35 states obviously have made it illegal to offer any kind of support to boycott, divestment, and sanctions movements against the state of Israel. You have police presence on college campuses beating the shit out of peaceful demonstrators for saying our tax dollars should not go to genocide. Like, there are real, glaringly obvious, genuine restrictions on free speech in this country. State suppression of public demonstrations is having a chilling effect on free speech. It's like, obviously, that's the intended impact, but it's not happening because more people are getting angry now, and there are even larger protests as a consequence of the police presence. However, that's real government suppression. That is real free speech restrictions. Developers making design choices that marginally take a lace bra and put it over the cleavage area of 1 out of 74 outfits in a Korean From Software style Soulsborne game is not hampering free speech. And I think people need to snap out of it, you know? Like, what the fuck is going on?
Shocking that Mark Kern, a long time...
Michael is keeping it together, sorta. You can't even keep yourself together.
Okay,
what,
where's the 13-minute
losers?
Mark? I should have just watched this person instead of Asmongold's response. That is fucking painful to hear you explain. Last chatter had the better point. What?
Member of the gaming industry and someone who is very passionate about this stuff would care about censorship in the industry. But he's somehow a loser for calling this stuff out. But you're not a loser for tweeting about this guy daily. You look at this guy's account, every single day there's a round of tweets containing screenshots of Mark Kern's tweets, and he's complaining.
Nah, we're gonna pull this loser up right now. What's his name? Iron Stylus? Okay. Let me see. Iron. Okay, here we go. So we got to find this guy. He's an art director, maker of things at places. Isn't these triple parentheses? Isn't this like I thought this was like a meme, but like isn't this like an anti-Semitic dog whistle whenever you're referring to Jews? Because like if I look up triple parentheses, the echo. So here we go. An anti-Semitic symbol used to highlight the names of Jewish individuals or organizations owned by Jews. And it's at places. So we got ourselves a good old-fashioned Jew-hater. No surprise. Look at that. Guy? That is crazy. And this is from the American Jew.
I suspect that guy that did the echoes, this guy is probably Jewish, right? Like it's like I don't think he's like an anti-Semitic person. Like a lot of Jewish people on Twitter use it as like a meme to be like, I'm Jewish. He's in the chat right now. It's most likely self-referential to be like, I'm Jewish. What is this? It's a thing from Parrot Forums, lol. Hi again. Wasn't Iron Stylus a League of Legends guy? Yes. Hi, it's me. It's a thing from Parrot Forums. It started as an anti-Semitic thing, and the racists thought they were being cool and secretive. Then everyone found out about it and laughed about it, and Jews started using them themselves. Yeah, I mean, it's definitely cringe when like liberal Jewish writers and stuff will put it on their fucking bios to be like, I'm like, there's no reason to fucking even self-reference the 4chan losers. In my opinion, it's cringe, but who gives a fuck? But I don't think. I guess he was using it in like a parrot forum way. I don't fucking know. I don't really care. All right, let's continue. So he's talking about
Jewish
the Echo
committee and Echo's beating the far right, Anti-Defamation League.
Oof, that sucks. For me, I just use it to denote like a resonating sound or something, or a super subtle whisper that'll teach me to use punctuation in a silly way. Yeah, there was a thing in Facebook parrot groups because people would use it as an indication that like the bird is vibrating. Then it became really popular as an anti-Semitic thing outside of there, and it sucked. Yeah, exactly. I'm part of Parrot Book, so that's where I found it, lol. Well, I'm taking it back for the burbs. He said he's part Jewish. Iron Stylist did. What is going on here? Okay, what is...
Wow, ADO is trash. By the way, I think they're trash too. But it's not just them. It's everybody has agreed on this. No, it's a programming reference. This is stupid. Really, it's a programming reference. Oh, for sure, guys. How many tweets has he put out?
I don't think this guy is anti-Semitic, man. It's like the OK symbol. You know what I mean? Context. It's real. What? Okay, stop making bird memes, please. Yeah, I don't think this dude is an anti-Semitic person. Anyway, let's continue.
27,000 tweets. Thank God he's on Twitter and not in real life. You know, guys? Because, like, you think about it, and we could talk about, oh, he's a loser. And
so does this conversation just simply revolve around this guy from this point on for saying something that is, like, objectively correct? That, yes, getting this bent out of shape over, and I have to repeat this one more time, marginally less pixelated titties because of a lace bra introduction, he's right. He might be like an elder millennial. He might be a little too invested in birds. Okay? But he's right. He's right to point the finger and go, these guys are such losers, because I think in a situation where I'm faced with a lolicon avatar guy, okay, making a YouTube video about restrictions happening to freedom of speech and free expression as a consequence of marginally less pixelated titties on one of the 74 different readily available outfits on Stellar Blade, I think I'm going to go with the kind of cringe elder millennial guy who likes birds, okay? Reddit post from 4 years ago, lol, do a control F for bird. I've seen triple parentheses a lot. I can't figure out what it means. The Echo started from a neo-Nazi app that would highlight the names of Jewish individuals that way. There is no bird in here. Owned. Chatter, you're owned. It's actually anti-Semitic. Why are you prejudiced against birds? Scroll to load. I mean, I don't fucking care. I control F'd it. There's no bird mention here. Sorry. Here. No, don't tell me that's the reason. I'm in the bird community. We do that. We do a triple parentheses hop when a bird jumps. Amgury. This better not spread to the bird pet community. I consistently cover some of the worst aspects of human nature, some of the worst things that mankind does to one another on a regular basis. And yet, endless war, genocide, an apartheid regime, the American government's tax dollars funding and facilitating that, as there are massive protest movements mobilizing against that, those protest movements being squashed with the militant apparatus of the state genuinely taking away, eroding our First Amendment rights to free expression. And yet, this last 60-minute introduction to the extreme hentai gooner lolicon segment of the internet has been infinitely more black-pilling on me in particular than any number of hours that I have dedicated to covering endless bloodshed. The amount of despair that I feel deep in my very core is incredible. We here in the Western world live in the lap of luxury, okay? We are the labor aristocracy. We benefit from the unequal exchange of the global south. Our lives are phenomenal in comparison to the average child in Rwanda. As a matter of fact, we are so comfortable in our lives and in our existence that we end up finding things to get upset about. And sometimes those things that we get upset about can be valid. Sometimes those things that we get upset about can be a little silly. But this thing that you opened my eyes to, chat, and this is your fault, because I thought this was going to be fun. And yet you had to go and show me the existence of a lolly avatar Twitch streamer, YouTube essayist that is making YouTube videos and a massive community fostering this kind of shamelessness in broad fucking daylight online inside of this increasingly degenerate hug box of some of the worst kinds of mentally stunted, emotionally stunted adults who fucking despise the world around them and despise video games because they will never feel like they were 14 years old ever again. And it has shook me to my very core. I do not know what the solution to this is. I don't know. I do not know how we even begin the process of healing every single person out of the nearly 500,000 people that watched this Asmongold video and went, that's right, they are taking our freedoms away in this particular field. I don't know. I don't know how we begin the healing process. I think we need a reset, a cultural reset. I think we need to go back to the before times. Technology was a mistake. The internet was a mistake. And although I make a living on here, and I am very privileged and very fortunate to do so, I will sacrifice that for the greater good. So on that note, I say, General Secretary of the Chinese Communist Party, Xi Jinping, please drop the EMP on America. Rid us of this scourge. Please. Donald Trump, save me. Donald Trump, save me, Donald Trump. Xi Jinping, save us. Please. I am doing a spirit bomb. The EMP must be dropped. I've never felt closer ideologically to the fucking Unabomber than I do at this very specific instance. Oh, yeah, that's all I got. This spiritually broke me. Mark Kern is going to tweet about this tomorrow. It's fine. He can do whatever he wants. This is great. Thank you, brave free speech patriot. I think the gravest... No, I mean, I got nothing. I really do have nothing. Rev Says Desu most watched video has 8.7 million watches. What is Rev Says Desu? What is that? Is that another thing? Am I going to find out that the existence of another thing that's going to break me? I'm already down. Please, please, you do not have to stab me in the heart any further. That's the lolly guy?
Hey, what's up, guys? Right here. So the Gamergate situation roars on, and today we have some more game journalists to laugh at because there's been a...
I'm gonna run the 3-minute ad break now. That's what I'm doing. I'm done. I don't have the power to fight. I feel like I need to wash my eyeballs after what I subjected them to. I feel like I need a lobotomy. Like I feel like I accidentally did something criminal. You know what I mean? Yeah, I'll blast off. Okay. I gotta talk to Asmongold about that. That's crazy. I can't. There's no way, dude. That's crazy. I can't stop thinking about it. It's just...
Previously on The Walking Dead. While searching for a place to call home, AJ and I found an old boarding school run by kids deep in the forest. Their leader was a guy named Marlon, and AJ pulled the trigger. I told AJ that what he'd
the zombie apocalypse doesn't seem so bad after what I just saw.
done was murder, that he'd have to atone for it. The other kids agreed. They voted to kick us out. I thought we'd never return. Then, AJ and I were attacked by Abel, one of the raiders Marlon had given the twins to. He was with someone I thought I'd never see again. Lily.
Yeah, the
We were
episodes are
almost
2 hours
eaten by
long
walkers.
on this season. Whereas in previous seasons they had 5 1.5 hour episodes. But the episodes on this one are 2 hours
Suddenly,
long now.
one of them spoke to me. His name was James, an ex-whisperer who didn't
It's the
believe in
last
killing
season.
walkers. He helped me treat AJ, but without real medicine, he wouldn't make it.
The last 2 episodes
The
are
kids
short, a
didn't
bit
turn away
and a
the
bit
sad
drop in
sight
quality.
of AJ and let us back inside. After I told them how we could defend the school against the raiders, they were willing to let us stay.
I have
at least
to pee. I gotta pee. I'll be back in a second. Oh.
until the fight. I decided to help Violet in the bell tower. We looked at the stars together, and I admitted I had feelings for her. She felt the same way. Then the raiders finally came. They busted open our gates, but the kids stayed hidden as planned, until 10 ran out of cover, hoping for a chance to learn about his missing sisters. The bomb went off, and
It's kind of an
attempting to
L for
save 10, Mitch threw himself at Lily
Still the goat, though.
and got a knife to the throat. With only a second to decide, I fired and saved Violet. They got away with 3 of our friends, and we had no idea where they'd gone. But we knew someone who did.
Mitch. At the start, I was so little, and Mitch looked after me. People said he was a dick sometimes, but he was always nice to me. Now he's gone.
Damn, bro, chill. Everybody's saying Mitch, more like bitch.
Stabbed in the eye by some asshole who never even knew his name.
Mitch was looking after all of us. He gave his life
He
so we could go on fighting.
He used his like pyromaniac tendencies for good at the end. Chat,
I
chill.
know that. Doesn't make it any easier.
He'd want us to find our friends and bring them home safe.
And he'd want us to kill the people who took them.
This
Hey,
dude's voice, this
AJ's
kid's
waiting
voice
for
is
you in the
fucking me
basement.
up.
We got Abel tied up tight. He's alive, but he's out cold.
Thanks.
We should bury Mitch. It's time.
I'll help you
Get
carry.
away from him! You're the reason he's dead!
Chill,
Really?
bro.
Well, it's true! We had a plan, and that idiot messed it up!
Come on, Willie. None of this is Ten's fault. You know who's really to blame.
I can't believe you're defending him! This is bullshit!
10! I'll take care of this. Talk to Abel, find out where Lily took Lewis, Omar, and Asim. And Clem, don't be afraid to, hurt him a little. Maybe you'll get more out of him than we did.
They don't turn into zombies if they get stabbed in the head. Chatter who asked, don't they get turned into zombies if they're buried? No, if they die with a head stab or a head wound, they don't come back, like, because they die. Zombies die too. Also, I'm talking over this woke ass moment. I hate video games being so woke nowadays. Blasian character, there's miscegenation here. Double miscegenation because you a product of miscegenation as a Blasian character. Also hooking up with a white woman. Also lesbian. Triple woke. Oh my god. It's torture time. What am I gonna do with the flag pendant? Oh dude, CIA black site torture time. I'm gonna ask him personally what he thinks about the gooning allegations. I'm gonna ask him specifically if he thinks that Stellar Blade has
This should be strong enough to hold him.
too many titties or too little titties. It's called enhanced interrogation, chat. Constitutionally approved torture, you know what I'm saying? 2x Pimpy, you're my only friend. She's my dog now? That's a bit insane.
Got your gun back, huh?
Uh-huh.
Baby with the blicky.
Ready?
At least that part's not woke.
Fuck. Well, it ain't no way to wake an old man up from his afternoon nap. I was having a nice dream, too. About a girl I used to know from before. She also had me tied up, but I wasn't her prisoner, if you get my meaning.
There's a baby here, and I'm a child too. You fucking freak.
You got any water? Other than what you already dumped on me? I mean...
Drink.
Wait, what? Fine. I don't want AJ to fucking get the wrong lessons, okay? This ain't the IDF, big dog. Okay? A little bit of torture is warranted, but I'm not gonna go that hard. Also, maybe we can do a good cop, bad cop. AJ can be the good
water.
cop.
Now it's time to talk.
It's the first time interrogating someone, isn't it? You let me dictate the agenda. Makes me think you're weak.
Don't make this harder than it needs to be, okay? I just want to know where Lily took my people.
It doesn't matter. As soon as she gets there, she's gonna turn around and come right back for me. You better give me the 5-star treatment. If I'm smiling when she gets here, you might be able to trade me. Jesus! The fuck is wrong with you? That ain't 5-star.
Tell us where they took our friends, or she'll do it again.
My hand slipped.
Lily will never give him up. Only reason we came here was for more manpower. Losing Jonathan and me for 3 sprouts that can barely hold a gun. Even a dummy like me can do the math on that one.
We're gonna get him back.
You don't know what it's like out there. It's a bloodbath. One community against another. From Richmond to the coast. Back at the Delta, we're at war. With some really sick fucks who make me look like the Virgin Mary. We need people to fight it. Soldiers who do what we say. Point the guns the way we tell them to.
No fucking way I'd let my people fight for you.
I'm starting to think you're mad at me. You think we like doing raids like this? Our home is under threat.
Yeah, my hand slipped again, bro. It's just weird. Hopefully, Alvin Bragg Jr. is my JAG lawyer like Ron DeSantis is, and he's sanctioning off. He's writing legal notes about how this is legally permissible torture because we're extracting actionable intelligence from this suspect. It's crazy how slippery my fucking hands are, though.
It's a good home, built to last. I do a lot to protect it. Maybe you can understand that.
And I do a lot to get my friends back, so stop wasting my time.
Okay. Front pocket. The answer to all your questions. Read it.
Whatsoever parteth the hoof and is cloven-footed, and cheweth the cud among the beasts, that shall ye eat. What the fuck? Is this code?
No, it's fucking Leviticus. I was hoping it'd be some timely moralistic shit about turning the other cheek. Well, come on. That thing ain't gonna light itself. Wanna know where your friends are? Smoke will clear my mind.
Don't give it to him.
Help me remember stuff. Like where Lily went. Come on, kid. Don't make me wait all day. You little bitch!
I'm out of patience, Abel. Tell me where Lily went. Now!
That's crazy. Dark Clem, Dark Clem, Dark Clem. Oh my god, he's throwing up blood.
Oh, shit.
That's a lot of blood.
Oh, fuck. This is not good.
He's gonna die, isn't he?
We have medicine. We can still patch him up.
I don't think so. When you pushed me off that balcony, something must have burst inside of me.
Dude, the cigarette on the fucking side of his cheek is not the reason why he's dying, okay? It's because I threw him off a balcony. That's why he's fucking dying. My hand slipped with the cigarette thing. I was trying to give it to him.
Shit. I never wanted things to end like this. Everything. It all got out of hand.
He's just throwing up because he saw in his favorite Korean video game, Soulsborne Copycat, there's marginally less pixelated titties, so he started throwing up. That's what he started thinking about in his head. He started thinking about the severe restrictions on free expression due to Sony NA.
Now look at me. I'm a fucking mess.
Will he turn?
No.
Okay, all jokes aside, he does look exactly like the type of motherfucker that'd be complaining about that shit online.
My whole life, everything I ever got, I got with my own 2 hands and my will for my body to turn on me, to take control. I'll tell you where to find Lily. Just promise you won't let me turn. I'm begging you.
If you're honest with me, I'll put you out of
He said my own 2 hands. Well,
your misery. You have my word.
Okay, we have a boat. We're docked a few miles west of here at an old fishing pier. Your friends are on the boat. You got what you wanted. Please, don't let me become one of those things. Please, I don't want to turn. Not that. I want to let me keep my face.
Wait, how am I supposed to kill you then?
You don't need to watch this.
I want to.
Damn, cold-blooded. Young blood. Oh.
At least you can't hurt anyone anymore.
AJ looks to you for guidance in this world? Okay, fucking shut up, video game. Stupid ass, woke ass video game telling me fucking... God damn it, bro. I don't need to be taught. I don't need to be reminded that, like, I'm doing fuck shit in front of AJ. Fuck! I busted this child, bro. This child is broken. We need a new one.
Come on. We have a boat to find.
He's just watching him, bro. Oh, no. He's one of them freaky little kids now. He's gonna start torturing animals and shit. Why do we leave him in the fucking interrogation room to begin with? You're in a bad mood after the Stellar Blade stuff, man. It's affecting your decisions. Yeah, I've already lost faith in society. I'm teaching the next generation to fucking torture and kill.
I don't know where this dirty road is taking me. Sometimes I don't know the reason why. So I guess I'll keep gambling, lots of moves and lots of rambling. Well, it's easier than just waiting around to die.
Telltale went bankrupt after episode 2 and Skybound had to step in and finish it. It's just starting, Chad. Stop saying una más por favor. You can't let Gamergate be your breaking point. It's so embarrassing. Not even Gamergate. Gamergate 2. Which somehow is even dumber than Gamergate 1. How the fuck are we? We are literally... Oh, we desperately need re-education camps in this fucking country. All right, let's just keep going. It's not Gamergate, it's Goonergate.
Once we find the boat, we'll look for a way to sneak on board.
Yeah, if 10 doesn't fuck it up this time.
It wasn't 10's fault.
Yes, it was! Mitch died because he...
Say one more thing about 10. I dare you.
Damn.
Guys, look!
Damn, we shut him the fuck up, by the way. Respect. I feel a little bit better about Gamergate since the target was Brianna Wu. Come on, dude.
You see anything?
The beach, a boat, and a wood street in the water.
That's called a pier.
Pier.
Okay, let's spread out and focus on those areas. Keep your heads low.
Brianna Wu, who thinks I'm an anti-miscegenation advocate and think that, like, she thinks that I think race mixing is bad. She's truly an insane person.
Anything useful?
Looks like building material. Furniture. Probably stuff from the train station.
Kenny would have loved this moment, dude.
They're loading those rafts with supplies.
I could cut those loose and just ride them down river, easy.
Sheet metal, wood, and quite a bit of it.
We should have that stuff.
Huh. Are those
torches? They're racist.
Maybe. Why?
We could use the fire.
Kenny would be in awe of the size of this
seen
boat.
This boat before?
No. Marlin kept us confined to the safe zone. Pier leading up to the boat? It's our only way in and out.
Well, let's see what else is down there. There are a few on deck, a couple others on the pier. Could be more inside.
Looks like they're well armed too.
Wait, I see Lewis.
Abel wasn't lying. This is it.
The pier has plenty of
Bro,
cover.
how the fuck are we gonna kill all these guys?
We can sneak in undetected. I can see an entrance.
I saw that too. It looks like there's a door at the other end.
There's a small opening at the top of those closed doorways. AJ and I know how to deal with those. I don't see any obvious place to keep prisoners.
They're probably below deck. We should have asked Abel.
When he said on a boat, I didn't think it'd be this big.
I legitimately have no idea how we're gonna take on all these people.
There's no good cover leading up to the boat. We're gonna need one hell of a distraction.
Walkers!
This guy's using a Dragunov sniper rifle in immediate proximity.
Maybe if we could get walkers on the beach somehow.
Maybe not as hard as you'd think.
How would we do that? Where the fuck is, where's AJ?
A rabbit's foot.
Omar used to carry around a rabbit's foot. You don't think?
We'll take it home. We can give it back to him once we've saved him. Find anything over here?
They have horses.
Let me see. More torches. Setting the hay on fire would get their attention. Scare the horses, too.
We could get on the boat easier that way.
If we cut those horses free, we could slow down anyone trying to chase us.
Damn. I don't want to do that though. They're little horsies. Why don't we take the horsies?
We should get out of here before they spot us. We can talk through the plan once we're somewhere safe.
Saying it'd be sick.
What's the plan? Well, they've got guards posted on the pier and the boat. There's no way we can take them all at once. Our only hope is to distract them while we sneak on board.
We should burn their stuff.
That'd work. We could burn the supplies or the hay they keep for the horses.
Whatever we don't burn, we should take. Ruby would love to have the horses. But I'd rather steal those supplies.
Fuck. We can burn the hay or burn the supplies. I'd rather take the supplies, I guess, and burn the hay, which means horses get escape and we can't use the horses to
We'll
run.
steal their supplies and burn the hay as our distraction. If you're going to steal from the rafts, you have to do it carefully.
Wouldn't do it any other way.
The fire will lure the raiders away from the boat, and we can sneak across the pier.
If anyone sees us, they'll shoot.
Bro, just get the horses.
You remember that guy I told you about?
I'm pretty
James?
sure if we burn the hay, they run away.
He sent in walkers to save us from Lily and Abel. Maybe we could convince him to do it again. If we lead a big enough group of them onto the beach, we can blend in without being seen.
Perfect. What about after we get everyone home? I mean, the raiders will just come attack us again. What then?
Hide, quick!
Do I kill him?
A raider. Has to be. You all stay here. I'll see if they know anything that could help us. Drop it. Where do you keep the people you steal? I don't know what you're... I'm not fucking around. Answer the question. The boiler deck. Second deck.
I bet she's one of the kids.
Clementine, wait. That's Minnie.
Oh my god. Oh no. Oh no. Is she gonna kiss her? Oh no, not in front of me. Come on, we just got gay married, dude. Come
After the
on.
attack, I wasn't sure. I mean, I heard they burned half your school down. Who survived? Ruby? Mitch? Brody? 10?
Ruby and 10 made it. Mitch didn't. And Brody, she died.
10's boots holding up okay? His boots? They're so old, there are more holes than rubber. I duct taped him up the last time I saw him, but that was a while ago. His boots are fine. You're Clementine, the girl who took over after Marlon died. It's weird. I thought everyone would want to lean on their own.
I don't get it. Why are you mad about Marlon dying? He literally sold you into sex slavery. What the fuck? Why the animosity towards me? Like, do you already know that, you know, me and Violet are kissing and stuff? Is that what it is? Are you annoyed? It's called bisexual visibility, okay? Look it up in a fucking book. Sorry.
Not the new kid. Violet's the one in charge. Really? The Violet I knew could barely stand to talk to people, let alone play class president.
Okay, chill. Why are you shitting on
You're
my girl
the one who convinced the
Violet?
school to fight back. From where I'm standing, that puts you in charge. Your leadership is going to get my little brother killed. Excuse me? Abel figured he could talk Marlon into handing everyone over like he and Lily did, but like they did before. You ruined the whole plan.
What the hell? He gave you and Sophie away.
Yeah, and we all survived it. Marlon would have never made them fight the way you did. He wouldn't have gotten people killed.
Minnie, you're wrong. Clem protected us.
He wouldn't have gotten people killed. He murdered Brody.
Where's Sophie? Is she alive?
She died protecting the Delta.
What the fuck? Yo, she's brain diseased, bro. Protecting the Delta, a hero? The fuck do you mean? Yo, you are captured. Hello, you're a victim, lady.
A hero? God, you...
Minerva!
Shit.
Rockingham! Finish up and head back. I want to be in before dark.
Yes, ma'am. Our boat leaves for the Delta in 2 days. Then it'll be a couple of weeks before we can come back for the rest of you. When we do, the only way you're gonna save your people is to let us take them. I'm serious. Don't for this. If 10 could see you now, he'd be ashamed to call you his sister.
Yeah, I had to own her in the marketplace of ideas. I had to do it. I had to do it for my peoples.
Are you okay?
Nothing's changed.
I just shut
Our
her ass
plan
the
is to
hell
get
up.
onto the boat and save our friends. So that's what we're gonna do.
Bro, she's gonna fucking fight against us, like, actually.
You all should head home. Start getting things ready. Get everyone caught up on the plan.
Everyone except 10.
I warned you.
Enough, both of you. AJ and I will go find James. Good luck.
I thought the twins were black because 10 is. I thought so too.
So, how many walkers do you think James will help us get? 15? 100? 1,000?
Clem, I don't... Ow.
Gunshot wound.
It feels like someone pinched me from inside.
Here, let's rest a second.
Clem, I keep thinking. When Willie said all that stuff about 10 before, I got so mad. He was being mean, and 10 wasn't even there to defend himself. I wanted to hurt him. I know I shouldn't, but I just can't stop thinking about it. I want to just punch his head. I tried breathing, kicking rocks.
I know it's hard, AJ, but thoughts like that, they go away. You just have to give it time.
That's great. I'm always like, yeah,
Waiting's
just
hard.
My thing, AJ's always like, I have so much rage and I want to do murders. And my response to that every time is just like, just think even harder. Like, it's just horrible advice, but there's not really anything I can fucking do here. I'm trying to do the most with the options given to me.
I'm just thinking too much.
Just breathe, aim for the head, and think harder.
I think I'm mad at 10 too. Running out of cover when Lily attacked the school was really stupid. But he just doesn't know stuff like we do. And then Willie started yelling at him instead of helping him learn. Why don't the other kids know all the stuff we know? When there's a plan, you have to follow it. And when you yell at someone, it just makes them not listen.
Okay, that's smart.
Why don't we teach them? They're smart. Someone just has to show them what to do.
Yeah. I want 10 to know how to be safe. We can show them how to be smart, like us. It's weird that people are so different.
It is Erickson's boarding school for troubled youth.
Troubled youth? Trouble like bad? So they did bad things? Why?
Okay, sometimes they do them because bad things happen to them. I knew a
AJ,
doctor once.
Technically, you're a troubled youth, big dog. If you only knew, what you did is like way more troubled youth than anything those kids could have done, okay? At the age of 6, you fucking headshotted another child in the immediate vicinity of others.
When you were just a baby, he called it trauma. You have some too, you know. The thing where people can't walk up behind you.
I don't like my trauma. I want to get it off of me. How do I get rid of it? I don't even like the way the word sounds.
It's really, really hard to do by yourself. A lot of people can't without some help.
Like from a doctor?
Sure, but those are rare these days.
Or like the school, right? It was supposed to help with people's trauma.
Yeah, it was.
BetterHelp.com.
And now they help each other.
I still like them. I like 10 the most, I think. Even if he does dumb things. Actually, I think he's my first real friend.
Oh yeah? I thought I was your first real friend.
Well, yeah, but you don't count. You're old.
Yo, chill.
I'm not.
I'm only 16.
Fine. He's my second first real friend.
I'm 16, man. What the fuck? This is like when chat calls me an old man. It's like when 20-year-olds in the chat are like, you're boomer grandpa, you're unk status. We don't want to kill the walkers, remember?
I don't see James. Just monsters.
James?
Whoa.
You're hurt.
Did the raiders do this?
It looked like they had people from your school. Why are you here?
Those people you saw, we're going to save them. But to do that, we need your help moving some walkers.
I could maybe help, but my mask is still in the camp, inside my bag.
Bro, why do you need the
Can't pass through a
mask?
herd without it.
Okay, then let's go get it.
I don't understand why he needs his mask. Like, that part doesn't make sense to me. What difference does it make to a zombo? They can smell that you're alive, you know what I mean? Just fucking cover yourself up with some guts and move on.
Please, I just ask that you don't kill them. The walkers. If you
You're a
distract
freak.
them, I can sneak over and find my mask.
Distract all of them?
Please.
I'll try.
You're a freak, bro. You're a freak. You're out of your mind, but It's fine. You're a bit of a cutie pie, so it's a good way to start it off. Okay, I had to die. I thought I could like run away. I was wrong. R.I.P. Bozo to me. R.I.P. Bozo to me. Wait, what? To kill one Zombo. Wait, what? Bro, there's no... I don't... Okay, that's not entirely my fault, and here's why. Okay? That's not entirely my fault. Here's why. Because there are no areas to like run to, because the camera is like fucking a From Software game where it is my largest enemy. I don't know where to go. I guess I have to follow him, right? Wait, what? No, dude. No, no, no. No! God damn it, I'm not supposed to kill him. Oh, oopsie. Oh, what the fuck? Oh.
I don't know how long I can keep this up. Did you find your mask?
I can't find it. The horses must have... There!
Oh, shit.
We have to run.
Hey, over here!
AJ!
No, there are too many of them.
The cart. If we push it, the noise will draw them away.
How are they so... How are they so slow and so fast at times, you know? Speed depends on the plot. Yeah, for real.
AJ, are you okay?
Yeah, no bites.
You kill the ones you have to. I can't blame you for that. Not really.
Okay, bro, chill. Like, you're talking like they're your besties or something. Your relationship with James has changed. Bro, James is so fucking annoying. If he didn't have pretty privilege, I swear to God, you emo bitch, you freak bitch. It is crazy, okay? Why do you hate non-living persons? Because they want to eat me, dude. There you go. Asked and answered. Oh my God, he's such a soft boy. It's crazy.
Thank you for helping me get this back. Now, how will walkers save your friends?
They're being held captive on a boat not too far from here. We can't sneak on board without cover, not without the raiders gunning us down.
You want to use walkers to hide? To sneak on board their ship? That's insane.
It's our only chance.
I have something I need you to see, so you can understand what you're asking.
James.
We still need his help, right?
Yeah, we do.
Oh my God, bro. Here we go. He's gonna give me the spiel about how they used to be humans, and in some ways they still are.
It's safe. Just a little further.
This is where I keep all my walkers. Oh, Salt Lick.
Clem, what's this?
It's called a salt lick.
It's a murder weapon, AJ. Larry.
Salt lick? Ugh, sounds gross.
Whatever you do, don't lick it. It tastes horrible.
Wait a minute, how do you know? Did you lick it?
I don't know.
Thought I heard some. Like a wind chime.
My people, my former people, they had a practice. They called it... They used them as a weapon. I do this to protect them. I know it sounds strange, but that's why I brought you here. To see them as I do. As people.
As people?
You're out of your dang mind, brother. You're fucking insane. You are a real fucking freak bitch, you know that? To protect them? This dude is out of his dang mind, bro. Oh my God. I hate rad libs. Yeah, 100%. This is the type of chatter that loves the top of the hour ad break and is unsubscribed. Okay? This is the type of chatter who's like, please serve the top of the hour ad break. I love seeing ads. I'm not even subscribed. I'm just a fan of ads. Just a freak bitch. Here's the 3-minute ad break now, by the way.
Well, not people exactly.
Thank you, Miss Susie B.
Something in between. Part of us is still in there.
No, it's not.
Deep down. So few of us die anymore. We turn. Not dead, not alive.
No.
I hope that's not true. That sounds like hell.
To you, maybe. I think it seems peaceful.
Do you really think there's people inside of monsters?
Somewhere. Yes. Think about it this way. Has someone you cared about turned?
Yeah, I clapped him.
Clem's friend, Lee. She shot him before he did. So he wouldn't have to suffer.
Sorry. Maybe this wasn't the best way to explain. Didn't mean to bring up difficult memories. I lived among walkers for years. Still do, in a way. When they're alone, they're harmless. Innocent.
Bro, there is no anime protagonist voice, okay, that is going to get me on board with this message. Okay, I'm sorry, Saikuno. I do not agree with you, okay? It's not happening, Saikuno. Stop it.
If you want my help, I need you to try and walk with them. Then tell me if you really believe they're just monsters.
They are just monsters. They're not people or friends. Clem.
She'll be safe, I promise.
This isn't smart. It's too dangerous.
She just needs to move as they do.
Lewis would do it for us.
Yeah, I guess.
Bro, someone said, Whisper son or Lolly Avatar daughter.
The first rule is never
Whisper
go
son
alone.
all the way.
I'm not leaving you. I'll be right back.
Check the windows.
I will.
Don't let fear take over.
Only because
I promise.
a misogynist, though.
The mask will disguise your scent, but be gentle and be quiet. Touch the wind chime.
He would kill this guy, Lamau. Yeah, he'd be valid. Ew, gross. He's sending me in there to turn, dude. What the fuck? Oh, straight up terrifying, bro. No, stop saying, oh, this is fucked up. They should all be killed. And I hope they all get killed. What is this music? What is, this sounds like Pocahontas. What the fuck? Bro, this is still weird as hell. I'm just gonna like lie to James and act like I totally get the message, but.
Whoa, hey there, kiddo. It's all right, I'm fine. See? No bites.
Yeah, they cannot make this beautiful or meaningful to me. Like, he's like, oh no, it's peaceful. It's like, no, it's not, dude. It's not. You're a vegetable. And not only are you a vegetable, but you're like a dangerous vegetable. A vegetable that eats other people and also turns them into vegetables. No, no, thank you. I will not be humanizing the undead, okay? I see their humanity and innocent. They're wholesome, misunderstood beings. No, they're gross. They're gross and they're disgusting and they deserve less and they deserve no rights. And everyone that wants to become a walker amongst them shouldn't just wear their fucking skin on their head. If you want it that bad, then become a zombie and then you'll get killed.
No bites.
So, do you still think they're just monsters? Now that you've seen them at peace.
I'm lying.
I think you might be right about there being something more to them. It was kind of nice in there.
Really? Never met someone who understood.
I'm lying, bro. I'm lying.
Thank you. I'm glad.
Have you ever killed a walker before?
I have. Many.
Have you ever killed a person?
Many. But that was a long time ago.
I've killed someone before, too.
AJ.
You've killed someone?
Yeah. I'm a murderer. But I'm trying to atone.
Well, that's good. I guess.
That's enough. What about the walkers? Are you going to help us save our friends?
Bro, this is what Republicans should be mad about. Like, woke culture gone awry. Gone way too far. I have my limits. When you start talking about zombie rights for all, I'm like, nope, I'm out. Okay? I'm fucking out. They are a perfect representation of like a parasitic being. It's like being pro-COVID. It's like looking at COVID and being like, no, this disease is natural and beautiful, actually, and we should let it kill people.
I thought I could, but I can't. So many walkers would die.
What?
All of the death this would cause. I'm sorry, Clementine, but I can't have more blood on my hands.
So let me get this straight. If you really had to choose human life or walker life.
Okay, this is turning into a fucking literal vegan debate. He's about to do name the trait arguments to defend zombies. I should just kill him. Yeah, no, you deserve death, honestly. I should just push him in there without his fucking stupid ass mask so the zombos can eat him. That way he'll develop a newfound perspective on zombies.
Which is more important?
Walkers are peaceful. Humans...
My friends are alive, not kind of or maybe alive. They're trapped and they're afraid. They need my help.
Oh my god, he literally is pro-zombie. Like, he is literally saying this is unironically a vegan argument. Like, this is the type of shit. This is the type of shit people are on when they are like, oh, you know, pets. This is some white woman behavior, James. The type of people that are like, yeah, Palestinian children, miss me with that bullshit. If I see a fucking dog touching a hot pavement, oh my lord, dude, you will never understand. I will read you the riot act. Turns out you can get mentally ill without Twitter or Tumblr or any of the other vectors that causes people to develop this sensibility.
I may be stubborn, but I'm not heartless.
I mean, you are.
Those raiders are cruel. They force others to be the same. And if your friends are anything like you, I don't doubt they're worth saving.
What?
It'll take some time to guide them through the forest to the shore. Others will join the herd as they go.
Oh, he said
Tomorrow
don't
night,
doubt they're worth saving.
Be ready.
Bro, that's why I rizzed them up. That's literally why I rizzed them up with the whole like, oh yeah, zombies are people too. Yeah, my people would want to hug and kiss the zombies with you. Come on, you should save them.
I can't undo this.
I want to see how he guides them. Does he make noises?
Clem, when you said there might be people inside walkers, did you mean it? Is he right?
Honestly, I just told him what he wanted to hear.
Yeah.
Walkers are just walkers.
So you...
I'm like, AJ, don't believe any of that fuck shit, okay? Do not believe any of that sick freak shit.
Lied?
We needed his help to save our friends.
So lies can help sometimes.
Uh-oh. Huh. Fuck.
Come on, AJ.
AJ learned there's value in lying? Oh, no. I'm such a bad parent, dude. Bro, I'm teaching this kid every wrong lesson in the book. Torture is permissible as long as the Supreme Court decides it's like legally justifiable torture for actionable intelligence, in spite of the fact that there's 0% of actionable intelligence that comes out of torture. I taught him to fucking dome people. This kid is becoming a real psychopath, I swear to God.
Let's get back before it's too dark.
I've never met anyone like James before. I mean, he's tough. Not like you, though. He doesn't kill monsters, but he's not scared of them either. He's cool.
Yeah, he's called mentally ill, AJ.
Hey, Clem. Willie told me the plan. How'd things go with that guy?
James. He agreed to help us.
If somebody told me we were gonna sneak onto a boat in a herd of walkers, I'd have called them crazy.
What are you doing with those?
Oh, well, I wanted to throw one last hootenanny before the big fight.
Swear?
Hootenanny.
Huh?
It sounds like a swear.
No, it's just another word for party.
Right. I know it sounds strange, throwing a party, but people need something to lift their spirits right about now.
This could be our last chance.
I wanted to make some tea for everyone. Could I borrow your little heater thing?
What can I do?
We need to pretty up the old music room. Could you make us something colorful to hang up?
Okay, I'll be an artist. I'm gonna make the
decoration.
A decoration for the party.
Okay.
Bro, this little dude doesn't know the word decoration, and he already decked out a dude. He already fucking has a body at the age of 6. Oh my God, I'm such a bad parent. Oh my God. Place your collectibles before leaving? Where can I place them?
There, for luck.
Are bunnies lucky?
Just their feet.
I never understood the rabbit
use a
foot.
little luck.
It's like if a rabbit was so lucky, then he wouldn't have got caught. He wouldn't have got caught and had his foot chopped off, you know what I mean?
I'm done, Clem. Come see.
Okay, be right there. School pride. Go Erickson.
Go where?
No, like cheering them on.
feel like I missed some collectibles.
Hey, you're getting better at this. Soon you'll be as good an artist as 10.
I don't know. He's really good.
Something wrong, AJ?
I was just thinking about stuff while I was drawing.
Did he draw
There
murder?
are 3 kind of eyes, Clem.
Oh, yeah?
There are alive people eyes. We got those. Then there's monsters' eyes. Usually look like dirty water. Other times, monsters' eyes aren't even wet. And then there are alive people eyes right as you kill them. Like you did to Abel. His eyes look like you blew a candle out.
Damn.
He was a bad guy. I know I shouldn't feel like this. I hated him, too. I think there's something wrong with me.
You know what, AJ? Everything you're feeling is okay. It makes you a good person.
Why is never get soft an option, dude? Never get soft, AJ.
Am I good? I want to be better, Clem. Let people know I'm good, just by my face.
You're the best, okay?
I'm getting real smart.
Is that right?
Yes, because I'm always thinking all the time.
Okay, what are you thinking about right now?
You getting bit, turning into a monster.
Oh.
Yeah. The older I get, the more I see it. I don't know why. What happens then? Anyone can get bit. Doesn't matter if you're inside or outside or how careful you are.
That's not happening.
I'd have to eat you.
You don't know that.
No, I don't. But it won't happen anytime soon.
You don't know that either. You just
Bro, you broke the baby? Bro, this baby was broken from the jump. He couldn't speak until he was like 3. Okay, calm down. He literally started speaking 3 years ago in his whole timeline.
trying to be brave for me. It does something weird to my stomach. Like I'm gonna get the dookies.
AJ, I need to know you remember what we talked about. What you're supposed to do if it happens. Listen to me. If I get bit, you'll shoot.
No. No, I'm not gonna do that.
AJ, you promised.
I don't care. I'm not gonna shoot you. If you get bit, I'd want you to bite me too.
What the fuck?
What? You don't mean that.
I want to be alone. Please don't be mad. I can't live with you not with me, Clem. I know we've talked about it so much, but don't make me.
Alvin Jr., you know you're not supposed to talk like this.
Alvin Bragg Jr.
You're too strong and too brave.
I don't think I am anymore about this.
Yes, you are.
You will grow
are,
up to
okay?
prosecute Donald Trump one day, Alvin Bragg Jr. You better not be talking this nonsense.
You can't break promises, AJ.
I know.
You're not letting this go, are you?
James said...
Guess not.
That we could be around when we're monsters. Like on the inside. If you got bit and then bit me, then maybe we'd still be together. It would just be a different together. We might even be okay. You think so?
James said a lot of things about the monsters. And most of it was crazy pants, AJ.
So you don't think I would be inside my monster self?
There is no monster self, kiddo. Nothing that makes you would be in there.
Can I go patrol for a bit? Before the party?
Sure, go ahead. Be careful.
Yeah, take the blicky. The blicked up baby, dude. The baby
What's
with the
with
blick.
AJ?
He just needs some space.
Can we talk about what happened today? With Minnie?
Yeah, sure. What's wrong?
The thing is, seeing Minnie, I feel like it should have scared me, but it didn't. The person we ran into in the woods, that wasn't Minnie. Not really. The way she sounded and acted, the way she...
Dude, AJ is so cooked. You tell him the worst things. Bro, how do you de-escalate with a fucking 6-year-old with a murder charge being like, yeah, by the way, I'm not going to kill you because I now believe that zombies fucking turn into, zombies are fine, actually. You know what I mean? There's just no way. You joke, moron. Bro, there ain't no joking in this game. My actions have consequences.
Talked about Sophie and Lily. I'm confused, I guess.
We can still save Minnie. If we brought her back, we could...
You saw how she reacted when Lily showed up. Those are her people now, and we are not.
Damn, Violet wants to murk the ex. She's like, I'm with my brand new bitch now. The cuck option? I mean, whatever, dude. It's not the cuck option. That's how confident I am, okay? That's how fucking confident I am in my own game.
Minnie, the real Minnie, she's gone. She's been gone this whole time, and I have to stop mourning her. I won't let her take you or AJ, or anyone else I care about.
Louis knows when to keep his head down.
Yeah, shit. Oh, I hope so. You know, when I first got here, I hated him. He was so much. You know, he walks into a room and it's like, look at me, watch me perform. It's so stupid. But then I realized under all that, he really cares about people. And he doesn't just feel it, he says it. He'll tell you every goddamn day how much you mean to him. Shit, he'll probably sing about it.
Especially if there's already a famous song with your name in it.
We've got to get him back.
We will. Louis, Omar, Asim. We'll get them all back.
I made you this.
Lesbians and their arts and crafts, bro.
Stars.
So you never forget that night.
I never will.
How do you make that? Like, how does she make that?
When you told me you had feelings for me, I was shocked. Then I started thinking. There's something I've always wanted to try with someone I cared about, and I never have.
Sex?
What is it?
Have you ever danced with anyone before?
Nope.
That would have been weird.
Do you wanna? Just us. No one else around.
It's fine. It's way gayer than having gay sex. Dancing in a quiet room. That's my daughter. Yes, I want what's best for her. Fuck you mean?
Thanks for the dance.
Yeah, we're getting better at being romantic.
I want what's best for her, dumbasses. I want her to experience teen love before she fucking inevitably turns into a zombo and has to get murked by AJ or some shit.
Hey, Clem!
Oh.
Wow. Where did you find a beach ball?
It was in some garbage behind one of the dorms. I had to blow it up, and that was pretty gross. But look, it works.
I should get going. Ruby could probably use some help.
I think HasanAbi has just created the faux ID to be outwardly homophobic without being canceled. Yes, you got me. That's why I always advocate for gay rights.
It's cool, right?
Super cool.
Because I like doing it on extra hard difficulty.
You're terrible.
Hey.
Damn, they're enjoying themselves with the lamest shit. Aw, this is cute as hell, bro.
Have you back, kiddo?
Oh God, oh no, what's about to happen?
Okay, we better get ready to go. Sounds like they need us in the music room.
Okay.
He's blowing up the boat. He wrote goodbye boat. This guy's drawings are like fucking, what's his face? What's the Trump guy? The Trump era cartoonist? I forgot his name. The right-wing guy?
Looks like things are coming together.
Ben Garrison. Yeah. His drawings are like Ben Garrison's, dude. He just fucking writes like, boom, explosion, bye boat. Dumbass baby.
We still need to
Stick to
figure
your
out
day
lighting,
job.
music, and
Stick to your day job, which is murder.
something to write on that banner.
If we're gonna die, we should have some fun first.
Music? But Louis isn't here. See that? It's like Louis in a box.
Wouldn't be a party without some kind of mood lighting. I've been going back and forth between colors for ages. Green's calming, but purple might be nice.
Well, purple was my dad's favorite color.
I read somewhere purple was a color of royalty.
Purple. Really?
What? I like purple.
Bisexual
Shouldn't
lighting.
you like it too? Violet? I'll make it happen.
So you take one of those black things that look like plates, and you put it on here.
Pulled out the old headmaster's gramophone so he could play some records. Not much of a selection, but it should do.
You guys have any classical?
You bet.
Are we using the banner for some kind of party theme?
Not
Yeah,
exactly.
how are we gonna dance to jazz music? Well, at least with classical you can waltz and shit.
There's not as much room as you think.
AJ, why don't you come up with something?
Dude, let's get our children back.
Really?
I have an idea. It'll be a surprise.
Okay, we'll have 10 break out his paintbrush and write it out. This place is gonna look great. Oh, and Willie was asking for you. He's up in Marlon's office. He said he had a surprise for the party, but he wanted to show it to you first.
Listen, at least I didn't choose country, okay? Everybody calm down. He's gonna write some heinous shit. Yeah, he's gonna write slurs.
Hey, Clem, check it out. I found a bunch of books on ships. There's some awesome stuff about fires at sea and explosions and stuff. The key is the boiler.
Wait, what are you talking about?
I have an idea about how to stop those assholes coming back to the school after we've rescued the others. And from hurting anyone else ever again.
Oh my god, he's a terrorist.
We're gonna blow up the boat. It's the only way to make sure they don't come back. Besides, it feels right, you know? For Mitch.
I don't want to discourage you, but we're gonna be on that boat to rescue the others. Please, don't get us killed.
What? No! I mean, yeah, I still have a few details to work out, but don't worry. I'll make sure there's time for you to get off the boat before she explodes. Trust me, this'll work. We'll be okay.
Okay, everybody, get ready to boogie.
The anti-Kenny? Yeah.
Clem, I'm sorry for before. About how he treated 10. I didn't mean to get so angry. I know it's not his fault.
That's nice, Willie, but don't tell me. Tell 10.
Master's degree of ass. He's so swagged out.
Wow, this looks great, Ruby.
Couldn't have done it without you. But just wait till you see what else I've got planned. Go ahead and mingle. I'll let you know when it's time.
Why are we having fun
guess
before we
I'll
fucking
mingle?
extract these people? I just don't really understand that.
I
I'd
see
be
you two
trying to
are working
prep.
together.
I'd be trying to prep instead of doing this fucking weird ass party. You know what I mean?
Together?
Yeah, Willie asked me to help with his special project.
Well, that's good to hear. Is it ready?
Good to go, Clem.
It'll work.
Actually, I was thinking maybe we should name it. Something cool. I mean, I think it deserves a name.
Yeah, we absolutely have to name it.
I thought you'd make fun of me, but hell yeah. Let's name this fucker.
How about Mitch's masterpiece?
Yeah, I like that.
They
Mitch
will
would
remember
too.
that.
Okay, then it's settled.
I found them.
Bro, you suck at this? What do you mean? I'm honoring Mitch.
Okay, Clementine. These here are our official Erickson psych evaluations and probationary reports.
Okay.
I don't get it.
Well, these explain why all of us got sent to this school in the first place.
And all the bad shit we did that kept them from sending us back home.
So what's the game?
I figured if we're all going on this crazy mission together, you might as well know who we really are.
Oh god, this is gonna be insane.
So, I'll read some of what the adults thought about us.
This is gonna be fucking
and
insane.
you have to guess which one of us fits the bill. I'll make sure it's someone you've actually met. This'll be the first one. While otherwise a remarkable student, blank continues to be plagued by fits of anger, uncontrollable cursing, and repeated physical altercations with the senior faculty.
It's Willie. Wait, what? Maybe
Well,
Marlon?
Not to speak ill of the dead, but that sounds exactly like Marlon.
You'd think so, but nope.
Really?
The person in the file. Imagine Marlon times another Marlon.
That's Ruby's file.
Holy shit, really?
What the fuck?
Guilty as charged.
Yeah, you should have seen Ruby back in the early days. She was like, you ever seen those Tasmanian devil cartoons when you were a kid? That was our Ruby. Used to have a mean streak a mile long.
Don't worry. That was a long time ago.
What, like fucking 4 years ago? You're like 14. Bully phenotype, you called it?
I can totally see it. The first time I met Ruby,
Dude, I want to know what 10 did.
That little motherfucker. I said I was sorry.
You guys want to know why I got sent here?
Willie, please, no.
Chronic masturbation.
What?
Trust me, nobody wanted to know that.
What the fuck? He's a gooner, bro. He saw the Stellar Blade remake. He saw the Stellar Blade patch and lost it. He made too many YouTube essays about it until they were like, you have to be institutionalized, okay? He was like, you literally have a lolly VTuber avatar. We are sending you to fucking a mental asylum.
What does that mean?
Don't you dare.
Anyway, maybe we should change up the music?
I like all kind of different music, I think.
There's a lot of them.
Sure, we've heard enough of this.
There you
Break out
go,
the
jazz music time. There you go, chat. Oh, now chat wants country. Y'all suck, bro.
I didn't realize how many of us we'd lost. Remember that Justin guy?
And Theresa and Jasper, that one girl with colored braces, and Joey, Maddie, Lamar.
Aaron, yeah, I used to make fun of her braces. Why did I do that?
Alex, Dewey, Trey, Stephanie. Holy crap, how many of us died?
34.
Yeah, what do you do with the braces during the apocalypse? You're cooked, huh? Gotta keep them on.
Lewis.
Should we read it?
I could tell you why I was sent here instead. You know, as a consolation prize or whatever. You might hate me after, but since we're all being so open and all.
I was hoping you'd tell me.
I spent a lot of time at my grandma's house growing up, what with my dad being a drunk and my mom working 3 jobs. But after my grandpa died, grandma just kind of shut down.
Oh my gosh, she
Spent all
killed
day
her
and night
grandma.
rocking in her little chair in the den. I'd sit there at her feet as we both watched TV. Mostly cartoons, since she never seemed to care. Sometimes I could hear her crying, but I didn't look back. I'd just feel really weird and turn up the volume, you know? Anyway, one day she left the den and came back with another chair and a .22 rifle. Set the rifle butt on the top of the chair, holding the barrel back to her chest. So, you know, she had trouble reaching the trigger this way, but she must have known it would happen, because she took out this really tacky wooden back scratcher, the real long kind with the one end shaped like a hand, and used that to push the trigger in.
What the fuck?
Bang. Right. Her body folded up and just kept.
Bro, she is the vibe killer. Oh my god. God damn, son. What the fuck, Violet? I kissed that mouth. Wow, thank you. What a wonderful party we're having right before we go fucking trek to our deaths. This definitely really didn't fuck up the vibes at all. Love the vibes right now.
Rocking.
I said cutie Cinderella.
My mom came to get me 5 hours later. I hadn't moved. She asked why I didn't call the police or an ambulance or anything. I just shrugged and told her it wasn't like Grandma was going anywhere. And besides, I just wanted to finish my cartoons.
So they said she killed her?
She shipped me off to Erickson the next day. I was 11.
Yeah. Mom was like, your vibes are really fucked, Violet. Sorry. You're done. Worst party ever.
I'm so sorry, Violet. I can't imagine what that was like. What you went through.
It's fine. We've just been through a lot of shit. We weren't good people, Clementine. But it still doesn't mean that we should have been left here to die by the people that were supposed to take care of us.
Sorry. This is supposed to be fun. I'm just not the game type like Lewis was, I guess.
I want to know what the fuck
You
Lewis
mean
did.
is. We'll see him soon.
Ten's right.
Hey, I've got an idea. Do you guys remember when Minnie would sing us Don't Be Afraid when all of us used to get scared?
Chatters are freaking out about the Violet and Clem age gap? No, they're not.
Too bad I can't play it. Lou would have known how. He liked that one.
You could just sing it to us, like she used to. Your voice is really pretty.
Okay, yeah. Alright, I can do that.
Bro, we should have fucked Lewis. I have so many regrets. Yeah.
Mind the darkness. Never mind the storm. Never mind the blood-red moon. The night will be over soon.
This sucks. This is the worst party of all time, bro. The vibes are fucked.
Will be over soon.
I'm not kidding. This is what the fuck's happening, dude.
Brush away the sorrow. Brush away.
Also, both of the romance options were music nerds. Jesus Christ. Lewis is better.
The tears. Sing away your heavy heart. The night will be over soon. The night will be over
This is... Now I understand why you leave parties in 50 minutes. Bro, I would never... I mean, the parties I leave in 50 minutes are not as bad as this.
Every night goes quiet.
There doesn't need to be this long of a fucking cinematic sequence of her singing.
Every moon grows blue. Beyond the dark comes something new. The sun will be rising soon. The sun.
Now we know why her grandma killed herself, bro.
Soon. The sun will be rising soon.
Grandma was like, dude, this 11-year-old's vibes are permanently fucked. I'm out of here. Peace. Most out of line you've ever been. I'm out of line. You're out of time. Chat will remember that. My one granddaughter is an L. Guess I'll die.
Hey, sweet pea.
Aw.
Lee?
Aw, Clem. Baby Clem.
Why the train? You always pick the train.
I'm not sure. Maybe because this is where it all started. Where you taught me to shoot and to cut my hair. To be ready for what was coming.
You were a quick study.
Can we just take a brief moment to recollect about how goated of a character Chuck was? Homeless man, comes out of nowhere, is totally fine with us taking his supplies. The bard of the group actually knows how to play the guitar and sing, unlike Violet. Teaches some of the most formative lessons to Clem by way of Lee. Dies a hero, saving Clem. Absolute goat. The opposite Ben. Like the real anti-Ben, if you know what I mean.
So, what's on your mind this time?
I'm worried, Lee. I've got a lot of people depending on me, and I don't know if what I'm doing is right.
Oh, I know that feeling. You know, I was making it all up as I went along, right? Couldn't let on, of course. With you being so little.
I never noticed. It just felt like you always knew the right thing to do.
Damn, why are you leaking?
Well, I got lucky. Luck counts for a lot.
Does Lee look hotter? Well, he's upgraded
I'm gonna need some now.
in the visuals.
You want to tell me about what you're up against?
I'm with a new group now, and I've been in so many, and they always fall apart. But I really like this one. It's different.
Dude, Baby Clem is making me feel nostalgic and sad. That's how powerful the first season of this goddamn game was. Like, I feel like these are real characters that had a real relationship, and now he's gone. I mean, that's good fiction, in my opinion. If he can get me to feel this way while I'm playing a fucking video game, like, that's immersive as hell, dude. Bro is affected by art? That's fucked up. Lame, unpause, Indian
It almost
Sean.
feels like home.
That's a good thing. It's hard being alone out there.
But we're in trouble. Some bad people captured my friends, and getting them back might get the rest of us killed.
Baby Clem.
I'm not worried.
What?
Whatever trouble you're in, you get out of it. You get your friends out of it.
Fucking I
I
hope.
don't know that.
I know you're a survivor. The Clementine I know is gonna fix it. I really believe that.
You're right. I just needed to hear you say it. I'm going to get my friends out of this.
Now you understand the Stellar Blade? Yeah, dude. In my mind, I'm thinking, why can't I see Lee's pixelated penis? Why did they take that away from us? Fucking wokes ruined everything. I would really, this scene would hit way harder if I could see his pixelated cock flapping in the wind on the side of the train, dude. Just like Stellar Blade.
Every one of them. Alive.
That's right. What Lewis is gonna say when he sees your face. Those boys are gonna have hope again knowing that you came to rescue them. Oh, Sweet Pea, you know you always get like this before something big. Remember how scared you were before you charged into that mess at McCarroll Ranch?
I will admit, it's a bit of a L for Kenny that she never thinks about Kenny, even though Kenny was like also kind of a father figure to her. I mean, obviously, like, Lee's the GOAT, #1, but still.
You survived that, didn't you?
That was different. I was alone.
I know. It's harder when you have something to lose. But having people you care about, that's a good thing. Friends. A girl who loves you. They're fighting beside you. Because of you.
Kenny was a certified unhinged unk. It's true, but the uncle-nephew dynamic, uncle-niece dynamic is very important.
You've gotten them out, okay? Out and safe. Sound good? And hopefully we can talk about happier things.
Lee, I miss you so much. I wish you were really here.
I miss you too, Clementine. But we'll have to make do with pretending.
This is so sad, dude.
Thank you, Lee. Talking to you always makes me feel a little bit better.
I meant to ask, how's the boy?
He's good, Lee. You'd like him.
I bet. You teach him to shoot yet?
You have no idea.
I guess the world got pretty hard since I left it. A kid growing up in it, he'd be hard too. You're in my shoes now, raising a kid. Think you got a handle on it? It can't be easy. Wanting to give him a childhood, but knowing what it takes to survive now.
AJ's amazing, Lee. I've taught him to be strong and brave and capable.
I've taught him to lie. I've taught him to torture.
He's so proud.
I've taught him to steal. I've taught him to cheat.
More than I already am.
What? 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 What?
Wow, just look at you. Just look at you. This group you like, they better not live in the city. You know, I told you to avoid those.
They don't. No one goes into the cities anymore. It's an old boarding school in the woods, miles from anywhere, with no adults at all.
No adults?
It works, I promise.
Time to go, Clementine. Got people that need you.
Fuck.
Goodbye, Lee.
I wish we had more time with him. Like, I wish he didn't die. I wish season 2 was like also with Lee.
Wake up. It's time to go. We got a long walk.
Should have cut off his arm. You know it doesn't work that way, man.
I guess we're really doing this. Only the team blending in with the walkers need to cover themselves. Now we just need your walker friend to...
He's here.
Good lord.
Hello.
Guys, this is James.
He's my friend.
He's,
So cool. How do you get the skin like that?
Clementine?
Can I try it on?
That's not a good idea.
Come on, please.
Willie, come on. Give him some space.
But I just want to...
Not right now.
Yeah, right. Sorry. I didn't mean to be weird or anything.
It's okay.
Oh, and sorry I tried to shoot you that one time. Your mask looks so real.
Hey. Hey there, James. Sorry about Willie.
Clementine, could I speak?
My 61-year-old mom saw your Piers Morgan interview and became such an instant fan. She made me install Twitch on her TV. And now she watches you daily. She says you swear too much. Oh, no. I was swearing in the interview, too, though. Yeah, I definitely swear too much. I know. Every mom says that. My mom used to say that to me, and she's given up. Even Sam Cedar said you used the F-bomb too much recently. He did? Oh, no.
You alone for a moment?
Good idea. Hold tight.
Hey, Tank, can you come talk for a sec? There's something I have to tell you.
The walkers. They'll be here in a little while. You can join them as they pass through the trees. The noise from the boat will draw them toward the water.
Then we can get on board and save our friends.
Your friends are different. Open-minded. Accepting. Like you. That's not usually how my first impressions go. Sorry, I feel like I'm rambling. It's just being welcomed. It's strange.
You know, they could be your friends too.
Just take the mask
I know
off,
you didn't want
James.
to come into the school before, but now that you've met them...
I haven't lived with people in a long time. But it does sound nice. Let me think about it.
I don't know if I want to bring Saikuno to the fold. Because I feel like he's going to start talking about how he doesn't want to kill zombos. And then everyone's going to be like, yeah, dude, shut up. You're out of your mind. You know what I mean? He's going to be like, oh, at the top of the hour, there's no 3-minute ad break. And it's like, no, there is one, you know? No matter what you say or do, there is a 3-minute ad break at the top of the hour. Here's a 3-minute ad break now.
I wanted to show you something.
What else?
This was my boyfriend, Charlie.
Oh, he's
we joined
gay?
the Whispers together. But it changed him. In a way that couldn't be undone. It changed both of us.
What do you mean?
The Whisperers were my family. From a young age. In that time, I witnessed a lot of death and suffering. Eventually, I became the cause of it.
This game is woke as hell, chat.
Weakness was considered a poison. And I believed in that fiercely. So much so that when another boy expressed sympathy for our enemy before an attack, I slit his throat.
What the hell?
I didn't talk to him. Didn't consider who he was, what he felt. Honestly, I don't even remember his name.
That's kind of hard to believe. Doesn't sound anything like you.
Not anymore, but it was. I had no doubt in my mind that I was right.
Saikuno's
After
crazy.
he died, I kept hearing his words in my head. Those people are like us, just on a different path. I stopped killing after that. I changed. No one else did. When AJ told me he killed someone, it reminded me of them. Of myself. He said it was wrong, but it sounded like he was just repeating what he'd been told.
Bro, this dude literally went from being the most ruthless, cold-blooded killer to being a pacifist, running around talking about how zombie lives matter. Just find a reasonable middle ground and you'll be perfect. Okay? Because right now you're on some insane shit. Okay? You don't have to go from one extreme to the other. My man horseshoe theoried, okay? Even though it's bullshit in the real world and not real political theory.
Taking life like that from a young age, it breaks something inside you. It broke something in Charlie. I'm afraid if AJ kills again, he won't be able to go back. He won't be the same boy he was. I've seen it happen too many times.
I'm not going to let AJ become a killer. I don't want him to change. Not like that.
I hope you can keep that promise. They're close. Soon there will be enough of them to provide us cover. I'll lead you through the herd until you reach the boat. That's as far as I go. After that, it's up to you.
Thank you.
Take care of AJ.
I think he's gonna get domed. I think James is gonna get fucking
he's ready
pieced
to
up,
go.
dude.
The walkers are getting close.
They're gonna mistake him for a
Ruby,
zombo.
you're in charge of the horses. Willie, Ted, take care of the supplies.
I've got the bomb. Find the boiler. There'll be a door on the bottom with ash and stuff. Put it in there.
Bro, the boiler is where the prisoners are.
See you all on the other side.
I'll cut it open.
I want to know what he did.
Told me about Minnie.
I want to know what he did that landed him in child prison. You know what I mean? And also why his face is burned up. I feel like they never explained that.
That Sophie died, and Minnie is one of them now. Just, if you see her out there, tell her I forgive her. Please. I tell her myself, but I just want her to be okay.
Yeah, sure. If we see her, I'll let her know.
Thanks.
Hey, it's time. We gotta
I
move.
love 10 so much.
Clem, what happens if someone else gets caught while we're in there? What if it's you?
Batman's fault his face is like that? That's a different Telltale
Couldn't
game.
save Minnie or Lou or Asim. Omar. I really care about you, Clem. If something happened to you because of me, I can't lose you too. I won't.
Kissy poo time.
You better not disappear on me, okay?
I promise.
What are you doing?
Go look in another direction. Are we good?
Yeah, I think so.
Okay, let's bring our friends back home.
All of them.
All of them.
It's ready.
So
AJ,
I know
look
this is
away.
gonna
You'll
sound gross,
turn
but
gay
your smell.
if you see gay activity.
Smart.
They're doing gay shit in front of children, bro. This is over. This game is so woke.
Get my back? Thanks.
We gonna do it?
We're doing it.
Okay, follow my lead.
All right, it's time. Lock in. Lock
Here we
in,
go.
lock in, lock in, lock in.
Stay behind the walkers. Use them as shields.
Oh! I have to pee. Some real Hamas activity, dude. You human shields. Do you not poop during stream? No, I poop before stream. You've lost exactly half the audience's gaming time. You're right. Lamau. Yes. But it's all good.
Stay behind the walkers. Use them as shields.
I don't know how to time this shit. I like that they don't see me. Like, they don't see this fucking little girl. Shit. Am I cooked?
Damn it, the horses!
Hey, get fire under control!
Rid of these pink walkers!
Come on, Willie.
Supplies going overboard!
God damn it! Someone get over there and see what's going on!
Okay, now's our chance.
That's crazy.
Can't risk leaving cover. We'll have to crawl along the side of the dock. The guts are washing off. Follow me. This way.
What the hell? Yo, there's walkers underneath. Oh, shit. I forgot they fucking walk under the water, too. That's so creepy, bro. That is so goddamn creepy. Bro, stop holding on to me. I've been here before, okay? You fucking asshole. Pirates of the
Fuck, you
Caribbean.
okay? I'm fine. Stay close. Stay hidden.
How can they climb up that thing? That makes no dang sense. Walkers are so weird, bro. They sometimes are super
hurry.
slow and super dumb, and then other times they could just like be master
Ready, AJ?
at climbing.
Walkers!
Oh, that was stupid of me. Had to do that. Had to fail the KT every time. Have to fail it. Had to fail it for the one time. On the dead homies.
Come on, let's hurry. Ready, AJ?
Every time, bro.
Walkers!
Wait, where the fuck? What is happening? Why is it so loud? Why is it so loud? It's freaking me out. It bugged out, I think. A boo. Another boo.
We're getting close. After we find
Hassan,
the
a
boiler and
boo.
place the bomb, we'll get our friends out. Ninny said they keep prisoners on the second deck. Look out for guards and stay quiet, okay?
Right behind you.
Good. I'll scout ahead and signal when it's clear. Got it?
How the fuck am I gonna find the boiler, bro? How do you get out of there? Clearly there's a way to open that door, no?
Hey, who's there?
This guy seems nice. He's got like a friendly face, you know what I mean? I feel bad cooking his ass. Oof. He's a nice guy, human trafficker. I mean, you know what I mean? He just seems like a friendly...
This has got to be the boiler, right?
Some people have friendly faces.
It looks like it. That's where we need to plant the bomb. There's too much stuff in the way. Maybe there's another way in. Wait here.
I took an arrow to the knee. No, I'm not trying to pop him, dude. I'm not trying to fucking make AJ into a cold-blooded murderer. Even though technically this bomb is gonna blow up every single person, it's important for AJ not to know that we're blowing them up.
There you go, Mitch's masterpiece. Bury this thing in the bottom of the river. Once they start up this boat, we won't have much time before it explodes.
How long?
Not sure. An hour, 30 minutes.
Let's hurry up then.
That's why I won't do it. Has the IDF logic, it don't count if we bomb them? Yes.
Minerva, focus.
Yes, ma'am. I have a little brother, short, scarred face. He's not out there, is he?
Look, we've discussed this. Your family is Delta now. There ain't no room for anyone else.
Yes, ma'am.
That's crazy.
Shit. Of course she had to be the cell guard. We can't sneak past her.
Gotta talk to her.
Get out.
Not without our people.
I swear to God, if you got 10 caught up in this, just tell me that he's safe.
Give me that.
He told me to tell you. He forgives you.
Shit. I'll help you get everyone out. Then you take my brother and run. Get him back to where it's safe.
Shoot, what the fuck,
Come on,
Chad?
we have to hurry.
Calm down, bro.
Clementine? Holy fuck.
Are you okay?
Damn, that dude's fine now? Didn't he get hit in that leg?
Yeah, I'm alright. We're alright. Take care of Lewis first. He's in rough shape.
I'll unlock the other cell.
Dude, I hope AJ is not nearly as bloodthirsty as this fucking Chad is. Like, I'm trying to learn my mistakes. I'm trying to learn from my mistakes. I have taught all the wrong lessons in this chat, and I need to make sure that y'all don't learn those same wrong lessons. Backstory Lewis would have shared if he was in the circle. He reveals that he caused his happily married parents to bitterly divorce by making his mother believe his father had a mistress, then revealing the truth that he caused it all because they had to refuse to pay a tutor for him to get singing lessons. That's insane.
Don't have a lot of time before Dorian comes back. Violet, help me with these guys.
Got it. Lewis.
Whoa, what the fuck?
are you doing? Don't fucking point it at me!
You're in, Violet. Don't test me.
Shit, Minnie, let us...
Oh my god. Maybe chat was right. Okay.
Lewis. What did they do to you?
Oh, they cut his tongue out.
No, don't. They cut out his tongue. He just, he got fucked.
Oh my god.
That's
I'm sorry, Lewis.
insane.
I'll make these bastards pay for this. I promise you, Lewis. Shh. It's okay. It's okay. It's okay.
Okay, maybe I should have
We'll be
killed
home
more of
soon.
them. Maybe I should have killed more of them, actually.
I'll get us out of here. I promise.
I want to reload and go on a merc run, you know? Just merc all of them.
I'm not staying here that long. Looks like there's a gap here. Too small to fit my hand through.
Clem, are you alright?
I'm fine. Where's AJ?
Over here.
Thank God.
Shit. At least we're not moving yet. We've still got time to figure this out.
I might be able to chip away at this if I had a tool or... Damn it. They must have taken away my knife. AJ, do you still have your knife?
Yeah, they didn't find it. Only the big one.
Good. I need you to slide it over to me.
Fuck, dude. That is so ruthless. That's unimaginable cruelty, dude.
You doing okay in there, AJ?
Yeah, I'm alright. I'm looking for a way out.
Yeah, me too. The doors don't look very well made. Maybe that's something we can work with.
I'm gonna talk to everyone
are you
before I
alright?
do this.
I'm fine. Looking for a way out. If this thing explodes...
How you holding up?
I can't talk. If Lily... She told us not.
We'll be home soon. Just hang in there.
He fucking destroyed these guys.
Omar, are you hurt?
Fuck. I just want to go home.
We will.
Okay.
I found your rabbit's foot back on the beach.
Clearly it doesn't work.
I mean, he ain't wrong. Why are we interviewing everyone? Are you kidding me? Lore.
Whatever you doing, don't. I promise you, it ain't worth it. Step back.
She awake?
Yes, ma'am.
Good. I'll take it from here.
Uh-oh. Lilith.
Where's Abel?
He's dead. We killed him. We put a knife in his head.
Fuck, you little monster.
We showed him mercy. He was terrified of turning, so we stopped him from having to. We gave him what he wanted.
I'm sure you did. Back up.
Oh, grab the knife.
Minerva, open the door.
Yes, ma'am.
How did you become such a fucking bitch, Minerva? God damn it.
Normally, the trouble you caused, I'd shoot you and toss you overboard. But I'm genuinely impressed. First, you organize these idiot kids into a fighting force and kill 2 of my most experienced soldiers. Then you sneak onto my boat under the cover of a herd. I bring a prize like you back to the Delta, it might make this whole clusterfuck of a mission worth it. Someone like you, so young with so much potential.
Look, if I'm the one you want, let the others go.
This isn't a negotiation. This is me telling you how things are going to be. You know, my father, Larry, was a military man.
And a racist.
And when I was a kid,
he had all kinds of rules. The thing that bugged him most was waste. If I ever left a light on after leaving a room, he'd flip. No matter how many times he ranted about the cost of electricity, I could never remember to hit that switch.
Racist as Larold mentioned.
So one day, he let our power get cut. He liked illustrations to show that actions have consequences.
Classic self-own, just bad parenting. Bad parenting producing bad results in full display. Fuck Larry and fuck you too, Lily. Drop a salt lick on your goddamn head too, dumbass.
No more TV, no more hairdryer, no more ice cream sandwiches.
That seems like a pretty stupid way to make a point.
It was extreme, but I never left the lights on again. My father had his faults, but he showed me the effectiveness of teaching by example.
Oh, is that what this is? A lesson?
I want to tell you a story. Let's call it the parable of the twins. 2 girls were taken from their home and brought to a new place to live. They had to leave their friends and family behind, and that was hard at first. They shed a lot of tears. But the new place was a good place. The people there grew corn and raised pigs, and the twins ate well for the first time in years. They had hot showers, clean clothes, beds. They were given guns and trained to use them. The people there were kind to these girls. All that was asked in return was that they help defend the group. You see, this place had a lot of enemies, killers and thieves who wanted what they had.
They threatened to cut out their tongues?
They only do that to the ones who can't keep their mouths shut. One of the girls saw that this was a place worth fighting for.
Bro, we should cut Lily's tongue out. God damn, she's a yapper, dude.
And her tears dried. But the other twin, she could never forget her old home. She rejected every gift, every opportunity, stirred up trouble every chance she got. She convinced her sister to help her steal a raft and leave on the river. Of course, they didn't get far. What happened then, Minerva?
I killed her.
What the Jesus fuck? Christ.
Minnie, no, tell me it's not true.
Your own sister? Why would you do that?
She was twisting my head with her lies.
And?
I made a mistake. I needed to show my loyalty to the place I call home.
Like it or not, you're one of my people now, Clem. The question is, which twin are you going to be? The loyal one or the dead one?
What have you done to her head, you fucking psychotic bitch? You're evil! You are fucking evil!
Y'all better back away from the door.
All right, Lily, you made your point. I'll do what you want.
What? No! You can't become a soldier in their army.
Just don't hurt anyone else.
Good.
Stand up.
I'm surprised.
Bro, I got two guns trained on me. I'm trying to fucking de-escalate the situation. That's not the cuck option. The fuck do you mean? It's called lying, chat. You think I can grab the little fucking tiny shiv under the bed in between her fucking legs and kill her? Like, what are you, so stupid? And if I was going to kill her, do you think it's best to tell her I'm gonna kill you?
To hear you bend so easily. But as I said before, this isn't a negotiation. Pull the mouthy one out of the cell. They clearly didn't get the moral of the story. We'll have to help them understand.
Stop! Don't hurt Violet, or I'll hurt you.
Hey, yo, you better cool it or you gonna get yourself hurt.
Fuck no! Get off of me!
Easy. Stay still.
Shit,
what the
fuck?
fuck?
You, no!
Uh-oh.
Don't make this hurt more than it has to.
Dude, this is crazy. I feel like if AJ does some shit, he's gonna get fucked up. Chat, poll it. Poll it, poll it. We gotta poll it. We gotta fucking poll it. It's Poland. Monka W, let AJ do it. Don't do anything. 86% trust AJ. He's a baby, bro. Y'all are fucking crazy.
Come on, just breathe.
Y'all are crazy. Oh my god, he actually had that dog in him, bro. Oh my god, he fucking ate her ear.
Son of a bitch!
That's enough.
He bit me!
I said that's enough.
Wait, it worked.
You deserve to die. We'll kill you!
You think you can kill me?
I know I can. we'll throw you in the river. And we'll put a knife right to the side of your head.
Big talk for a little guy.
I know I can do it. I killed Marlon. He wasn't a monster, but you are.
Dang.
Bro is 5.
So you killed Marlon. Huh. I bet you'd make a great soldier.
Leave him alone. This is between us.
Clem seems to care a lot about you. Come on, let's go have a chat. Just us.
Don't you fucking touch him! Clem! No, please! Clementine! AJ!
Keep an eye on her, Minerva.
Lily, don't!
Get this thing moving. I want to be far away from here. Fast.
I'll start up the boiler.
Don't you dare look at me like that.
You killed your sister.
The only way we survive.
You fucking psycho.
Fuck survival! Look at what you're doing!
Minnie, please. I just want to talk to you for a second. I'm sorry we never searched for you. For Sophie. I'm sorry we trusted that fucker Marlon. If I ever thought there was a
Can't
chance.
hear anything? What's happening?
I know, okay? But Sophie's dead. You all need to understand. This is the only way. Lay down, stay in line, or you die. The people you love die.
AJ bit her
You
ear
just
too.
do what they say. You can live. All of you. You gave up, Minerva. I never will.
Find you! You're the fucking problem here!
Wait, didn't that work? Oh shit.
I won't let you get them all killed.
I thought it worked. I thought I hit it. What are you doing? Blast her.
I can't let her leave!
Shit!
Blast her. Yeah, it's time. Time you fucking clap her cheeks. Dude, some SZA shit. I might kill my ex. That's the right idea. That type of shit. She's gonna turn. She's gonna turn. She's gonna turn. She's gonna turn. She's gonna turn.
I can't leave her. Go, I'll catch
She's
up.
gonna turn, dumbass. Kill her.
We have to get the hell out of here.
Go. I need to find AJ.
Better see you on land.
You will.
Bro, that's a flesh wound. I'm not exactly convinced.
Shit, they started the boiler.
We'll focus that energy. Sharpen it. I've
Why
known
isn't it
Clementine
working?
since before this all started. She'll come around.
Oh, why can't I move? Uh-oh. Buh.
You'll come around too, once you see what we have to offer.
Buh.
Plenty of food, comfortable beds for you and Clem. You can even share a room.
I can't move. I'm pressing all the buttons, chat. It's not doing anything.
Stay in control, AJ. Trust me, AJ. You're gonna fit right in where...
D or sideways? What are you talking about? I can't believe I have to fucking quit the game and restart it. Bro, I just played the game. You had to hold D. I hope there's a decent checkpoint. You did not hold D? Yes, I did. I did hold D. Are you still streaming? Because I'm a fucking freak, dog. 10 hours and 30 minutes. This shit is easy to me. This shit ain't nothing to me, son.
Shit, they started the boiler.
We'll focus that energy.
See?
Sharpen it.
Yeah, that didn't show up last time,
I've
remember?
known Clementine since before this all started. She'll come around. You'll come around too, once you see what we have to offer. Plenty of food, comfortable beds for you and Clem. You'll come around even share a room once you see what we have to offer. Plenty
Found
of
one
food,
more
comfortable
sneaking over
beds
the
for you and
docks.
Clem. You can even share a room.
Fuck.
10!
Another buh.
Fuck.
Tennessee, did you get lost?
Ma'am! He wasn't alone. I got something else to show you.
This way.
Found this in the herd.
No wonder there were so many walkers. Must have thought you were clever leading those walkers here. Or was that Clementine's idea? Nothing to say?
You don't fucking scare me.
Is that so?
You force your ways onto others. Because you're afraid. Because you're weak.
I give my people a cause to fight for.
Don't listen to her.
The thing about people like him, AJ, is that they're too broken to fit into a community. They won't fight for anyone but themselves.
That was a weak ass
No!
fit. Nice.
Easy there, 10.
Don't hurt him. Just stop hurting people. Please.
Shoot her!
Why don't we all just take a breath, all right?
Give me my friends
Bro,
back.
she doesn't have a
down
gun.
the gun.
Let them go.
Point
of
at
us.
him.
Or else.
She's gonna clap him.
Fine. Go ahead then. Do it. Save your friends. That's what you came here to do, isn't it?
Pull a AJ. Pull a AJ. 10.
I see.
10.
You
No,
came
if she
to
kills
cry.
10, I'm gonna lose my
10.
mind. If she kills 10 right here, I'm gonna lose my fucking mind.
Looks like
oh
you're
my
not
god.
a soldier either.
Please,
No.
No!
What's Clem doing, bro? Get in there, Clem. Pummel her ass. Pummel her ass. Pummel her ass. Knife, 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 knife. Knife. AJ, grab the gun and dome her. Wait, what? I hit E. I hit E. I hit E. I hit Shift E. Bro, it literally saw. You saw it. Oh shit. No, 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 no. Go on, go on, go on. Dude. Sometimes the fucking cinematic cutscene sequences like make no goddamn sense. Sometimes the QT makes no goddamn sense, dude. Come on, come on, come on, come on, come on. Oh no. Wait, what? Like, I don't know if the game is supposed to get me to fail or if I'm supposed to actually see, like, I hit it. But sometimes even when you hit it and you see red, it still doesn't work. Yes. Oh, she just ate that. What the fuck? What a demon. Oh. Oh, that's gotta hit an artery. That's a leg.
AJ, wait! I give
Oh, it's
up.
pack watch.
I will give up. Put down the gun. I'll let everyone leave. My crew and I will leave. We won't bother you anymore.
Chat. I mean, I'm sure there's a poll coming up, right?
AJ! She's not a threat. Lower the gun.
You weren't down there. You didn't see what she did. She cut my friend's tongue out.
You don't have to do this, please.
It's a trick.
Don't you fucking dare, AJ.
Oh my god, chat wants blood.
Just give me.
Poll it. But I feel like I know what chat's gonna say. Okay, it's not as like 80% as I thought it was gonna be. Dude, chat makes me make the worst parenting decisions and then acts like it's my damn fault that AJ's a fucking bloodthirsty, monstrous killer. She gonna die when the shit blows? Yeah, but then it's not fucking AJ doing it. It's a blowout.
The gun.
You can't let her hurt anyone else.
Do it, AJ.
That's 2 for 2, baby.
No.
Oh my god. He's crazy.
AJ, stop.
Chad, look what you made him do, bro. Look what you made him do. Look what you made him do. By the way, I cannot ignore the insane reality once again that the voter participation in the gaming segments are absolutely through the roof. Like the percentage of the chat that actively engages in the voting process when we fucking do this is actually insane. There are like the same number of people that vote when I have like 30,000 viewers and I ask them to vote on some shit that's like political, which means that the gamer frogs love democracy and love voting way more than the supposed leftist politics Andes, okay? The US government needs the game.
Lily, we couldn't find the other. What did you do? You were fucking dead.
Shit, the bomb. AJ!
That's an insane way to end it. 11% forced able to turn into a walker. 49% of players only kill some of the walkers in James Camp. 3% killed all the walkers in James Camp.
I want to make heaven
61% named it Mitch's masterpiece. 6% only named it AJ. 86% allowed AJ to attack.
Sometimes I know not where to roam. I heard of a city
You and 53% of players told AJ to kill Lily.
I'm striving to make it my home.
Minerva is MIA. She was dejected when he said 10 would be ashamed to call her your sister. Minerva felt heartsick after learning 10 forgave her. Not for long though, she still sucked. Lily, dead. Lily was surprised by your offer to cooperate. Pack watch Lily. Abel, dead. Felt assured when you promised him mercy. James, James, MIA. Was understanding you only killed the walkers. James felt elated when you said there might be more to walkers. Was devastated when you told AJ to kill Lily. Yeah, James, stop being a pussy. Violet, MIA. Felt romantic after you danced together. Violet was touched that you wanted to hear what she was sent to Erickson. Violet felt understood after you expressed sympathy. And was thankful after you let AJ stop Dorian from cutting her finger. Fucking 4 seasons and finally Lily is dead. We had to do that for Carly, dude. She should have said, this one's for Carly, bitch. 10 is MIA. He was grateful when he promised to tell Minerva he forgave her. Lewis was terrified by your promise to fight back against the Raiders. Was traumatized after his time spent with the Raiders. Damn, we fucked Lewis up. He felt conflicted after you killed Abel, sparing him from turning. He was disillusioned when you said you didn't believe you could be together as walkers, and felt powerful after you told him to shoot Lily. Oh no. Rosie is worried about everyone. Willie was excited that you wanted to name the bomb. Ruby was proud you did not recognize their official Erickson evaluation. Omar is MIA, and Asim is MIA. Wait, how the fuck was I supposed to collect the other ones? All right, that's it. No uno mas there, boys. No uno mas por favor. That's another fucking 10-hour and 41-minute stream. Absolute banger. You already know what it is. You already know what the fuck's going on. You know what I'm saying? We out here, son. Hopefully you enjoyed your stay. You know, another tiny ass stream. You already know. Yeah, I don't know what else to say other than vamos a la playa. Donde está la biblioteca? I don't know what the fuck I'm saying right now. I'm delirious. Anyway, another banger stream. Locked up. Done. Love you all. And we will see you tomorrow. Also, Will is leaving Farley with me for 24 hours, which I'm a little worried about, but it seems like he had no other options, so I don't know. I don't know what the fuck I'm gonna do with Farley. I don't know his habits. I don't know how he is. I don't know how he is with other dogs. But we'll figure it out, I guess. We'll play it by ear. Farley is literally a terrorist. We'll see. Peace.
Reviewing the P.O. box, Uncle Uger's face. Sudden discord at your prop, great names take on break. Tiny Bernie Sanders, LGBTQ Air Force. The whole left at your fingertips, on at your door. H3 crowded debate, the Young Turks online show. 3 full fucking years of this, plenty more to go. 90-day fiance, talks of champagne bourgeoisie. A Trump rally live reaction, a mass riot at DC. There he is again, Hassan is streaming, Hassan is streaming.